for me today. Check. $1,600.
Raise.
Oh!
10,000.
I ain't folding the set again. Oh, what?
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Not twice.
That's hard. You're right. You're right.
Seat!
Wow.
Seat!
Nice hand, sir. Lucky. Wow.
Yeah. Got the card over?
Yes, he took the card, yeah? He gave it already.
That's half.
Yeah. So if you set any of us all in, you've pretty much got it then, is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm claiming. I'm not saying it's necessarily true.
150 big blind, please. No worries. Pass.
Yeah.
Pass. Raise to 400. Pass. Pass. Call. Pass. Pass. 400 to call.
It's crazy. 7 sets.
King 7-2. Check or bet? Check. 800.
Pass.
Pass. And pass. What is it? Pass. Call. Pass. Call. Pass. 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 150 to call, yes. Ace 2 queen, check or bet? Check. Check. 500.
You ready for another bottle?
Yes, mate.
Pass. 500 to call, sir. Pass. Pass.
2. Have a pint of Guinness, please. Guinness, please.
No, I don't. Mate, sorry, go back to me. I'll go.
Call I want to say. Call. Pass. Pass.
Raise.
Raise.
650.
To 650. Pass. Call. Call 650. Pass. Call. Pass.
I want to hit a set against him. Unless it's touch it.
10, 4, and 5. Check. Check. And check. Jack.
Go.
Check.
$11.
1100. Lady calls pass. 4. Check.
2-6.
2600.
Good call. Nice call.
Nice call. Nice call.
Drawing 1-1 now.
Pass. Pass.
375.
Raise to 375. Pass. 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 Pass.
Yeah, it was cold earlier. They just pumped a load of heat in, haven't they?
Better.
Yeah. Good. How good, Carl? You alright, mate? Yeah, good, buddy.
I think he'll score again with 17 minutes to go.
Surely in your team. Oh, that's not, yeah, that's just sponsorship underneath it. Very good, very good.
150 to call. Pass. 150.
You got ball.
Cool.
Having a little bet.
Call
It's only,
150.
better.
Pass.
We had a
Pass.
5 on this. Because that's 5
Call. Pass. Call. Check. Would you please give me 5 singles? Thank you. Appreciate it. Five, six, and jack. Check all that. $6.50 the call.
Got it, Warren. Long way to go.
Call.
I knew it was a mistake last night. I can't be 2 days in a row.
Call. Two. Check. Check. And check. King. $1,600. Plus.
Chef Wednesday, yeah, straight 2-1. And in. Yeah, he's winning 3-0. Come on. Basically, yeah. Sheffield Wednesday, only 4 minutes to be reading.
Online, please.
Man City winning 4 Villa.
75, please.
Sorry,
Online.
sorry.
150 to call. Pass. Call 150. And the lady checks. Would you give me 4 yellows, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Queen, king, and jack. Check. Check. 325 to call. 325 to call.
Sorry.
More for fancy football, so
No, but
I
I suppose so, yes.
3.
Did Arsenal win?
2-1 up,
Check.
15 minutes to go. Man City 2-1 up.
I've got Arsenal in a bet. I've got
Jack 4-5.
Virgin flights and the hotel will be 500.
No.
So they just kept 3 quarters of it. This year, in
Check.
Vegas in June, $3 grand for that for 11 months. That's in the West End flat set.
600.
500 each. Because you know the room, my missus, I wouldn't go in there.
No.
For many years. I stayed in the Mercedes Luxor Bank. Well, that's what we were. We weren't sure about
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Yeah.
Raise to 300. Pass. Pass. Pass.
just online. Just went on with Virgin Holidays.
Could you bring me this into 500, please?
You ain't getting it.
No.
King 8-3. Check. 400.
It's not too bad, but it's not getting in the pool. The sun gets up, but on the night time you need a jumper.
With that?
November.
Cool, so yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
During the day,
During the day it's lovely.
yeah,
Absolutely fantastic.
you can wander around in t-shirts and all that.
Oh, you can easily go to your t-shirt. No trouble at
But
all.
on a night time, you're not.
No. We were sat in the beer garden at programs and it was...
Well, you might still be then, but just because the beer takes over and you haven't.
Check.
Because the dates are limited, because that's the dates that needs. Where the dates are.
250. Now in 10.
Raise 375.
375 raise. Plus. Hold. Plus. Plus. Hold. Pass. Pass.
Last stage.
Big one's winning. 6,700.
One's on a small bet that you might.
Well, Bournemouth's winning 4-2-1. Reading's been also
10.
always beating 3-0.
Check. Check.
So I've got to be greedy for 7 quid. Yeah.
I think I'll be tempted to cash out.
I'm going to do the same, mate. I'm not going to agree with
No, win's a win.
Profit's profit, I always say.
Can't spend yourself to it. You can't do it. And they were offering you that.
This is the beauty. Cash out. Doing that for 60 seconds.
Pass.
Wi-Fi in
My 3G.
Raise to 350.
We're giving a couple of minutes. Go on, Paul.
Pass. Pass. No, you have nothing yet. 350. No, I just have to ask somebody to change me. Would you please give me 4 blues, please?
Shrewsbury scored 2-2.
8-5 and queen.
Southend and
Eight.
Six.
600.
Done now. So yeah.
Sing us tomorrow. So now I'm thinking, oh my God, she'll be thinking I've got a plug-in. Just for a normal song.
That's without a drink. We got, no, I had a drink when we first got there. It's scratch straight. And then we started with beef.
Raise to 450. 450 change. 6 queen ace. Call. Yes, please. Jack? Check. 1100.
Peterborough score. And we draw 2-2.
You have a new dealer?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wasn't it? You can't cash out.
No, you can't cash out. Your initial bet. Good luck with your cash
Good
out.
luck.
Thank you.
It's only 2 o'clock, it's going down.
It's over basically. Cash out at all.
Got Clark Kent dealing.
Have you called out several times? I get Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Clark Kent's better, surely.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bit more adult, isn't it? Mine's a 100, 200. You haven't not yet. 100 now. 100.
Cool.
Check, check, check. Ace. Check, check. 300. Hello guys. How are you? Good.
Tom! Hey, still you, mate?
Hello, hello. They don't care. Well. Okay. A little above starting stack, so. And you? Yeah. Thank you.
Here we go, chip dumping. That's what team games are all about. Should be allowed anyway. Why said that? In team games, it should be allowed.
Yeah, I think so too.
I really do.
Yeah, because our team championship in. Huh?
You're going to give her your chip?
Yeah. Or whatever you want. No, because we have a team event in Belgium as well, and we allow everything. Yeah, it's a team championship.
Yeah, but in Belgium you are.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, that's right.
It's like in general,
From
is it?
18.6.
She's gone to Dublin for this Guinness or what? This is taking some time.
She's letting it settle.
Yeah.
Jeez. They're supposed to pour it slow.
Hey?
They're supposed to pour it slow.
Two players. Nine. King. Ace. Check. Check. Eight.
Check.
Queen.
Check.
Check.
Six. Too bad. Yeah, from there.
When I came out tonight, we had to
I take it we'll get moved off here, will we, after the break? Yeah. Do they just straight swap with another table, or do they randomly pick? How does it? Don't know. Just didn't know whether we end up in the same seat again, like seat.
Yeah, we'll see.
Same seat. Yeah.
Three players.
I didn't know whether it'd be a break and break in, or.
Some people find that.
Can I have 5 blues, please?
Oh, fair enough.
Bye.
You think?
Yeah.
That'd be good. That'd be good.
I was told that before the game started. Yeah, Mark was telling me, he was told that they were on the second half of the game. And that's
It's only 2 inches back. It will be that funny. It's this table and that table are the obvious ones to have, to be honest. I nearly said my big bye then.
Need some change. Can I have 5?
Yep.
Thank you. 2 players. 9, 5, 7. Check.
Tony's back! 2 in a row. 2 in a row, Tony 2. Come on!
500.
I didn't do that well against you last time, did I?
You didn't, Rogers, no.
Let's try again.
Cool. 2 players. 8, 4, 10.
Check.
Check.
6.
600.
18.
Raise to 1800.
Food about a week,
Oh, Rogers.
Looking very good, isn't it?
I quoted it. It must be really. Page 47. Do you want the seat?
Nah. You're good.
On the rears? It's a 500, yeah.
That lady there. Good cheesy pizza. Oh, there's it's in your back pocket. My food in your pocket. Yeah. 45 minutes. Okay.
Blind Tim, please. Sorry?
Come to me,
I'll tell you a little story now.
tell me a story.
The bet's in who's not paid me. How about that for a story?
That's a good story. Oh, it came in?
Yeah, the little bet came in.
5 choose 5.
520.
The big blind, I was lucky. My rifle's right there.
You never told me you did it there.
Oh, didn't get that. I work for Doctors Like Railway. She knows the DLR, doesn't she? That's who I work for.
Oh, the DLR, yeah, I know the DLR.
He understands the abbreviation, but not the full word. So I work for Doctors Like Railway.
I lived in West Hampstead for a couple of years. I know the DLR.
Yeah.
Similar to the tube, but a bit better.
That's it.
In my opinion.
It's known as the Mickey Mouse Railway, even though we carry about 20 million people a year.
Where in Essex do you live?
I live in Hornchurch.
Oh dear.
I live in Chelmsford. Yeah, just up the road. My daughter lives in Stafford Yard, so between both of us, yeah. I was there last night, see. My grandson's not sure.
Here we go.
Come from London originally.
Yeah.
Green I come from. Yeah, there's old church town.
Yeah, they've got like a sports running track on the pitch.
Yeah.
500.
Couldn't afford to live in London. Where I was born and bred.
2,000.
Anyone from East London moves out to Essex, anyone from South London moves to Kent. It's always been that way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
North London's goes to Hertfordshire.
That's it.
You live in Kent, yeah? Whereabouts in Kent?
In Dartford.
All right, yeah. Opposite, so around the corner from Hornchurch.
Yeah, that's why I was watching on Church play football.
I'm sure if he lives in right next door to Dartford, give me the name.
Crayford. Erie.
We go up to we've got a couple of dogs that run down at Crayford.
I go to Crayford Stadium quite often.
We've got 2 dogs that run down there.
Yeah, I had a dog
Announcer's
in there
race.
with George Lang. A little bitch.
5,500.
500. 5,500.
Well, okay, we had 2 dogs until 3 weeks ago. We've retired one for injury. It's been rehoused nicely, so we've won another. We've got one left called Lord's Wee Spider.
Where you got it with?
So lady trainer, her name is...
It is. Look at us. She took over from the cat.
I don't know if you said it.
If I said to you a dog's name called Making Paper,
I'm not big on dogs.
you know,
Where's it run?
it won the Wimbledon.
Where's it run?
Yeah.
I don't show many hands, Steve.
There's
I'll
8
show
of us
you.
in the syndicate.
Hey?
I don't show many
Half a
hands,
leg
but I'll
syndicate
show you.
for obvious reasons. Half a leg each.
Shows queens and passes. Shows kings.
White brothers.
Nice one.
Is that the
Nice lady.
Thank you.
Well, there's 3 dog owners here today, so... No, that's nothing wrong. Yeah, no, I know, my phone's on charge to even looking at it.
One, please.
Crayford.
where's your phone charge?
Oh, out there.
Oh,
There's a machine, yeah.
Give us a small blind, okay?
There's a
Thank you.
£2 for 60 minutes.
It's only it.
Sure, it's about good book your charger out and left it. Nice one.
Should have spent on that. They have all charges and everything.
500.
Sorry, didn't realise.
Give me £2, give me £1 each of it.
He's a proper geezer, isn't he?
I'll have a wig round for you.
I might as well. 500, I might have not there.
Who's raced?
Yeah, but I thought it was no raise. I was. Well, I went to
Oh, I don't insult you with these.
I'm sitting where I am. 5 was out of 10.
No, I guess they respect that.
Pass.
But I'll jump.
2 players. 3. Queen. 8. 800.
I went all in, he called your king. I had a pair of 2s. Needless to sound never it. Yeah, so I said, I thought he was chucking that away. He did. No, I was just playing me cards.
Cool.
I said, fair play. Yeah.
7. 1,700.
Yeah, because they often they always have loads of charges.
I've been to a couple of these, how much I think I realise.
Oh, yeah, please.
You check it out for 435. Should be one for 435.
Look at this lady. Dropped in it. She's a belter here, isn't she?
What's that? It's an extra charge, isn't it? Booster.
Ooh, minute. You know, there's a quid.
Don't be shy. Put your blinds in. Don't be shy.
That's what we're
No,
looking
she
for.
picked the matching one that matches your eyes.
But I'm looking at
That's what I got nice and close.
you know you're doing
Cool. Cool. $600.
You win it. 425.
3 players.
There we go.
King. 7.
More than nasty.
King.
Favourite.
Not yours.
Seven each way.
Of course, no, nothing there.
Check. $1,500. 3,500. All in. All in and a call.
Who's outkicked? That's me.
Dealing with
7.
Queen. This king's good.
Good luck.
Seat open.
You have to do something for this, don't you?
The day don't fix it.
He just kept them warm for you, that was all. Nice hand.
I was waiting for a jack to drop that for sure.
Yeah.
No, not when he's already spoke.
Or the big.
525.
525. $1,600. Okay, you changed it.
Are you allowed to play a hand?
Hey?
Are you allowed to play a hand?
I only play occasionally, now and then.
Yeah. You play much better cards than me, though, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I've been waiting for you.
Oh. Yeah, I had
Shows an ace.
But you had better one.
Shows 2 aces.
I've had better.
They don't play many hands, do they?
Cool.
Raise.
Announces raise.
$800.
800.
Just the raise over there, that's all. By the time I turn around, it'll be on me. But What is it?
Is it?
Someone just messaged me saying I'm waving at you.
So that we're all waving back.
Cool. 2 players.
See if she can see the hole.
9. 4.
Oh, you can.
Check.
I'm gonna let you go. Yeah, with
1500.
30-minute delays.
Oh, they're going for it anyway. You can't see the whole cards, can they? So.
Choose kings.
Oh, Sam.
1 and 2 late.
Yeah.
Sometimes when
And
you
you,
watch
yeah.
the live thing, you've got all the names down the side.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm so glad you told me there. I didn't want it complicated. I just want a complicated hand.
You're going to log into
This is so right,
All right, it's 500.
500.
It can't be that far with the lady. You just messaged me saying the guy in black just waved in the camera. Which was a couple of seconds ago.
We found a link a week.
Someone's watching it.
He said the dinner break's at 8 o'clock and it'll be 35 minutes. I'll certainly find out for you when someone comes along. 500. Two players. Queen 8, Queen. $700. Cool.
How long is this giving? Another full charge or something? Is it like
2 charges.
oh?
2 full charges.
Two?
18.
What's that cost?
And 5
$1,050.
on eBay, yeah. And then you just charge them up using your normal phone cable. Yeah, I've got 3 of them. You can go back for the charge random.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
What is that?
I haven't taken a drink for ages.
Yeah, I'm wearing
How
a
long is it
jacket
behind?
right there.
When you take your jacket off?
I'm not even there, am I?
About 2 hours ago.
I'm missing.
That's the female dealer as well, wasn't it?
It's just popped up.
I've been a few times, yeah.
I had the,
I first want to tell about me, we sat there, went through.
Let me send that to Martin. You know the link yourself? Do you have to log into the portal?
No, I just typed that in. It won't let it.
Right, so I can't copy the link. Put it there. Save it there.
Yeah, no, Liverpool got. Is it?
350.
They will gain that one.
Yeah.
Might be a fun looking at.
Actually, spots up.
I reckon West Ham will do it.
You say most of my friends do support West Ham, yeah. Where I work, we keep them all over London. It's the 3 big teams, the Spurs, Arsenal and West Ham.
Yeah, the Black Cab ticket holder she's always up there. Black tabby.
Lines, please.
So we've got 6 minutes left of this level for anybody that's watching. We had a few technical problems that we've needed to resolve in the first 4 levels, but we've currently got 221 players left remaining, and hopefully after the 15-minute break at the end of this level, we'll go full throttle with the live stream for the rest of the evening. Looking to play 13 today. It's an absolutely packed card room at Luton. For anyone that's not been to Luton recently, they've had a big refurbishment, an extension at the back, and the card room is absolutely huge. Normally accommodates 20 poker tables. They've managed to squeeze in an extra 4 for us, so we can get 240 players sat down. We're going to look to hopefully bring you some hands from the feature table that you've currently been watching. But there's plenty of other action going on at other tables around the way. It's quite a noisy tournament. We're going to try and give you some of the flavour as to what's going on around the room, and we'll look to do that in full effect in about 20 minutes' time at the end of this level and after the break.
8:20. Floor. No worries. Cool. He took, or the lady took that one, yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to need some change. Can I grab some change, please? Thank you.
That's 5 or 6. Oh right, wait. So you're Lisa.
12
Nothing already.
He's lost a teammate already.
When it comes up on the bottom, your name's put up on that on the bottom. That's Lee, seat 1.
Yeah, seat 2 is still empty on this, so it's going to be a while. That's Warren. Steve.
Very handsome on camera. Not off it. Shirley.
That's Ken.
Ken, I'm Richard.
I don't know. I think we're just moving. I think we're going there. Carl. I don't think so. We might have done. Yeah.
Lines, please.
Unless he's left early for the break.
So we've got Ken and Richard.
Check.
3 players. 6.
Oh, right, that's on, is it?
Queen. Deuce. Check.
Check it.
Check. 500.
Hold it.
morning, dealer.
We will.
Alright, easy.
You wouldn't mind dealing.
Yeah, so there, about 15-minute break and then over 4. Over 4.
Table for us.
Happy days. Oh, big blind, right?
That's why you wanted it in.
Of course it is.
The pounds are going to go up next level, aren't they?
Of course it is.
They're the same actually.
I know they're the same. I was just telling him.
Well, there's an ante. Although I don't. That is still the same. Yeah.
It's still so.
That's a slow corner, isn't it, for blinds?
That's it.
45-minute blind.
Right.
500.
You call it. You say Arnie.
I'm Auntie, we say Auntie.
You say fucking Arnie.
Fucking Auntie, you say Auntie.
We got Anthony.
This is ante.
So this is going to be the last hand of the level, and the players are going to be off on a 15-minute break. And so you can join us back in 15 minutes' time, where we will go full live with the stream and give you all the action for as many of the tables as we can. So see you back in 15 minutes.
So how about the flop and you still call?
Straight.
You mean a gut shot? You sneaky Russian.
Alright. Time to make this live stream more interesting.
Believe that.
I don't mean to get rid of the pink face here.
Yeah.
Believe it.
You might have some hands to commentate on
just sat down here?
Yep, just now. Just been moved.
Beautiful.
Is this big table being broken? You having a different table?
No, we're staying as we are. What's your number?
2410. Yeah. And a gift for you, dealer. I'm sure it's what you've always wanted.
Thank you. Now have a full set.
Yeah. It's sometimes that. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. They kick both of them off. Well, that's good, I guess. Must have been an omelette. Can you see from the... It's there. I just wrapped that on wrap. Oh, so that's where they kicked it off. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Kicks the wires, have they?
We lost both these cameras during the first.
and I'll just let the guys know around here, guys, can you just be careful?
Yeah.
The table is
I would definitely do that. If you've got that extra bit of space.
I just moved one a little bit. The trouble is it's the far one that I can't do a lot with.
Yeah.
Because it's fairly tight.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll do that then. And then that'll solve it. That explains why. First one went ages ago, and I was like, okay, that's worrying. And the other one went.
Have you been running with just this one for a while?
That one and the one up there we've got. So yeah, we had to cover, but it just. They're on extenders, so if I just take the connection together, hopefully it'll. Well, all that just means that whoever kicks it next time, they can put on what.
Can this table detect cards if you use the electronic card?
Yeah, we don't use them. We're not using them for that, so we don't pull cards showing because we've got a bit of delay.
It's live, is it?
Yeah, this is where it's like about 20-second delay for the time it takes to get up and back down again. So yeah, the plan is we pull cards. They're great, but it's you kind of have the problem that it's you've got to have the delay, which means when you're updating like on the forum as well, the tournament, you kind of do this thing on what you do. You talk about hands when people won't see it for 20 minutes, or what you do. So you get good stuff I can put together.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Good work. Good work. Told you we should have gone and bought that drone. Cool. Are you dealing on this table for a little while now, do you think?
I would imagine so, yeah. I think so.
Bear in mind that there's mics on the cameras, so if you are just clear with it helps the stream.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what I mean? So if it's a bet, if you make it clear and nice and loud, it just makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Yeah. And also that flop camera's fine because it's picking up pretty much all of that area there.
Yeah.
When you are, if it is an all in and a crawl,
You want me to put the
just
cards?
pop the cards there, but also just between that turn and that river, just give it a 3 second.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem.
Go for an Oscar. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Are you with APAT or are you with Grosvenor?
APAT.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, the cards are great, but it's just such a hassle.
Oh no, yeah, no. I was dealing on the feature table at the Old Trafford gig a few weeks ago.
Oh, you did a Grand Prix. You did a Grand Prix tour. Did you? Oh, cool, nice.
So
are you freelancing now?
Yeah.
Well done.
So I was on the feature table there, and obviously they were doing whole cards. You know, we have to make sure they're in the box. And
yeah, their tables are a nightmare. I played the Sky UKBC a couple of years back. I was on the feature table there, and it really is. Quite a lot of the time it doesn't pick it up, and it's just it's a bit of a pain. It's great for people watching at home, but I think also it's I don't know. I guess I watched that quite a lot of that feed actually, and it's just hand up and playing poker. We want to try and do a little bit more atmosphere of what's going on. I mean, you've got a packed poker room here. I mean, it's like there's as lovely as this table is, and there's poor play going on. There's 20 odd other tables going on, and it's a team event. So there's a lot happening here.
Yeah.
So.
It's nice for the players though, isn't it? I mean, the players enjoy being on these tables.
Yeah,
It's a bit more of a.
So it's trying to give people a proper
experience,
experience of what's going on. That's the kind of aim of it. With any of these things. I see. You just do. So you do freelance. So you're just literally wherever you need to be.
Yeah. I mean,
where are you based then?
London.
Okay. Oh right. Okay.
I've been at the Hippodrome. I was a supervisor at the Hippodrome for the last 3 years, and I left in December.
Okay. PokerStars Live. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I've just gone back to doing freelancing. do about collusion in a team like this?
We have. We've been running these team events. Like it's kind of our thing every year. We run one of these, and it's very simple. We don't allow collusion. We appreciate there'll be soft play if you're on the same table with one of your teammates. But there's a very clear distinction between collusion and soft play. Soft play is fine, and it's very difficult to prove it as anything else. Obviously, if there's collusion of you can see wing, nudge, nudge, don't do the then. But the fact is, a lot of the teams will have, they've already had this chat in the bar about right. If you're on the same club, this is what we're going to do. Yeah, I mean, so actually, in a way, it kind of polices itself. Really, it doesn't become like an issue. Which is fortunate, really. But I don't think it ever is.
I like the idea. I'm not actually.
This is season 9.
With
season 9. Oh, really?
Team event before.
Oh,
we never did them with the Hippodrome.
We've done this, and we always. I mean, we sell out. This event sells out every single year. Yeah. Without that, I mean, we've got teams that want like 2 teams in.
It's nice, isn't it? Because then you feel
it's great. I mean, the guys get together. They all get the shirts sorted, and they turn up for the event. They have a weekend. They were all in the bar last night. Yeah. They're playing the local game.
Yeah, I heard it was busy last night.
Yeah.
Where's APAT based in?
We don't have a base. We play. I mean, it's basically we put tournaments on in the UK. We've put tournaments on in Vegas and all over Europe. So we're covered. Like this is season 9. So we try and do. We have an English championships, a Welsh, Scottish, and an Irish every year. Then we have a UK championship, the Europeans, and our worlds. So the world championship of amateur poker is at Aspers this year over the Easter week. Well, I say Easter weekend. It's actually starts the Saturday before, and it's like 10 days. I mean, that's really cool to play.
Occasionally, like with the Hippodrome, we weren't allowed to play anywhere within London.
Oh right, okay.
So I've kind of stopped playing this because I wasn't.
Do you play variants? Or do you only play No Limit Hold'em, or do you play other stuff?
Omaha as well.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll show you the. So this is what we're putting on.
I'm probably more likely to be dealing with playing.
Yeah. This is what we've got on at Aspers. So we've got 2 or 3 events a day.
Yeah, you've got
and they're all like 50 quid buy-ins. So you can play. It's a great, like it's an 8 game player championship for like 100 quid. So it's giving players a chance to play a tournament they wouldn't want to play. Hey Paulie.
Yeah, very nice.
How you doing, buddy? You alright?
You've got a crazy pineapple.
Yeah.
Crazy pineapple, Raz.
So if you're London based, you're not working, get yourself. You want to get yourself down there in March and play something. It's good. It's awesome.
Yeah, very good.
And guys come over from, they have a world team championship with like teams of 4, and you'll get teams from Italy and Portugal, Spain and Holland, and they all come over for the week and play in the event as well. So it's
that's good.
It's massive. I can't believe it. If you work in the industry,
because obviously at the gym we were just with PokerStars. So you just so it's all kind of, you get kind of blindsided to what else is going on.
Yeah. Well, that's PokerStars for you, isn't it? Unfortunately, yeah.
Forget about this table. Do you know what's annoying? The numbers. I'm all looking and all.
Oh, they don't match what they see on the ceiling,
no.
Well, there's more. Is there more tables in here now than there normally is?
Yeah,
Is that the reason?
definitely. The regulars, I think I don't even see any regulars. Probably nervous. So you work in this casino or you just?
Just freelancing, so I go around to different events. And
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it's just not his thing, is it? Really?
hello. At least she's looking at that, isn't she?
Ladies and gentlemen, please now remaining sales in the APAT competition regular Chicago, once again, all remaining sales. In the APAT competition, please make your way back to the cargo. The tournament is with recommends and clearance time. Thank you.
You gotta be good. That's why you're not here, Paxo.
Come on, Mr. Howard, get on that set. I gotta watch everything you do. Can you whisper sweet nothings to me anyway?
Why are you going to watch everything? Aren't you still in?
Yeah, I'll watch it on my phone.
Yeah, okay, fine. Well, basically, if you see anything interesting, do drop me a text.
Just looking at your, just looking at your logo there. That's good.
Thank you.
With the chip and the city as well. It's good.
Yeah, so that took a bit of effort, but one of our guys has made use of some resources at work and managed to get his designers to do something for us.
Right.
It was nice.
Why Team Gotham?
Basically, the first time we sort of started to get together as a group, it was when they held this at DTD, or held their Worlds at DTD APAT. There's a little village called Gotham, just outside. It's outside Nottingham.
Yeah.
So much hilarity ensues with various like Batman characters, and I have just hit this.
I'm sure he'll come and fiddle with it if it's. Do you mind actually just putting that one on the table over there? I think.
Alright, we've got collusion alert. Not that I'm suggesting. Are we technically allowed to go? Obviously not open, but obviously implied collusion, I think. Is that right?
I was just asking you about that, and they said that they understand that soft play will happen. But
Yeah.
out and out collusion, you're like,
Yeah.
it's not.
So basically, if you'd be like,
Yeah, you can't do that.
I have my eye on you. Totally.
So we're not moving then?
No, you're staying.
To be fair, I've already decided with my team that every single action we take on the same table will be followed by a wink or some kind of signal. Doesn't matter, we won't be colluded, we'll just be...
You got something in your eye?
Yeah. It'll be sort of like, yeah, I'll raise.
Alright, well. No, you're right.
Okay. Lines are still 100, 200, and the ante is 25. If I can cut your antes, please.
Guys, can I ask you just to be careful under the table with your feet with any wires, making sure you don't stretch. We lost both the cameras in the last session because somebody told us. I've cleaned them up now, but just be wary. No, it can't be. If it's you, I'm very impressed.
Okay, then we'll be careful.
Cheers, guys. Obviously for you, Dave, you're only recently here, but...
Yeah, that's alright, at least it wasn't me.
Oh, right, okay.
Are these chipped cards, do they need to be on the... No. Okay, excellent.
No, they can raise as much as they like.
Thank you.
Alright then.
Too far.
The clock hasn't started yet.
Oh, hello! It's the Jones.
I missed my card.
It's still then. It's still then. I have your cards back then because they haven't started. I'm not going to...
I've got the nuts
Oh, just a
on
miss
this
there.
table.
I thought they paused it and then break it.
Oh, hello. We might...
So welcome back.
Hey, Jack. 7. Oh, okay.
If Steve's got it, to be fair.
Just waiting for a few more players to sit down.
Is actually Roberts here? This one? Excellent. I can assume that Roberts is going to fold into me. Mr. Roberts, hello. Very well, thank you. This table's going to be more fun than my last one. I can feel it already.
Do you reckon?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Pass. How are your boys doing?
Perry was one of the first out, so we're a little bit behind the curve on the team. Yeah, we're slightly behind the curve.
Yeah,
the whole team.
same with us. Same with us.
Are you on the same D-Gens team?
No.
Okay, so basically it's all out war.
Yeah, and these two, look.
We've been discussing the winking and the.
Do you think it should be allowed anyway?
Well, like I say, if any of my teammates go on here, there will be some form of gesture after every action.
500.
It won't mean collusion, but it'll just be.
Some form of gesture.
Yeah, some form. Yeah, that. Very possibly. I'm not ruling anything out.
Yeah, what kind of gesture?
6. Check.
We've got one out. Have you?
Shows aces.
Just for you, man. Just for you.
The old slow roll.
Just so you don't think I have any.
You must have been sweating there.
Blinds and antes, please.
Wanted some action behind.
Well, Lynn, first you had the nuts on this table, and now you just have the
There you go.
That's how I roll.
Me, Chris, Dan, Simon, Perry.
That was perfect. With the last
You
one.
probably know the rest.
When I said this is the nuts.
Ian, Ryan,
To
and
get
Mark
that
Hall.
dealt straight
just
after.
knew what was coming. You just knew what was
Yeah,
coming.
behind please.
Just down over there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you played since Bristol, I think, possibly.
Yeah, yes. And your big blind as well.
So I'll take it as a sign I'm probably not playing this hand. Bad karma to take him out of the month.
Cool.
This is probably a silly question, but you play the Worlds?
No. No, I can't play the Worlds. I am leaving the UK at the end of February.
Right.
So I cannot play. Which I'm actually disappointed
3
about.
pairs.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
To Dubai.
10.
So moving out there from the 1st of March.
Check.
Yeah, to be fair, whilst I'm a little annoyed at missing the Worlds, it's kind of... It's kind of, yeah, it's good.
So welcome back. Players are sat down and we're
Unless something happens with...
about 5 minutes into level 5 at the moment.
Yeah, so unless something happens on the relocation side of things, then I can't play.
What kind of work do you do?
I work for Friends Provident International, so insurance, investments, that kind of thing. For how many years or what time? It's a permanent job, so as long as I want to be out there. So yeah, I can't. It's just too good a career move. Can't turn it down. Yeah, new challenge. I've been in Southampton for 12 years, so
please, 20
kind of got a bit comfortable.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be forced to go out there and like make like new friends. I was in Southampton for uni, so gradually all my uni friends moved away. A few are still around. So it's just so much easier to not make new friends and just stay in touch with the old ones.
Yeah. Memory like a 90-year-old.
So they gamble out in Dubai then? Do they play poker out there?
No, so gambling is
Muslim
illegal.
country, isn't it?
Yeah, so no gambling, no drinking, no sex outside marriage. So many things are a problem. Well, apparently, so, like if you do all it behind closed doors and don't offend anyone, then you'll get away with it. In essence. Apparently everyone uses a VPN out there, so I might still be able to like get stars and stuff like that if I really wanted to. But obviously, I'm taking a risk because use of a VPN is illegal and gambling's
You don't put
illegal.
your homemade brew in the boot of the car.
No.
What's that?
You don't put your homemade brew in the
No,
boot of the car.
especially not in Saudi Arabia. Like at least UAE's UAE, I'd only get imprisoned and then deported rather than lashes.
Alright then.
Check.
Maybe the lashes.
Check.
I don't know. I'll try not to find out. So like, I'm gonna have to be very careful just to keep my mouth shut and not offend anyone. It's gonna be difficult.
So you might be back in the Worlds then?
Gravesend. Where's the Ford in that?
I'll certainly try and be back for the next year's Worlds. Assuming it's over Easter.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So in short, not a stupid question.
No. The idea is that
The answer would normally be yes, obviously.
Yeah, assuming probably yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Webber is thinking of ranking then.
Yeah, Chris and Dwayne are doing the whole lot.
I'm doing new enough the whole lot. I'm going to go on Wednesday. Sorry, no, go down on Sunday. I'm not playing the 8 game. Go down on Sunday and then stay so yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's the one on the north list.
Miss Fortnum. You guys
Trying to make it look like it was dodgy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Right then, so let's give you a quick update on what's gone on the past few hours here at Luton. You're currently watching table 1 at the moment, which is our feature table. But it's been a pretty busy few hours. We've already we're already down to 218 runners, and Lucy's going to run you through exits.
So we'll start with the first exit, who was Chris Sider from Sutton Poker. Then Andrew Drago from Bristol Poker Meetup, Steve Hugh from Frome Poker Group, Beth Curtin from Geordie Poker, Kev O'Driscoll from Midlands Ballbusters, Guy Gullen from Frome Poker, Michael Perry from Team Gotham, Gary Young from the Hit Squad Ice Tigers, Richard Baker from the D-Gens Rodders team, Chris Alexander from LPPL Terry's team, Paul Lehman-B from Black Belt Poker, Neil Strike from the Pokeriety, Denison Ranson from Joe Beaver's Forum, Paul Johnson from Cracked Kings, Colin Goldsmith from Hit Squad Ice Tigers, Ian Thompson from APAT Fish with Trips, Frank Bailey from Blonde Poker, Kevin O'Hanlon from the Edgewood Cricket Club, Mark Morris from Frome Poker Group, Darren Beestall from Sutton Poker, John Holmes from ISO, and Ken Johnston from Black Belt Poker, and we're down at 218, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm going to let you see Edgewood Cricket Club. I struggle with it as well, yeah.
I don't think it's going to get better through the day, that's the problem.
So, yeah, so we've already lost quite a few. It was really slow to start with, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was an hour and 15 minutes before anyone went out.
Yeah.
You know.
Obviously, no one wants to let their teammates down, but it gets to the point where you can start playing a bit of poker and see what happens. So, interestingly, we've already got
one of the teams through Poker Club who are down to 5 players from their 8, but there's plenty that have still got their 8 players to start with. APAT Chocolate Lovers still got 8, so's the Black Country Poker Club, so has Blue Blood and Coral Poker, and the D-Gens team at Forley's
Warren, will you be
Captain
hitting
Orr.
Vegas in November as well?
So has Gambling Network Forum. Both the Lee Brown Poker Night teams, A and B, have both still got 8. London Poker Meet have still got 8. One of the LPPL teams, Chaz's team, have got 8. Midlands Poker Forum still got 8. Scott Squad, who's still got 8. I think Scott Squad won it. Did they win? I think they might be previous winners.
Well, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. And Yorkshire Poker Club 8. So 30 teams in total. You can see all the information rolling along at the bottom of the screen. Obviously, we've got a feature table here, which is quite yellow.
It is. It does seem a little bit yellow all of a sudden, doesn't it?
It's got very yellow.
Yellow and black. Ooh.
So we'll talk you through who we've got on the feature table then.
Okay, so in seat 1 we've got Lee Barrett from
LBPN A,
and Tom Slickbore in seat 2, who's from the APAT Chocolate Lovers. Warren Jones is in seat 3 from APAT Fish with Chips.
Bit of APAT competition going on
well,
there then.
Yeah, and then you've got Steve Roderick from the D-Gens, his own team, Rodders' team. Dave Howard in seat 5 from Team Gotham. Shirley Cole in seat 6 from the APAT Chocolate Lovers. So that's a little bit of... That's the two APAT teams.
You can't miss them, can you?
No, you can't. I'm surprised they didn't have different shirts for different teams, mind you, but okay. Kim McBride in seat 7 from the D-Gens Paulies team. Richard Pulser from Cracked Kings in seat 8. Scott Marsh in seat 9 from Sutton Poker, and in seat 10 is Lisa North from the LPPL Terry's team.
So we've already lost a couple of players from this table originally. So both Tom Slickbore and Dave Howard know we've got 3 captains on this table.
Wow. Yeah, and we had 2 to begin with, Lee Barrett and Steve Roderick.
So Dave Howard is captain of the team Gotham. I think his nickname's Batman. They've all got superhero.
They've got
nicknames.
Avengery style nicknames, haven't they?
Oh, I don't know. Are you allowed to say Avengers?
I can say Avengery style.
Okay, is that
I believe.
Does that not get you into
well,
trouble?
Do you know what?
I don't know.
Do you know what? I will probably never know.
They'll play this back and go, "Did you hear what she said about
I know
us?"
I'll be in trouble.
She said we were Avengery.
If that's the worst insult they get today, then they've done good.
Exactly. So at the bottom of the screen, you can see you'll see these players on the feature table, and you'll also see the team they're playing for, and it shows you how many are left in each of their teams.
Oh, that's good.
So already Scott Marsher in seat 9's already lost a couple of his buddies, so he's got his work cut out. But we're going to try and pick up some of the hands. And
but all the teams that have got some on the I'm being shouted at. No Avengers.
So already you're getting abuse for Avengers from somebody that's listening to the stream on one of the other tables. See, I told you.
And happens to be sat right behind us, close enough to have a go at me for it.
I told you get into trouble, yeah.
Well, when he busts, we'll just make sure it's really public.
Yeah, it won't be a problem. It'll be fine. I told you, it's actually Dan, and Dan's already said he can't wait to get over here and do a bit of commentating.
And I think that would be fabulous. I think that would be really good fun.
Excellent. So we'll pick up on one of these hands as Warren's just there picking up some chips. So the buttons move round to Warren in seat 3.
So that will put Rodders in the small blind and Dave in the big blind. Is that right? Yep. Shirley under the gun.
Shirley's just been announced as captain of the England team for the upcoming World Championship of Amateur Poker in Stratford.
Is that the one in the festival of poker?
Yeah, absolutely. So absolutely fantastic for her. I think the first female international captain. So
fantastic.
So here we go with his hand. So as you say, Shirley to act first.
Yeah.
And Shirley is obviously a previous APAT champion as well. So
yeah. And Shirley has folded. It seems across the board that most of the tables are playing quite slow, sensible poker and not taking it too. No one's trying to win it today.
I know it's always known as a fun weekend. Everybody loves this. It's one of the big first dates they look at when the schedule gets released. But it's social. Everyone's at there was a few people at the bar last night, weren't they? One or two. But
I wouldn't know. I wasn't one of them.
No, exactly. I got told about that. But when you get to the day here now, and they've all got the shirts on, and they're all of a sudden it gets a little bit serious, doesn't it?
Yeah,
just a little bit.
And like you said, it becomes I don't want to let my teammates down because everyone's such good friends.
Exactly.
And then you're playing against people that you're actually really good friends with as well. And
yeah.
So we've had a raise here from.
So Richard's raised it up.
Yep.
And it's got that through.
Yes, it all folded. So.
Yeah.
Fairly
we go.
standard hand.
So we're in level 5. So blinds are 100, 200 with a running ante of 25.
Right.
For some people, just even to be in a level where they're paying an ante is a result.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, quite a few have fallen so far. It's not gonna take much.
and meanwhile, while we're here, we've just lost Tony Griffiths in 218th place for BCBC, Black Country Poker Club. So
that takes them to.
They're down to. That's the first one they've lost. So,
Okay, so that's. And when do they start getting points for their survivals?
100th place.
So 100th place
So
where they
100th
start
place
scoring.
gets 1 point. Yeah, and first place gets 100, and everything else in between. Yeah.
Brilliant.
That's when we start getting to the mins and maxes of what players teams can score or whatever. But we've got a super statistician in our team for this weekend, haven't we?
Well, I feel like we have at least one superstition.
Matt Dale. Matt Dale is there. I mean, every time an exit happens, he's on it, isn't he?
He is. He's typing that number into that computer with such enthusiasm and accuracy.
He's absolutely all over this.
And at the beginning of the day, he knew exactly how many players were in the tournament and their chip stacks and.
It's got a bit crazy since, but I think when we get round near the 100-player mark, he might start struggling a little bit as to trying to keep up with what's going on. But it's
well, it's hard when the order of the bust outs matters.
Yeah. Oh, that's when it does really. That's when it does really matter.
You've got to be on top of it. You can't just get a pile and add them in when you feel like it.
Absolutely. So we're going to see.
We've got a flop.
9 of hearts, King of diamonds, 7 of clubs, and both players are checked.
Who have we got in? Is that
it's Dave,
Roger? Dave
Howard
Howard
in the small blind, and Lee Barrett over in seat 1.
Excellent.
And they've checked again.
It looks like there was a bit of a.
Yeah. So King on the river. Dave to act first. This looks like he's reaching for some chips.
Yeah, he's bet 725. Lee looks a little uncomfortable.
Interesting one. I mean, is it that he obviously Lee's made the initial bet pre-flop, but the fact they've checked. I mean, either in there's possibly got ace king and is
trying to induce.
Yeah. And
maybe.
but is this Dave now trying to bet for a bit of value, or do you think or is it him actually thinking Lee's missed and because if Lee's already missed, the king makes no difference on the river.
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely. I think it might have been Dave just taking potentially just taking
Yeah.
advantage of a situation there rather than
Yeah.
needing to have a hand, right? So
yeah. He said ace 9, I think.
All right. Okay. Well,
So,
decent fold if it.
Yeah. So don't forget you can tweet us. Tweet us on Twitter. Well, that seems obvious, isn't it? Really?
You're not going to tweet us on Facebook.
No, pretty
That
much
one
not.
won't.
So yeah, you're right. At APAT Poker or hashtag APAT Live if you want to get in touch with us. We may or may not choose to
Oh,
respond.
yeah. You may be talking to absolute thin air, but whatever. Come on down.
We'll see what we want to do. I'm just too busy laughing at Des over in the update area now working off 3 laptops.
Well, he's giving us 3 fingers. Yep, all 3. It does look very technological in our area today. It looks very professional. We've got 6 or 7 laptops all set up.
Scary line of laptops, isn't there? Yeah.
Phones, iPads, wires.
And could any of us get on the internet?
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, of all the technology, the bit that worked was a phone.
Right then, so this time we've got Shirley in the small blind and Ken in the big blind, and it looks like Lee has. Is that limped?
I think he's just limped by the look of it. What we have 1 and 2, 25. Yeah.
Shirley's obviously going to have a look at this as well.
Yeah.
So 3 players.
Oh no, it looks like Shirley.
Checked all the way around. Looks like Ken's going to have a stab at it this time.
Well, the flop for a limp and the blinds doesn't really suggest, ace 9 queen is quite a nice flop, not really usually good
Let's
for.
have a look at his card. What does that mean? Let's have a look at his cards again. It's called.
No, it doesn't. He limped pre-flop.
It's strong.
Do you think that he's trapping?
I think it's strong.
Okay.
It's my gut feel.
Well, it's a nice card if he is. King
Well,
spades on the river.
that's three spades on the board now.
And Lee's the only one who chose to go into the hand.
Mm.
Well, you know,
Yeah, no,
Ken was already
absolutely.
in, so
Absolutely.
it's not a great big blind
So
hand.
Ken's checked and Lee's 725 is the bet.
Could be either way.
I mean, what are we putting Ken on here? Maybe Queen Jack, something like that, maybe. And he's now trying to working out is my queen now still good with an ace and a king on the board?
Yeah, and he's trying to find out if. Oh, he's showing the queen. You were right.
Oh,
you're a bit
seriously.
good.
Can I go home now? Can I go home now?
Well, end on a high. End on a high. Yeah. well guessed, but we won't know what Lee has.
That was
but...
a random guess, obviously. Yeah.
No, it was a educated guess, Lee. Come on.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know we all stood behind Ken, but I genuinely didn't see his cards.
No, we definitely didn't. No.
It was queen something. So I mean, and it's a tricky spot, isn't it?
It is, and I think they both.
You know, it's nice. You hit your queen on the flop, but there's an ace there as well.
Yeah, and you've got probably not a decent.
I think the fact that it checks around on the flop, it's well okay.
Yeah,
still nowhere around. Yeah, nothing much on the turn. So yeah, he's sensible how the bet is. It kind of plays out right.
Yeah.
But
I think he's probably right to check the turn. If the river even gave Lee the opportunity to bet back, because Lee having got a put turn, if he's only as strong as a queen, he's going to want it to achieve
absolutely,
isn't he?
absolutely. So Ken in the small blind this time, and Richard in the big, and looks like it's folded all the way around so far.
Yeah,
Warren's not folding in that position.
And he's not limping.
No, absolutely not.
So we've got 450 from Warren. Dave's thinking. Looks like a raise to me. 11.25, I think that was.
Looks like it.
Oh no, Shirley, I'm in pain. Yeah, Shirley's really having a think.
No worries.
But she decides to fold. Well, there's been a raise and a re-raise, so unless you are prepared to go,
I mean, it's a beautiful spot in either of the blinds or the button when you get a raise. If you've got a premium hand.
Yeah. Oh, and Warren lays it down as well. So Dave takes it.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And we've just lost, I think, the first of the Coral. Yeah, first of the Coral poker team. Paul Mooney gone in 217. So Coral, who sponsor APAT, have put a team into this event. So hopefully they'll have a decent run.
Well, that would be.
Or a nice weekend.
Yeah, we'll put that first. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
And then play well.
As long as you have a nice weekend, that's all that matters.
Oh, it really is, though, isn't it? Nice.
It is good. Luton's great. I mean, it's a great casino, great card room. I'd say since they've done this extension, this is just mad, isn't it?
Yeah, this is lovely in here. It is, and I mean, it's tight. It's tight that people are sat cosy with each other.
Yeah. But they've squeezed. I mean, normally it's 20 tables, isn't it? And they've squeezed an extra 4 in for us for the weekend.
Yeah.
So once we've whittled it down a few, they'll take a few away. So certainly for tomorrow, for day 2, with whoever comes back, it's going to be a nice environment. And obviously, there's side events going on as well, isn't there?
Yeah. But it'll be nice, and I mean, it's not uncomfortably tight. You can get through the tables and things.
No, absolutely.
And it feels quite nice actually, because it feels very full and busy and.
Well, it's great. Funny, if I saw Joe Beavers is playing this.
All right.
Yeah, playing for his Joe Beavers Poker Forum, and he tweeted earlier on just as how nice it was to see the card room full here, and which is absolutely fantastic.
Really nice.
And I think the guys from the casino, their media guy was down taking some videos and everything as well. So it's good.
Excellent.
Well,
It looks amazing.
It's a normal thing with APAT, isn't it? Put on an event and the people come. So we've got a flop here of 9-6 Queen.
And it's
Richard betting out in this small blind.
Ken's got cards as well.
Scott's got out of the way in the big blind.
Yep.
Which means there's action on Ken, who obviously was the initial raise of pre.
Yeah. There's Queen Sean.
Queen. I mean, what was his bet out there? So he bet out 1,050.
Yeah. But it looked like there was about See, the pot that he's collecting in there is about £2.5 grand,
Yeah.
£3 grand. So I suppose
So it's
a little strong.
so,
but-
yeah. Just me, or did it just get dark?
It did just get a little bit darker. I feel like just something, maybe one light went out on us.
Yeah. We just did have that moment where we just dropped into the shadows next to the feature table here.
Yeah,
So
it's fine. Just don't want to look at us.
it'll be okay. And I'm now thinking maybe it was my iPad switched off.
Oh yeah, maybe it went.
Oh,
yeah,
seriously?
It's uplighting
Can
that
we
went
cut
off.
that? Can we cut that bit? Yeah.
I don't think we have cut facilities yet, Lee. You need to work on that.
No. Next
Can't
time
edit
then.
yet.
Yeah.
Moving swiftly on. The lights have come back on in Lee's life, and
Turn the brightness down a bit.
so on the book table we've got folds and folds, and I think Warren's raised there because it's Warren, so he's unlikely to have just called. And it's probably 450 because he's quite consistent.
He really doesn't.
No, he doesn't. So he's got a call from Richard.
Yeah. On the button. So blinds, both the blinds.
Yep.
And Lisa getting out of the way.
Yeah. So it'll be.
Disappointing.
It looks like. No, Dave's just making change. That's why I thought Dave was getting involved there, which seemed odd.
Lisa's there in seat 10 watching something on her iPad. I thought, oh, it's going to be us. I looked over. No, it's not us.
Oh.
No, no.
She doesn't want to watch herself.
No,
No, she's not interested in that. Oh. So we've got Warren and Richard to the flop, and we've got 5. Is that a diamond?
Ooh,
5 of diamonds,
diamond,
king of
diamond,
diamonds, ace of diamonds. What a flop.
Love it.
Warren's doing his very, very serious pokery there.
He doesn't do anything other than that.
No, he doesn't. Any check?
Can't see Richard not betting this out.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a stab regardless.
Yeah.
And he seems to be running quite well as well. 650.
Oh, not even thinking
No.
about it.
No. Oh, and he shows the
Think
ace.
about-
He shows the ace, so. No.
And mind you, the scary board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, you've got your ace, but you've got to have a stab at that because.
Oh, absolutely. And if he calls there, you
Yeah.
can reevaluate.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, crikey. So BC have lost 2 players in the last 3 exits because Chris Baker's now gone in 216.
And then,
So
yeah.
that's two quick ones to them. So they're down to 6 players now.
And if we haven't lost any others from the Frome poker group, so that's still the
No,
lowest
they're
with
still-
5
they're
left.
still- Are you a Frome or a Froome?
I have absolutely no idea and just went with the fact that it's an O, and to me that would say Frome. But I mean, if they came up to me and corrected me, I wouldn't argue.
Bit like the Avengers thing.
Yeah, right, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lose sleep over it, Don. I'm really not.
We just got to do it every 20 minutes. We need to do a shout out for Dan
Yeah.
just to make sure he still is actually listening to us. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because rude if he's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, seat on 13. Oh dear. Oh, it looks like G-Max leaving us.
We are going to go and we're going to give you a bit of a view on table 13. Well, it was the table that everybody said when they first saw it. Froome.
Is it Froome? Okay, we'll spell it with the right letters and then I'll pronounce it correctly. Is that a deal?
So our West Country expert Dan has just said it's Froome, which is what I thought it was, but I didn't want to say anything.
Well, but if you spell it with an O, then I'm going to say Frome.
Absolutely.
But he has corrected me, so I will say Froome from now on. And yeah, we are going to go. Did you say we were going to go and see
what
table
we're gonna do is
13 in
we're
a
gonna-
while?
So we're going to head over.
I don't think they can hear you at this point, Lee, because you're ahead of me.
Ahead of you, so that's fine. But I'm hopefully Des is going to be listening to us, and we're going to switch to the other camera. We're going to give you a quick spin round so you can see table 13. Everyone's talking about.
Yeah, the infamous table 13, who are now a member short, unfortunately, but I'm sure there's still carnage.
So we've just lost GMAC.
Yes,
on
by
that
the
one.
looks of it. Yeah, GMAX just left the table, but we've still got. It is, to be fair, it is a mad table.
Yeah, it is an absolute. I'm just getting the list up so I can give you a full rundown because I think it's the same people that have been there from the start. So
Yes, it is.
see, So you'll see that was a yes it is from Adam Sharples. He updates in Vegas. This guy knows what he's talking about. So if he tells us that they're all still there, they're all still there.
His information is accurate.
Absolutely. So Des has just told me I need to speak close to the microphone, which is why you've now shoved it in my face, isn't it? So
And you actually can't see anything else.
why did I make them green? Yeah. It's like, right. Okay. So just to give you a rundown, this was the table that everyone was talking about before the tournament started. In seat 1 is Adam Sharples playing for Blonde Poker. In seat 2 is Dale Maccarelli, who's playing for the Black Country Poker Club. In seat 3, he's got his back to you, which is so rude.
I think he'll turn around.
It's so rude. Do you think he will turn around? Simon! Hey! There he goes. Simon Brooke is in seat 3 for playing for Team Gotham. In seat 4 is an APAT legend, Mr. Marketing Machine himself, Carl Pilgrim, who's the captain of the APAT Fish for Chips. You might have seen him recently on Poker News. Yeah, there was an article about him. I don't know how much he paid for that article, but I'm sure it was a reasonable amount of money. In seat 5, playing for LPPL Chaz's team is Graham Thompson. In seat 6, oh, here we go. It's another one from that cricket club. From the Edgeworth Cricket. You've got to just think about it, haven't you, before you say it. Edgeworth Cricket Club is Mark Lasman. Mark's a very regular APAT player. You'll have seen him on the tour quite a bit. We've just lost GMAC. Gordon MacArthur, who was playing for Bluebird in seat 7. The far end is the bronze stud legend that is Tony Trippier. Do you know who he is?
If you don't, look him up.
Look him up. He's playing for a team called Midlands Ballbusters. I'm not really 100% sure. Seat 9 is a very awake Stuart Ward.
It's an unusually awake Stuart Ward.
This time yesterday, Lucy, how would you describe Stuart?
I'm not sure that there are words that actually cover how much of a mess this man was yesterday evening. I think he was put to bed at about 6 o'clock.
Really? Yeah.
And I think that was when we all gave up on him.
And in seat 10, representing the winning team for this year's event.
Okay.
This team's called the Pokeriety. Yeah, is Laura Rodden. I am aware of the Pokeriety. I'm contractually obliged not to say any more than that. So. Hang on, I'm going to be in trouble for pronouncing now here, aren't I? What did you think I said? Or how? Roden. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's posh. She's from the posh bit. She's not. Oh, right. Yeah, right.
What?
So, let me try that. Let me try that again. So in seat 10 is Laura Roden.
Apparently she's been referred to in the past as Nora Horden or something similar. But she says that she lives in the posh bit of Dudley that's a bit like Oz, she says. So, like the magical land of Oz.
So there's a hand going on here.
There is. Well. We should probably talk about that as well.
It's difficult. I'm trying to see who's the hand. So Carl's in the hand.
Oh, Pilgrim has cards, and so does Dale. Okay, Dale bet. Oh, and he showed the ace high bluff.
Oh.
The ace high bluff. He bought a pot from Pilgrim. That's. Wow.
So this is one still. I think we've still got about 20, 21, 22 tables going on. We'll do
by the looks of it.
I'm going to try and plan it. I don't know how well it's going to work because we're on the website. I'm going to have a go, right?
Go on, Lee. You have a go. He's going to try and. Yeah, that's it. And as you can see, the atmosphere, it looks really full and busy. It's just brilliant. Yeah. That's panning really well.
I'm going to get as far as Mike Scoffin. You can have a quick look. You can interview with Mike Scoffin.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Are you still in?
Yeah, still in.
Just having a little break from the table, yeah?
Watching my team captain on the feature table. Yeah.
Ah, very good. I will.
Yeah, starting stack, something like that. So I'm happy with that.
It's a long game, isn't it? It's a long game.
Anyway, back to the back of Simon's head.
Absolutely, the most interesting view. Oh yeah, don't miss out, don't miss out. Tony's having a bit of a raise there. 600. Laura is not going to have none of that.
So we can just confirm that Gordon MacArthur did go out in 215th place, and then we've lost another Coral Poker player. That's 2 in short space of time. I'm not quite sure what is going on there.
I feel like it's a celebration that just got a little bit too throaty.
Yeah.
You know?
Just a touch, yeah.
But yeah, so we've lost
And then in 214th we lost.
Derek Rowland from Coral Poker, yeah.
So and Matt's busy putting these in as quickly as he can, because the exits are coming pretty sharpish now.
Yeah, they're starting to speed up a bit, aren't they?
So every player's got has a card, unique reference card with their number on it, and when they exit, that gets taken away over to Matt in his stat area. I wanted to call him like Matt the Stat or something like that.
I like that. Yeah.
Should we do him a hat? We could do him a hat.
A hat for Matt the Stat.
A hat for Matt the
It
Stat.
will be Matt the Stat's hat. We
Wouldn't
should
it-
put that on
we
it.
should
We
do
should
that.
say this is Matt the Stat's hat.
I want to cut to him
Des?
at some point and go. I want to cut to him and go. Right. So what's the latest?
Matt the Stat's hat. Yeah, I love it. Oh, so what just went on there? I think Laura just took a load of chips. Oh, she riveted the straight.
Laura had 10 Jack and Tony had Ace Jack and Laura's rivered the straight.
Laura definitely riveted the straight there. That was, and she is looking a little bit ashamed, but only a little bit. I mean, she's not as red as she should be right now, really, is she?
Yeah, it was.
She chased the gut shot all the way down.
I thought Tony took it very well. Did you not think?
Tony has taken it well. If it was Stuart, there'd be chips at us now.
Yeah. Go and ask Tony what he thinks about
Oh
it.
yeah, should we go and get an interview with him while he's wounded? So Tony, how did that feel?
Felt fucking great.
You're welcome, TT.
Okay, it's like, yeah. You're going to hear stuff anyway. It is a proper interesting dynamic on this table 13.
It really is.
Because there's a lot of personalities. There's a lot of love at the table.
As you can see there, you can see the bro love going on in the background there.
But also, these guys have played against each other quite a lot
Yep.
at events. So
And there's a fair amount of talent in there, and there's a fair amount of determination and belief, and what you know, they all are poker players proper and through.
absolutely. So how do you think Tony and Stu are going to play this flop of 4-7-9 rainbow?
Well, considering neither of them were in the blind, so there's obviously
Adam's in the hand and Dale's in the hand as well.
Well, okay, so Tony's going to bet it. That's what Tony's going to do.
Stuart's out the way.
It doesn't look like it was raised pre-flop, so
He's got to get through the blind.
Oh, and Adam's all in for how much? Not a lot by the looks of it. About 3k.
Just over 3,000.
Just over 3,000. So it's
Dale's out the
2,000.
way, so it's
TT, I can't.
Because he's
see
got
his-
a
well,
core, isn't he?
Well, if he yeah, but it's this whole, do you have to pay a small fine just because you've already got, you know what I mean? Like, do you double him all the way?
It's a perfect
or?
spot for Adam. I mean, whether he's got it or hasn't, it's a perfect shoving spot.
Oh, see, Tony only bet 600 originally, so it's actually
right,
quite
okay.
a bit more.
Yeah.
A bit more. Yeah.
Adam's just shrugged his shoulders at me.
Excellent.
I'm not sure what that means.
I think he's probably not sure what it means either, to be honest.
Oh, Tony's asking for the pot because he knows he's on the stream, isn't he? That's what it is, isn't it?
He's being a diva now.
Yeah,
Tony wouldn't normally care about spreading the pot. Yeah. No, come on.
He's trying to work out just whether I would imagine he's on a draw.
Yeah, I think
he's on a
got
draw.
to do it.
So.
Oh, he's got 2 pair.
Adam's got 2 pair, 9-4,
and he is on the
he's
on the draw.
10. Jackie's he's on the gut shot.
This
Tony,
could go.
Tony needs an 8.
Yep. Oh, now he needs
now
a king.
As well.
But
Doesn't get it,
it's
though.
not there.
So
Sevens and nines.
double up for Adam.
Yep.
Well, he was down to 3,000, so that puts him back in the game.
Yeah, he'll be on about 7 now with the because there's 4 callers as well, wasn't there?
Absolutely.
So that's another grand. But I think both were right to do. You know, it plays as it plays.
What, do you reckon the gut shot? You really? What was it? 2,400.
It was 2 4 more.
Into about a 4 grand
yeah,
pot.
maybe not then. Maybe not. I think because the numbers feel so low when it's like Adam's only got 2,000.
I know it's easy. It's easy to say that after the event, and
absolutely.
And it's a bit of a dent in 27. Not, it's not life threatening at the moment.
No, and it's the age-old argument, isn't it? Do you risk doubling them up, or do you attempt to take them out? What? But Adam will be happy with that, and that'll give him something to build on. Stuart has just said, I am 25 chips up on my starting stack, having been playing for what feels like 19 days. So well done, Stu.
So a few more X's. It's crikey. It's the wheels are falling off Coral Poker's team. This is now the 3rd player they've lost in the space of about 8, 6, 7 exits. So Craig Perry's gone in 212. We've also lost Ian Lee, captain of LPPL Chaz, in 213. And Dave Cockgrove from Joe Beaver's forum has gone in 211. I think that's 2 gone for Josie. Yeah. Oh, it looks like Froome have lost. Did we miss Froome losing another one?
Froome, yes, we did. Mark Morris from Froome.
Mark Morris and Froome's gone as well. So Froome are down to 4 players.
My goodness.
And what we level
5 of a 2-day tournament as well. But
that's bad variance, isn't it? It's not. It's
yeah. Well, I mean, like we said at the beginning, there are probably, I imagine, a varying level of seriousness of poker in this room, because a lot of the people here will play in the pub regularly as mates, and I would imagine, I wouldn't like to.
Absolutely.
But yeah, there's a definitely a.
There are some that here that want to run deep. There are others that have come along for the weekend and I'll give the poker a go, and if it doesn't work out, then it's not the end of the world for them. So.
And I'll cheer for my teammates, and I'll have some drinks, and we'll just have a bit of a good time because it's fun.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely nothing.
Each to their own.
And that's what I'm saying. It's a great event for that because
I can't work out now. I'm just looking across at Dan's table, and he's it looks like he's listening to music now, so I can't tell whether he's actually listening to us or is it. We'll find out in a minute because it's about a 20-second delay, so we'll find out now in a minute whether it's us he's listening to, whether he's listening to music. I think he's on music. I think he's on music. I think he's on music. Yeah, he'd have made a comment by now.
Yeah, fair enough.
Opposite.
Maybe it was the Froome comment.
That's one viewer.
The Froome or the Avengers.
Yeah. One viewer gone.
Well, we can go on then, can't we? Well, there's some carnage here.
I just got a nod from Dan. I don't know what that means. names, but anyway.
I think Dan might be still our only viewer. We may not be able to go home just yet. Just stay and entertain Dan for the next hour. Sing us a song. Oh, I'm not sure. Terry, I'm not sure I can do that. But Stuart's been at this table. I don't know what's the... Yeah, TT pushed and got... I'm not sure. Who else was in the hand?
Mark in the hand.
Oh, right, okay.
2 minutes left of this level.
Yep.
And then we're blinds up again.
153.
15300 with a 50 running ante.
That seems quite...
Oof.
Salty, serious. Suspensive game.
Getting expensive to play.
I will say, like stood on this step. Well, you're not stood on this step.
Yeah,
It's genius. I just need to take this step with me everywhere.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's perfect.
It's better for the microphone.
It works well, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh.
Everyone at home's got no idea what that was you just did.
I know, I raised it because, so it's going to take too long to explain. I'm short, he's tall, doesn't work.
So meanwhile, back on our feature table, and that's Lee just making his way back to his seat. We've just finished the end of level 5, so up we go.
Yep, so we're now at 153 with the running 50 ante. Yeah, we've got some action going on, but it's very quiet all of a sudden. So we're going to head back to the feature table that we started on and see how they've been doing. So we've come back and joined them, and it looks like Tom has cards, and it looks like it's Dave again.
Dave's better.
Oh, and Richard by the look of it as well. So Pot looks quite...
You know Lee's taking it seriously. He's got a captain's
He
armband.
has got a captain's armband.
You've got to love that.
I actually do love that, and I actually love the fact that he has just been absent from the table because he said he was watching one of his teammates in a hand, and one of his teammates came over to look at him, and I think it's lovely.
Those guys mean business, don't they?
Well, and this was from the point earlier, is that you get people who are willing to buy an armband, and then you get people who will throw a polo shirt on and play some cards. Well, it's quite a rough board. That's not particularly exciting, is it? But they seem to be fighting over it.
So it looks like Richard's reaching for tips again from the big blind.
26. And we've still got, what, Dave with cards?
Yeah, just David Carr.
Oh, not now.
Not enough.
So Richard will take that. The stack sizes all seem to be not particularly. No one seems to have accrued a huge giant.
No, they lost 2 players, haven't they? So pretty much that probably means that. Yeah.
Oh, but in general, I mean, we've only looked at a couple of tables.
I haven't seen anywhere that's really.
No one seems to have a monster stack.
No, I haven't seen anything that's absolutely huge at the moment. I mean, where are we now? Average stack's only 17,000. So that's still 57 big blinds. So we're still well ahead of the game. You might hear the one of the Geordie team in the background there. It's
been going off intermittently, hasn't it?
I'm not sure how long it is before someone's going to have a word.
Well, at an event like this, probably quite a while. To be honest. He'll probably get away with it. For,
absolutely.
As long as he wants. That's a fairly welcomed announcement, I should imagine. There is going to be a buffet at 8 o'clock, so that will be
properly
good.
Enjoyed a moment.
She really did enjoy announcing that. There was a lovely girl who obviously works for the casino that just made an announcement across the poker room about the buffet, and she thoroughly enjoyed it.
Brothers.
That was Rodder's chest. You just got a really big close-up of there. Luckily,
welcome to the Steve Roderick edit of the live stream. I'll be back in a minute, Lucy.
And Lee will now readjust, and you can see the face that caused all the drama. It's such an innocent little face, though. You can't be angry with it, can you? Look at that face. Show them the face again, Steve. Ah, love Rogers. So, camera readjusted.
Yeah, not a problem. Obviously, it would have been helpful if our production team had picked up on that.
Well, that is something that would have been a production issue.
Oh, he's back.
He said it just in time. Got away with it.
He didn't hear what we said about him.
He definitely didn't hear, no, it's fine.
I had business.
We've just finished.
Oh, he thinks he's got another microphone.
He doesn't know that we can't hear the microphone.
He just told somebody something, but we haven't got a
clue.
clue.
Dan knows, but maybe Dan will tell us what Des said. Yeah. See, now he's just making faces. Yeah, he's just being foolish Des.
Right then. So, back to it. So we've got a flop of 773.
Yeah, but Dave took a stab at it, and it seems like...
But he didn't look... Oh, he looked a bit disappointed that there wasn't any action there.
Yeah. But, I mean, it looked like quite a sizable bet, so you've got to expect that some other time.
So a couple more exits. We've lost Alex Thomas from Lee Brat Poker Nights A and Andrew Bayliss from Midlands Poker Forum.
Okay, so we're down to 208.
Yep.
Okay. It's starting to feel a little bit more. But it still feels, pretty full. I'm busy. Des is looking at me funny. So Lee's just popped off to talk to Des for a minute. It's just me. Tom decides no. Warren, no. Oh, Rogers is looking to get involved. Could be interesting. Rogers has announced 700. Dave holds. Shirley's out. Richard says no. Is it going to get all the way through? Nope. Found a call in the corner. So that'll be 2 to the flop. Dealer's just attempted to make change. It's got a bit tricky. Flop 8, 7, 6. 2 spades. Both players check. Oh, 5. Neck. What a board so far. Rudders makes it 15. Looks like he's going to get a call. But he's not sure. He makes calls, so we will see the river. Loving the dealer's work. If he can pull a 4 or a 9 out here. Lots of commotion going on behind us at table 13. We'll go and investigate that in a minute, I think. Oh, not quite. He pulls out another 6. So Rodder says 25. Rodder shows Ace Jack and yeah, he had straight. So Rodders loses quite a fair amount of chips there, but he looks healthy enough to recover from it. You do see some of the teams talking to each other about how many players have got left and who could do a bit of support, and maybe so-and-so's only not far off being out, and it's quite nice to see them all taking an interest. And so it's been folded round to Vicky, I think, who also folds. Very quiet player. And Lee just completes from the small blind, and Tom's in the big blind, and that'll be it. Leah's back with me now. They've sorted out the admin stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The technological side of things.
or Des, as we like to call it.
You've sorted out Des, have you? That's quite a statement.
Met his camera requirements.
Made him happy.
You know he's a perfectionist when it comes to photography and camera work. Yeah, loves
It's true.
it.
It's
Loves
true.
it.
And one of us has to be.
Absolutely. Right then. Oh, we got a few exits to catch up on.
Yeah.
One exit since actually we lost a captain. Another skipper gone.
Ah, very sad. From Scott's squad, Brian Cameron, in 208th. So what does that mean for Scott's squad then? I like to keep track of who's. That's the first one.
Skipper
Captain.
out. Captain out.
But you know what? I think that's probably quite nice for the rest of the players because you sort of think like, well, I've lasted longer than my captain. So I know that would.
And the skipper's going to look after the team.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Seen people, captains in quite some states of a team events here.
So we've got a hand building here. So we've got Lee in the on the button, Tom and Warren in the blinds, but it's folding.
I believe
it's folded all the way. Surely this isn't going to go all the way around.
Is it Shirley that's raised here with the 750? Just Warren to get through now. He is reaching.
You knew that was going to happen.
Fairly, yeah. It was, yeah.
So we're going to see a flop.
Wow. That's
Taste another one of those. It's another one of those scary ones, isn't it?
Yeah. And if you either got it or you really haven't.
So Warren's checked, yeah.
Yeah. And Shirley was the original.
But she's gonna bet. She's got to bet. So 1100. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Warren's he's sat there close, counted out the chips already, reasonably quickly actually.
He's moved his hands. Oh, all in?
Warren's all in.
What is that?
Decision on Shirley.
Yeah, she looks quite.
That was a bit of a rub of the brow there. What to do?
But she'll have a good think about it. Oh, she decided.
So I think that would mean that having a stab at it was very much
probably something like a pair, like the ace.
Very similar.
Anything else going on.
But Shirley's a good player. She won't show anyway.
So
we'll never know.
And to be fair, Warren, I mean the push there can be strong all week as well because
absolutely,
if she's not super strong, it's perfect spot to blow. Even though she's had a stab.
Again, it's quite a polarising spot, similar to the hand earlier on with Adam on table 13 we were watching, where from the blind it come down 974 or something. Yeah. Tony's betted out and Adam showed he happened to be very strong there, but he could have just as easily done it with next to nothing as well, because it's just a nice spot to do it.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure whether I'd be doing it from the blinds on a scary flop like that though. We'll just see.
No, that was with Warren he probably was quite strong to be fair, but at the point being it just doesn't have to be that far.
So our two-time champions, the Gambling Network Forum, have lost their first player.
All right. And what's his name?
You sure you don't want to go for it?
I think it's your turn. I announce Brian.
Okay, I'll do the first name. It's John.
It's Giorgio. It's a complicated spelling. It's why we're.
It's not Giorgio. It's Giorgio. I think Giorgio. I like Giorgio. Giorgio's a good choice.
It's spelled Georgiou. So I think we did good with Giorgio.
Yeah, and we've just been joined by Tom Brady.
He was going to say hello.
So, Lucy, what do you want with that?
That can sound. With my dinner, you mean? With my food?
For that, Tom.
Yeah, that was a good interview. Thank you for.
He doesn't like it, does he? Really? Although, didn't he in Newcastle? Eventually, we got him on the micro, and he quite enjoyed himself, really. So.
Yeah, but I think he likes to pretend he doesn't.
Yeah. That's Tom Brady. Plays hard to get.
Anyway, back to the poker.
So we're in level 6. Blinds are 150-300 with a running ante of 50. How many do you reckon we're going to get down to today?
Oh, I'm not very good at this game, Lee. I've never been very good at this game. Based on the fact that what are we up to? 207. Blind's going to go off. Playing till half one.
Yeah, level 13, I think.
So we've got another 7 levels. Oh, less than 100, surely. Like, and then some.
Oh, I reckon, yeah. I reckon nearer 50.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah.
45, maybe.
Because normally we take about 30, but this is obviously slightly bigger and more structured in a way because everyone's playing for each other as well as for themselves.
Exactly.
But yeah, it would be nice to get down to about 50. And what time are we coming back tomorrow? Is it 12? It's 12.
Yeah, yeah.
Although I'm sure in 20 seconds, Dan or someone will turn around and tell me that's entirely wrong, and that's fine. That's fine. I mean, Des hasn't started jumping up and down at me yet, so maybe I'm right. Yay! He says I'm right. 12 o'clock.
Excitingly, we've now Lisa in seat 10 is now watching us.
Actually watching us.
Headphones in, so she'll hear us in a minute.
And then she'll smile.
And she'll smile and give
we'll
us a little
know.
wave.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just going to stare at her now until it happens, aren't
we? Yeah. Just keep staring.
Yeah.
I hope the viewers at home are joining in. Like, I hope she's watching herself, waiting for us to. Oh, is she being coy? Maybe she's watching but listening to music. Oh no, there we go! Hey! We got there.
Must have been a long delay.
Yes,
satellites.
Satellites.
Would have been satellites.
The lag.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Absolutely.
Fine.
I'm
So
trying
that's
to look.
two viewers in the room.
Well, Warren's on his phone. I can't tell whether he's watching us or not.
Oh, I think he might be.
Looks like it.
But he's not listening.
No.
So he won't know to say hello.
Yeah,
so Roger, yes, that's Warren.
3 viewers we've got then, all in the room, that's good.
And all people are here experiencing it through their phones.
But it's a good place to keep up to date with what's going on. So.
Absolutely, and you know, it's
and for the guys on the feature table, it's great because it tells them how many in their team are left.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
They get the benefit of being on the feature table and getting to see how many they've got left.
That's really, really good. Aww.
Oh, really? See, I'd have never said O.
So we've just been corrected on his on the John's surname, and apparently it's Giorgio.
Seriously, Dan, can you quickly bust from this tournament to sort out our pronunciation on the stream, please?
Yeah, we just need.
How is Giorgio West Country?
Spelled that way.
Actually, you can't even. You need to be in on this conversation. So. Oh. I didn't get any of that. It's West Country. I have no idea.
So anyway, I've been corrected several times
it's
by
very
the
different for anyone listening because they're not hearing what Dan's saying; they're just hearing what we're saying. So,
but that's normally the best way for it.
Yeah, but we know Dan is still listening.
Wean Dan out and listen to the rest of the world going on.
Exactly.
I'll get hit for that in about 20 seconds.
So what we got next hand here is going to be Dave on the button, which is me and Shirley in the small blind and Ken in the big.
Yeah, and Ian's just come over. I don't know if you can see Ian in the shot table. He was similar to Stuart last night.
Yes.
In stature.
Yes.
And ability to speak.
I got here about 5 o'clock and had a short conversation. He mentioned he loved me. Yeah, and
beautiful thing.
And I just when did you start? Oh, hang on, we've just been joined by Adam Sharples.
See if you can switch round to table 13 and see exactly what Carl's got on his head.
Carl has got the captain's headband that I made him for Christmas on his head, hand-made by mine own hands. But there's no bias. Like, I don't want him to win.
So that everybody can see it, and then order some off you, and you can sell it.
Oh no, it was a gift. It was definitely a gift.
It is like a kid's what were they called? Bopper headband. And one's a fish and one's chips. Brilliant.
And it says captain on it. It's on his photos. If you go to the blog and have a look at the team photos that have been uploaded, I believe he was wearing it in his team photo as well.
So we're going to see a flop here. King, ace, 8.
2 diamonds. And who have we got in?
And it's blind on blind. Shirley and Ken.
Who they checked that very quickly. But the deuce seems to have made a difference. Or maybe just the checks on the flop made a difference.
Ken's shaking his head, you know.
How can the deuce be? Yeah.
Oh, and Shirley shows
she
Jack
shows
Nine.
the bluff.
Although quite possibly Jack High was good. yeah.
Confirmed.
Ken's just confirmed that Jack High was good.
Yeah. It wasn't really a bluff.
So it wasn't a bluff. It was really Shirley betting for value, really. Yeah, that was it.
Well played, Shirley. But we were just getting there, where we were just saying it probably actually isn't anything, just a checked flop. John Murray stood up looking rather not
Yellow?
attached to it.
Yellow?
Well, yellow, yes.
Rather yellow. Yeah.
But he looks like he's about to move away from his table. But maybe he's not. Maybe he's just surveying. That's a good point. We'd see it on the spreadsheet, wouldn't we? Because Matt would be.
Oh, Matt would be all over it.
Especially if someone like Murray had gone. We'd
John
know.
Murray had gone. Matt would be.
We'd
It
know.
would already be up. I think Matt would have updated it before the actual cards had even fallen. It was,
That's why we're going to get confused, because Matt's going to be like, well, I've already put this one in. Why are you giving me this?
So, first to act in this hand is Scott, who's reaching for some chips. Not really played very many hands.
No, not at all. Played the hand against Wetherspoon with the straight.
Yeah.
And played that well.
So he's made it 1,225, I think.
Okay.
Well, 500, sorry, 725. My apologies, it's a 500,
That
not
seems
1,000.
more
Means more. I did
reasonable.
think, as I said it, I thought that seems a bit strange. But so 725 is the bet.
Shirley looks like she's called.
She has from button, and so it's blinds.
Richard's looking at it.
Ken's got out of the way, and Richard's going to make up the big blind.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 3 to the flop. It's about 2,300 in the, a bit more than that, 2,400 in the pot.
Already quite a nice pot. All the way around check.
2 clubs now, 2 clubs, 2 spades, 2 tens.
2 tens. It's a board of multiple.
Scott's checked. He's listened to music, so he's jigging away there.
He is. He's definitely not listening to us.
No, definitely not listening
That
to
is
us.
not the reaction of someone listening to us drawn on, you know?
Definitely not.
But he's bet out, and they both. Yeah, he takes it down with a little bet. And potentially
Nice
another
pot.
scenario where everyone's
But
checked.
that's
So let's have a go.
Scott's one of Scott's one of few like that.
Okay.
Yeah. He's has steadily been stacking up chips.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of ways to win a poker tournament, isn't there? To be fair.
I
They
wouldn't
all have
know.
merit.
I wouldn't know about
Have
these
you never
things.
won a tournament, Lee?
No.
Are you sure there wasn't just the one?
Oh, now you come to mention it.
years ago
Yeah.
now, Sorry, but
Well, it didn't until last night.
yeah, you found someone, didn't you? The
Found
last
somebody-
person in the
Last
world
planet on the planet that
who
you
did not
that
know
didn't
that
know.
Lee won some money and a tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. Trophy and everything.
Yeah, trophy. Were you ever on the telly for it?
Well, funny.
Moving on.
Let's not do this again.
Moving on. So back to the poker that's happening now.
So next hand
Who
we've
have
got,
we got?
Ken's on the button this time. So we've got Scott in the small blind and Richard in the big.
Yeah.
Lisa first to act. She folds round to Lee. Skipper Lee.
Skipper Lee.
I'm gonna say,
I like Skipper Lee.
I might change his name on the spreadsheet to Skipper Lee.
It sounds like it could be, like
Yeah.
Skipper Lee.
Yeah.
It could be an adjective. He did it Skipper Lee.
What I want to know is, if he busts the tournament, does he hand the captain's armband on to somebody else?
Because footballers do,
Yeah,
don't they, when they get kicked off the turf?
Does he? Yeah.
We shall have to find
Is
him
he
later
gonna
and
do
ask.
that?
Yeah.
Has he got like a list of them?
Has
ready
he
to
got that?
go
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
And do they know that? Would they want to know that? Is that?
Ooh. And what if his first choice isn't in? Does he just have to move then down to his second choice and keep going until he finds someone that is? See, it's a lot more to think about than you think,
absolutely,
you know?
absolutely. So we're going to see a flop here.
Sizable pot. Was there a little raise there?
So Rodders is in the hand.
Then there'll have been a raise.
Ken in the buttons in there as well, and so's Richard in the
And
small blind, and Scott. So I think it probably was it was actually a flat. Yeah, it was just. I think it was just a flat call. No, min raise actually.
Min raise. I was
Looking
going
at
to
the pot, it's a
say
min
there's
raise.
definitely too much.
It's folded round, and Rodders is betting out. 1,500.
He takes it down, I think.
The other 3 fold, and he takes that down.
Yeah. I mean, still fairly. I suppose if there's 3k in the pot, 1,500 is not too bad. Seems quite steep, but got the job done.
So we've got we're about another hour, aren't we? We've got 17 minutes left of this level, then another level, and then we'll be on a dinner break. Yeah. Proper dinner break, opposed to a
Normal 15 minutes.
which
Which is not a dinner break, but all right.
Yeah. Hot dogs and burgers on offer.
Yes.
£5. Get yourself to Luton quick.
I know, right? It's £6.25 on the menu. £7.50 normally.
£7.50 for the buffet normally.
Yeah, but for just a hot dog and chips, it's
We're well looked after.
£6.25.
Well
Yeah,
looked after.
good on 'em.
I've made Tom pay £6.25.
You have?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have,
yeah.
yeah. Well, it's your pizza.
So action was on Lee. He's folded, as is Tom, and so Warren is all the way round. Well, just Dave Howard's gone very quiet at this table.
He has all of a sudden. He's looking at you now as you say that, as if to say, "What's going on? What's going on?"
I'll try and play a hand before it gets to the dinner break. I promise.
Well, we were just saying that you've just suddenly gone really quiet. Is that the cards, or have you just fallen asleep? Do we need to?
I think it's that Warren and Rodders aren't raising enough.
Oh, it's Warren and Rodders' fault.
You
Right.
can give a shout out to your teammate Dan because he's listening in.
Oh yeah,
so.
Dan's listening.
Yeah, well, he's my teammate in the last longer, so he better be being a nit. If he's not being a nit, I'll have some words.
Shall I go? Should we find out? Should we go and spy on him?
Tell him no FPS.
So we need to say Warren and Rodders start raising more.
Then I can raise them with nothing. Then I just can't open with nothing.
Right. Okay. And we'll go and find out and make sure Dan's not playing any poker.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Right. Sorted. Dan.
That checks down, and the fives are good.
Wow. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
When your little pocket pair.
I mean, well, you got Jack. There was Jack 8, 10, 6. So 4 overcards to the fives, and they're good. Oh, Dan's headphones are off, so he's not going to hear it.
He's not going to hear it. Well, then he'll get into trouble off Dave when he busts out, won't he? Just bobbed over to do some more technological stuff, so we'll have a look. We've got Vicky, I think, and Lee in the blinds, and Richard is on the button. Tom reaching for chips and from under the gun. Just a full call. Potentially suspicious. Oh, Dave actually thinking that maybe... No. He disciplined himself before it happened. He walked away. The smile says it all. He's just said that, having announced earlier that he was going to try and open with nothing, that it wasn't a good idea to try it right now, which is a little less fresh in people's minds. There's been a raise from the button, call from the small blind. Just a min raise. Lee says no. Tom's in. So we've got 3 players to the flop with a min raise. And check. Check from Tom. Lisa instantly calls, straight in there. Tom taking a little bit more time to make his decision, not quite as convinced. He folds, so it's just the 2 to the turn. Which is a jack of diamonds. So it's on Lisa to act first. And she checks. And the bet is 2,700. Probably about third of the pot, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, probably just a half pot actually. Hi, Rodders. Thought I heard something drop over there. Oh, it was. I thought I heard something fall. It was just Lee. It's all right. He's back up again now. All okay in technology land?
Yes.
Good. I missed.
Oh, I didn't get a thumbs up from Des when we said yes, but I think it's a yes. I know he's pulling a face now, but yeah.
Oh no. Des says doesn't look convinced. That's worrying.
It's because he's got a button. He's got a button to push, and it's
He's got one job, you mean?
just one job. Yeah. I keep going back to the Simpsons episode where Homer decides to I'll take a break and puts the little nodding beak thing on the yes. Is it the yes key on the keyboard? Yeah, it's going. Oh, that's all right. It can just do my job for me, and like, it just always reminds me of that.
Yeah, yeah. I like that image. That's a good image.
One job.
We still can't hear him though.
So Des occasionally picks a mic up, and we don't know whether he's actually talking in it or not. But if he is, whatever he's saying to you at home, I hope it's funny.
Hear it, but we can't. We have no idea. So it seems unfair that we can't defend ourselves.
No, but it's probably for the best, actually.
Yeah, I'm all right with it. Listen back later and quit.
So Dave's in a hand.
Dave's
Obviously,
in a hand.
Your pep talk to him obviously has paid off.
Yeah.
So it's Lee in the small blind and Tom in the big blind here. And the raise was to 700 from Dave.
There's been a call from Scott as well.
Scott's called, so Lisa to make a decision from the button.
She's not sure.
She's a very thoughtful player, Lisa. I'm watching her play, yeah.
Very
Thinks
considered.
through each hand, yeah.
Oh, she's moved all in.
All in, yeah. Boom.
Yeah. But after thinking carefully and being very considered about it, so...
Just over 5,000.
Yeah.
All in from Lisa.
So it's still quite a decent, she could get it through.
Absolutely,
It's
because
not instantly callable.
it's still 4,400, but Tom from the big blind is counting chips up.
Oh, he looks very, because he's quite a considered player as well.
Absolutely, one of the Belgian players, but he's folded. So back round to Dave. So it's going to be about 4,400 to Dave.
Yeah, and he says no.
Scott's reaching for chips.
Well, Scott just won a big pot last hand. I didn't catch the end of it, but he scooped the chips in from the last hand.
Are they all Hollywooding because they're on the stream?
Maybe we're just bringing it out in them.
Yeah.
No, I think we're probably on quite they seem consistently considered.
I hope he calls now because I've just pointed Des back to the keyboard.
What, for the flop cam?
Yeah. And he's made the call, so we've got an all-in a call.
Onto the and we've got King Jack, King of Spades, Jack of Hearts for Scott, and Lisa has Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts. So good luck to both. And now we'll just see what happens. It's all to the cards now. Scott needing a lot of help to overtake. It's all got to happen now, or it's not going to happen at all. The ace will double up. Oh, one more card to avoid.
Spades.
Yeah, spade can take it down. Oh, black, but not black enough. So Lisa will take the double up.
No reaction from Lisa.
And
at all.
Why not? Because he wasn't reactively lost.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely, I love it.
Well, it was a comment made earlier that she's
What do you think about the call with the King Jack?
I think that because he just won a pot, he possibly had maybe the stack to call it, but I don't think I would call it.
Okay, yeah. It felt a little bit of a loose call to me. Bear in mind, Lisa's not played a lot. Obviously, she's lost a bit of a stack somewhere along the way, but yeah, it seems to be quite good. No, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
And you're probably not ahead.
But you also think, I think the way her thought process goes is you weren't putting her on something as strong as aces there. You were seeing as an opportunity. It was a squeeze. It looked like a squeeze. I mean, it's a perfect situation with aces there, because it's a perfect squeeze spot for you. And if you've got it, squeeze spot is obviously when you've got a number of betters before you, and you then look to just to really put pressure on those. Yeah.
If you want to come in cheap, that's not going to happen. I'm going to make the pair. But also, I forgot what I was going to say now.
I bet it was going to be good.
It was going to be really analytical and everything. It was absolute genius. And it doesn't happen very often, which is probably why I forgot. I'll come back.
Okay, let's do a few exits. So we've got a few to catch up on now. After John Giorgio exited in 207th place.
Yeah.
Do you want to rattle these off then,
Got
Lucy?
John Tandy for Black Belt Poker in 206. Joe Carhill.
Oh no, Joe's gone.
No. For the D-Gens Paulie's team. Ken Johnston for Black Belt Poker. Anthony Lee for LBPN B. Guy Haynes for the Edgeworth Cricket Club. And Peter Booth from LBPN B as well. So what are they down to then? Yeah. Just touching your sheet.
6, so that's the first
6,
two they've
okay,
lost.
yeah.
So Froome have still got their 4 in.
Yeah. Well, 4 might be all it takes, you know what I mean? If all 4 cling on.
So Warren's bet out on this flop.
Oh, who's he in with? Oh, is he just in with Lee? Yeah, I think
Decision
it's...
on Lee?
Yeah. And Lee makes the fold. He doesn't look 100% convinced that was the right thing to do, but...
It's another one of those flops that if you're in the blinds and you've made up the blinds, it's there.
And when you're not 100% convinced, sometimes it is the right decision to just accept that you might be wrong, but fold anyway because it's just not worth it.
And then they start having a chat going, so what did you have?
Absolutely, of course they do. And they're being openly honest about it as well.
Yeah, of course they will. They'll say exactly what happened. Yeah. Completely.
But they like to learn from each other, and but it's And I mean, the other thing about that is Warren's not going to not bet. Like, Warren's not the sort of player that if he bets the flop and you call, you've got to expect to be likely to face another bet on the turn and take it all the way.
And that's the thing you've got to think about.
Yeah.
It's not just calling the bet on the flop. It is, well, what do I do afterwards? If you are on maybe just a premium hand like ace king or ace queen and you've not hit on the flop, well, are you prepared to call that all the way down? And that's really going to cost you in the hand.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not just the cost of the initial bet, and that's
So it looks like Warren's going to bet out on this hand. And Rodders folds, big blind, and takes it down. So there's a few more exits now. Matt's keeping Matt busy over in the update area. So we've lost a player in 200th place, Ross Fullerton for Edgeworth Cricket Club. Adam Neal's gone out in 199th, playing for APAT Fish and Chips. Jimmy Lafferty for Crack Kings is out in 198th. Pfizer have lost another player in Kieran Matthews, out at 197th. And Nicky Meehan for LPPL Chaz has gone out in 196th place. So 195 players left. We're nearly at the end of level 6. One more level to play before players will go on a 45-minute dinner break. Still a pretty packed room. Obviously, with players going, they're looking to try and make some space for this evening's tournaments. As you get another call from one of the Geordie poker players. It's like
It's like a mating call across a Serengeti. Yeah, two wild animals calling across the desert to each other. What do you think, Des?
Sounded very much like that to me. I think you're spot on, Lee.
So I'm joined next to the feature table by Des Duffy for a little while whilst Lucy takes a bit of a break. How's it going for you so far, Des?
It's just very technical, Lee. It's way beyond my capacity, so I'm struggling, to be honest.
So we've got going to see a flop here. It's blind on blind. Rodders and Dave Howard. The flop is 3 of diamonds, Jack of spades, Jack of diamonds. Rodders has bet out 600. And Dave makes the call. Turn card is the 10 of spades. And Rodders checks this time. What do you say? Check. Sign of weakness?
Rodders isn't weak, so he's playing Dave here, but Dave's too experienced to fall for it, surely.
Dave bets. All in, I think. 5,300. Oh, no, it can't be all in. What's that he's got there, then? 1,300. I'll tell a lie. 1,300. And very quick call from Rodders. Dealer's just sorting out some change. And we're going to see the river, which is the 9 of clubs. So it's 3 of diamonds, Jack of spades, Jack of diamonds, 10 of spades, 9 of clubs. Rodders shows 10-9. And Dave has king 3. So David flopped 2 pair with the jacks and the 3. And Rodders gets there with his 10-9.
Premium hand.
Bear in mind, he bet out on the flop.
I just felt he wasn't going to release Lee. There was a moment where I just looked into his eyes and he was stroking his 10-9 going, precious, precious.
Dear, oh dear. So what do you make of the new Luton refit then?
I like it. It's very like G Manchester, where we were 2 or 3 months ago. Very different. The tabletops have rails, which is unusual somewhat. It's nice, very nice.
So the next hand we've got here is Dave in the small blind, Shirley in the big. So actions on Tom McBride, a long-standing member of the APAT community.
Absolutely.
He folds, as does Richard. So we're around to Scott. Looks like Scott's reaching for chips. And he's bet out. 900 is the bet. Lisa in seat 10, who's just had a double up with aces. Folds. Lisa's following us on the stream at the table. And Lee from seat 1 folds and is straight away off, probably to catch up on one of his teammates. And that one gets through for Richard. Another hand, stacking up a few more chips. So, what do you make of the yellow polo shirts then?
Yeah, not necessarily an APAT colour, that I have to say. But
John's favourite colour, apparently.
Why?
Do you not think he just got a job lot?
Quite possibly.
Apparently he embroidered them himself.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. I must admit, when he walked in this morning, I did say to him, APAT brand guidelines, how did this happen? He blinked a bit, didn't sort of really take any.
You never used to have the problem with APAT skippers of previous years, did you really?
I've just become so indisciplined, Lee.
Absolutely. Here we go, the next hand. It's going to be Richard to act first with Shirley and Ken in the blinds. Been fairly passive table, really. There's been it's been a lot of blind on blind action. most of the times it appears that players have got it. I mean, Shirley showed a little bit of what she thought was a bluff with, I think, Jack 5 until Ken said, no, your Jack 5 was good. So,
yeah, the dynamic's so different though in these team events. It's all about making the top 100 and then going from there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean there is pressure. I mean you don't want to let your teammates down. So I do think there's a little bit of, but that can also be if players are aware of that, they can use a bit more aggression to actually exploit that for their own benefits. It's a more risky game, but has the potential to work well at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just certainly I haven't been able to see who on this table is adopting that strategy so far.
Well, I thought there's a couple that I thought would, and they haven't really. So got a hand here with it's been raised up by Steve Roderick to 900 and called by Dave Howard. The blinds get out of the way. Well, actually, it's a raise by Dave, so and a re-raise by Steve. Interested to see what Dave does here. He's talking. He's having a chat with Steve. Steve's giving him an answer. And Dave does the gracious thing and folds. Rodders isn't going to show though, so we'll take his word for it. So I'm going to have a quick chat with Matt the Stat over in the update area. They're dropping like flies here, Matt, aren't they?
They are. It's very exciting.
Really?
Yes, it is. Very exciting.
I see. So since that's exactly what I reckon.
Yeah.
So we've lost in 195th Adam Mole from Hit Squad Ice Tigers. Gavin Colclough from Sutton Poker's gone to 194th. Scott Squad have lost another player, Rab McCarroll in 193rd. And we've just lost Rita Galvin from D-Gen's Paulies team in 192nd place. So how many do you reckon we're going to get down to by the end of the day?
I think we'll be down to 54 players.
54 is a call from Matt. Matt knows what he's talking. Oh, I said 40. I said 46. Tom, what do you think?
I'll give you the over on 4 or 5 your pick.
Tom, you're not doing well on Enders Novas though. I won't tell the story about what time Des arrived today, but but Tom lost. Yeah. So we're seeing a flop here of 8 of diamonds, King of diamonds, 7 of spades. And Shirley bets. So decisions on Scott over the far side. He was the original aggressor post-flop. Has another look at his cards, still undecided. He just asked Shirley, will you show me your cards if I show you mine? I don't think that normally works. Scott looks absolutely pained here trying to make this decision. The board is 8 of diamonds, king of diamonds, 7 of spades. And he passes, shows the king of hearts. Shirley's not going to show. Those cards are going in. She's scooping up chips. So, Lucy's back, folks. Hi, Lucy.
Hi. Did you miss me?
Very much so. I had to listen to Des for a bit.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But it's all right. No. It's not your fault. It wasn't. You know, I was to put that on you. That sort of burden. You know, it's just.
Really bad. Like I can't take a break again now. That's the state of affairs when I leave. You know what I
I
mean?
go and have a lie down now.
Dark room.
Yeah.
You'll never watch it back. It's all right.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
So we've got Warren raising by the sounds of it. 950. Blinds are at 2 and 4 now. So that's fairly standard raise. So we've got to the turn, and we're on 3 spades, king of diamonds, queen of spades, 4 of diamonds, and it's Warren's decision. Just going to move out the way of the camera for a start, and a little bit further back, because talking too close to the players is a bit uncomfortable. So that's a bet from Warren. Looks like 1,600. And it's... and Scott decides to fold. But Dave Howard has called. Didn't even see Dave was in the hand. So we will see the river. And it's the 10 of spades. Still Warren first to act. So very thoughtful. We've got Warren and Dave Howard still in the hand. Warren very deep in thought and contemplating his next move. 2 very, very considered players in this hand, so I don't think we'll see any snap moves. Warren has put the bet out. Dave has re-raised all in for probably about 6.5, 7,000
And
more, I
how
think.
much has Warren got there? Can
I
we?
think Warren's put 2,000. What in his stack? Let's have a look. Let's see. It looks like probably about even, to be honest with you, because Warren's got about 7,000 left in his stack after the 2,000 he
Yeah.
bet.
Okay. So this is big. This is big.
Big decision. It's Warren's life as well. Yeah, tournament life. Obviously, it's not actually.
So let's just run that flop again. So it's 3 of spades.
King of diamonds, queen of spades, 4 of diamonds, and the 10 of spades. There's lots going on there. Potential all over this. That river card was quite a. Warren, obviously, like I said, I didn't think there'd be any snap decisions made. And
It's another one. Similarly, just before you came back from the break, Scott had a similar decision, and he was, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
big decision, like you say.
Yeah.
It matters. And it's another one of those boards where a lot of the hands that would be enough to go with, you're looking at the board and thinking, yeah, but look at all the things that's out there, the things that completed on the river, things you would chase for.
Absolutely.
But what really, the board's very, very consistent.
So Warren's playing for APAT Fish and Chips. They've already lost 2 players. Now, does that come into consideration?
I don't know if Warren will know because he's not.
He's on the stream.
Oh, okay, so he probably does know that then.
Yeah,
yeah, because it flashes up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Who have they lost? Just out of interest. I've missed.
See, now you're looking like, give me information.
Yeah, please.
Ian Thompson went out in 225th, and Adam Neal went out in 199.
Okay.
Was that quick enough for you?
That it was efficient.
It wasn't
enough.
bad, was it?
It
was
not
all right.
bad.
Yeah, considering, it wasn't bad.
I think Warren folded and shot a deuce of diamonds.
Okay.
That's.
Yeah. I don't know.
No information really, is it?
I don't know.
He didn't have a flush. That's what we can safely assume from the fact that he had a diamond in his hand.
I don't know what that meant.
No.
I really don't. I've just seen one of the tournament or directors or card supervisors heading across over to Matt with another 3 cards in his hand. So I think we're kind of getting to that point. Well, we got 31 minutes left of level 7 before we have a dinner break. Dinner breaks used to be so important. Yeah. I've made the dinner break.
Yeah.
High five, fist pump. I made the dinner break. Yeah.
And all the teammates will get together and be like, yeah, I'm still in. I'm in. Yeah, it'll be nice.
So I've got a feeling we'll have a few more exits to update you on in a minute.
Yes. The cards have gone to Matt. He is on it.
I'll be on it. Like you. Oh. Can't imagine.
Matt taking his job very seriously.
I'll see if I can get Des to put the recent exits graphic up.
Might just take a while for that message to.
No. He needs to push the button number 5.
His ears weren't working because his hands were working, so he couldn't obviously hear. Still can't hear what you're saying. If you're talking to a microphone onto a stream, I can't hear. Just trying to communicate to Des. He was right next to us.
So you guys can see at home all the recent exits. If you're just looking for anybody in particular, there's a list of I think the last 30 that have gone. So
very good. And like you say, for those that are watching the stream from here, that is a quite.
Yeah. So we'll leave that up there for 30 seconds or so you can have a quick scan and see who's there. Obviously, we don't want to. We're cutting off Tom there from the stream for this, so which is
Rude. When that much yellow is available, you should definitely show it.
We'll be getting letters from Belgians telling us, how could you do that?
Will they be in a translatable format, or will we get Belgian?
We'll get them in Belgian.
Slurs.
Yeah, it's okay. I like Belgian chocolate.
Yeah.
Belgian chocolate's good, isn't it?
It is good. Yeah. In all seriousness, the Belgian casino, the casino that they hold the APAT tournaments in Belgium.
Is it Spa?
I've been to the one I went to is
Numur, yeah. But when you say Numur, doesn't it sound French?
Yeah, it doesn't. But then isn't there a link anyway?
Possibly. So we got a board here of Jack of Spades, Ace of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds, and 4 of Clubs. And it looks like
he's moved all in.
Scott has gone all in from the small
and
blind.
Ken very quickly calls.
Let's see what the guys have got.
Ace of clubs, and the No, the ace of spades and the jack of clubs for Ken, and the ace of hearts and the jack of diamonds for Richard. So it's probably going to be a split pot because they've both got ace jack. So it's, yeah. So everybody loves a chop pot. Apart from Lee, apparently, who's walked off very unimpressed at the anticlimactic result there. So the deal just having the fun task of splitting chips down into the right denominations to half the pot. Both of them look quite relieved to have seen a chop pot there, to be honest. Smiles from all around. So we've got Richard on the button, Scott on the button, and Lisa is on the small blind, and we've got Lee in the big blind. Where's the camera again? Getting a flop here with two players by the look of it. Looks like Lee and Scott. No, I thought, yeah, Richard, yeah. So Lee and Richard.
Right, first time. Even though I corrected you before you'd even said anything.
Yeah.
I know.
Wrongly corrected me before
Sorry.
I even said it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right, once. So we've got the ace of clubs, the three of hearts, and the five of diamonds. And a bet from Richard, Scott, someone. Richard. He confused me now. Richard. Richard has bet. And Lee is now, again, doing that pained face that people pull when they've got a decision to make in poker.
Have you seen he does the kind of breathing in his...
Yeah, he covers his face. And I don't know whether it's like you say, whether it's a breathing thing or whether it's a...
Did you see the guy in a tournament, another poker tour tournament up in Manchester the other week, who he was on the stream for quite a lot of the day and actually made the final table, who sat there with a scarf, a ski mask, and at one point an Iron Man mask over his face.
Brilliant. I mean, if you want to be unreadable, then what you've got to do is cover your face in as many layers of different plastics and metals and stuff as possible. Well played to him. And do you know, today, absolutely, from looking around the room, none of it, there's no hoods. There's lots of earphones, but there's no hoods, there's no sunglasses, there's no... It's very open and relaxed, isn't it? The way people present themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So...
You go and eat first if you want. Yeah, no, but you go and eat, and then I'll eat after you. So Warren first to act, and he bets 900. And it's a call from Steve Roderick. Dave folds, and it's a call from Shirley and a call from Richard. Going round to Scott. So currently 4 players in. Scott shoves all in. Again, it's another one of those perfect squeeze play spots. And Lee in the small blind gets out of the way. Tom in the big blind gets the way. So we're back round to Warren, who was under the gun, who was the first to act in this hand. And he was the initial raiser to 900. Scott is all in for
That's about 7, 8. Actually, it was nearly 10,000. So decisions on Warren. He's just asked for a count, and Scott says it's about 11. My guess of 10 wasn't far off. So Warren was the first one to make a decision, but we've also still got Steve Roderick and Shirley in this hand as well. I think it's pretty much going to be for Warren's stack, because Warren's got about a similar amount. Steve's got him well covered. Steve's now woken up and asked, how much is it? As if he wasn't paying any attention whatsoever. Don't believe that for a second. 10,050 is the toll. I'm not doing anything, but you know, my guess was pretty close. Decision on Steve Roderick. All Scott can do is just sit there and wait. And Steve's going to make the call. Whoa, 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 whoa. Still action to come from Shirley. Shirley's getting in the way, so we're going to be heads up. Showdown. So Scott has got ace queen of clubs. Perfect hand to make a squeeze play with. Absolutely spot on. And Steve Roderick has made the call with pocket sevens. So it's a very simple race. It's the ace queen of Scott. Scott's with his tournament life. So it's 5, 5, 10. Scott still needing an ace or a queen. 9. It's got to be an ace or a queen. And an 8 is no good, and we're going to lose Scott. And Steve Roderick stacks up a few more chips. Probably picked up about another 15,000, I think, all in there, really. So we've got an empty seat on the feature table. And this next hand is going to see Tom in the small blind, Warren in the big, which means it'll be Steve Roderick to act first once he's finished stacking up those chips. So blinds are 200, 400 with a running ante of 50. 20 minutes left of this level, and then all the players are going to be on a dinner break. So whilst this hand's playing out here on the feature table, just a few exits to catch up on. In 191st, we've lost David Scothen from LBPNB. Tom Clark's gone from DGen Rodder's team, with his captain there just picking up their last hand. In 190th, Vince Ely from London Poker Meetup's gone 189th. And the captain of Midlands Ballbusters, Todd Wood, a well-renowned APAT player, plenty of final tables to his name, has gone out in 188th. So 187 left. Playing 13 levels in total today, so I reckon we'll be somewhere down in the 40s maybe by the end of the day. And those players will bag up and come back tomorrow. And Warren's all in here. Lee's made the raise from the button. Warren in the big blind shoves all in and gets it through. So as I was saying, the top 100 players will start earning points for their teams. It's teams of 8 started today, 30 teams, 240 runners.
100th place person will get 1 point, and it's 100 points for first place. Another shout of Geordie Poker across the room. Geordie Poker as normal being probably the most boisterous team in the room. As I was saying, so those players that left in from 100 places up will start earning points for their team. 50% of the prize pool goes in team payouts, with the other 50% paid out into individuals. So it's Dave Howard who's opened this hand up under the gun. He's raised to 900. And Shirley has raised to 2,700. Ken folds, as does Richard, as does Lisa, as does Lee and Tom on the button, Warren in the small blind. So we're back round to Dave, who was under the gun, who was the original raiser. It's another 1,800 to Dave to make the call. Which he does, so we're going to see a flop. And it's ace of spades, 4 of spades, jack of clubs. Dave checks, as does Shirley. We're going to see a turn. And it's the 9 of hearts. Dave sits motionless. And then reaches for chips. And bets out 3,100. Shirley looks a bit puzzled, with her chin resting on her hands. Dave's giving nothing away there. And Shirley folds. And Dave takes down that pot. So a couple more big name exits, the last two that have come up on my screen. So in 187th place, we've lost Claire Duffy from DGen's Rodders. That's 2 that Rodders has lost in the past few minutes. And in 186th, we've lost Richard Prue. A lot of you will know as Tighty or Tight End. Does a lot of updates and a big name over on Blonde Poker. So he's been eliminated from the Blonde Poker team. Only the second player they've lost, though, so they're doing all right. I mean, they normally put together a good team, but it doesn't always go well at these APAT team events for them. But
and they've Froome
Poker, you mean?
Froome Poker, sorry. But they've lost 4 in very early on. But then I was saying outside, those 4 that are left in could be the 4.
Oh, that's enough. 4 can be enough.
Yeah, they could if they're you don't know. So
absolutely, I think it's only if you get down to where you've only got 1 or 2 in the top 100 that you're thinking, well, we're not really going to stand a chance of doing anything. But whilst I think you've got half your team in there, the top 100, remember, 100 is more than half the field gone.
Yeah.
That's the logic of it, isn't it?
Exactly. And at this point in time, just like you say, you've still got half your team in, and it's only like halfway through day 1. So don't sweat it. It's fine.
That's it. Lucy's advice: don't sweat it, folks.
Sound advice across the board.
So we've it's folded around to Warren here, who's raised to 1,000 on the button, and Steve Roderick's having it now. Interestingly, that was 600 for Dave to call from the big blind.
Yeah.
Folded.
Already 2 and a bit.
Near 2.5.
Yeah. It's the same as the small blind argument, though, isn't it? Just because you've already got some in, if you're still investing in bad cards.
I can't help myself.
No, I can't. I'm a small blind completer.
So we've seen a flop of 9 of diamonds, 8 of spades, Queen of spades, and it's gone. It went check, and Rodders has checked again on the Jack of diamonds turn, and Warren. Oh, this is great.
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff.
Welshman on Welshman.
It's the title of a video many people have watched. No, but
really.
Hey, it takes all sorts, Lee. Yeah, but 2 very considered players who play a lot with each other and aren't going to get funky with each other because there's no point.
So Rodder's checked the river and Warren's bet out 2,000 now. I know it was Rodder's bet. Oh, those chips should be moved a little bit in front. I was looking away at the time. So does the 6 of diamonds make anything for Rodders, do you think?
Oh, of course, for Rodders. Yeah, all the time. Yeah, he's probably sort of 5'7" or, something else ridiculous. But we might find out because Warren looks like he wants to.
He's reaching for the chips, but is that a raise or is that call? Make a call?
One chip, so yeah, let's see what happened.
King 10 for Rodders for the straight on the turn, and that's enough. So it was a little value bet there on the end.
It was, yeah, and the check on the turn was a little bit.
Do you think he'd have got 2 streets of value? If he'd bet the turn, what if he'd just thrown 1,000 in, maybe 1,200, 14.
Also, because the 6 of diamonds probably didn't make a difference to Warren either. So if he calls on the river, he's probably going to.
Possibly missed out on a bit of value because he then would have still got the 2k. Or would if he'd already bet? I think he probably would have.
And yeah, and I think you're right that if you've called on the turn, you're actually more likely to call on the river because
it's back to what we were saying earlier on. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But well played, Rodders. Nice hand. Okay. On it. So we have a raise from Tom in late position. Warren and Rodders both fold. And Dave in small blind folds. And Shirley in the big blind folds. So Tom will get that through. And just collect a little pot. Button now on David. Shirley in the small blind and Ken in the big blind. We've got about just over 10 minutes left of this level before the dinner break. So for some of the players that will be different. So it's folded. Lee who folds, Tom who folds. It's just on Warren. And Warren folds, Rodders folds. We've had a raise, I think, from Dave, and Ken shows a deuce and folds. We've just had word from table 13 that Tony Trippier has just knocked out Carl Pilgrim, set over set. So, captain of the APAT Fish with Chips team will be sent to the rail. Tony will scoop in a nice pot, I should imagine. Back with a feature table. So it's folding round. Tom's made a raise. Looks like 1100. Blinds at 2 and 4. Folds to Ken in the small blind, who was called. And now we're on to Richard in the big blind, who also makes the call. Makes the pot around 3,000. And we've got the ace of spades, 5 of hearts, and 4 of spades. And Ken checks. And Richard's looking at his chip. $2,100. It's around to Tom, who was the original, where is it? Tom having a long, hard think about this. Checking his cards. He lets it go. He raised originally pre-flop, but I mean that flop is. Nope, Ken says no as well. Just to fill you in, we've lost Adam Phelan from BCPC, Rob Williams from Blue Blood, Scott Berridge from APAT Chocolate Lovers, that's their first loss, and Scott Marsh from Sutton Poker. Carl's exit not quite made it there yet, so I don't know what position he will go down as I haven't actually finished him, but and we now have 2 teams with only 4 members left. We've got Sutton Poker and Froome Poker Group. But 4 players at this stage. Still. So we've got Richard in the small blind, Lisa in the big blind, Ken's on the button. Folded round to Shirley. Oh, no, Shirley's folded as well. It's on Ken, who raises from the button. 1,025. Richard makes the call. Lisa's looking at chips. So there'll be 3 to the flop. 8 of spades, Queen of hearts, 6 of spades. So the decision first on Richard. Ken was on the button. Richard has made a bet. He has bet 1,800 in total. It's probably about 35 in the pot, so looking around about just over half pot bet there. And Lisa looking, making a decision. Lisa decides it's not worth it, and so now it's down to Ken, who had already decided to make the call, makes the call very quickly. And we see a 6 of diamonds on the turn. Quick check from Richard, and another check from Ken, 6 of clubs on the river. Richard checks, and as soon as Ken reaches the chips, he's folded, so... Lisa just announced that she would have had quads. But based on the flop, probably the right thing to do. You can't predict that the other 2 sixes are going to come out every time and just hang on in case. So painful when it happens, though. So we've got Lisa in the small blind here, and Lee in the big blind. Warren has moved all in. Looks like it's for just under 5,000. Still not a bad shape. Oh, it looks like we might be getting a Karen Mead to join the table. Is that right? Yes. Excellent. She doesn't look like she wants to talk to me right now. That's just an invitation, really, isn't it, Karen? So we've got Warren all in. It's folded around to Ken. Oh. Shirley hasn't made a decision yet, my bad. I didn't see her with cards there. So Shirley obviously having a decision to make. She's decided against it. Now it's on Ken. Who folds? Richard gets out of the way, and Lisa, it's just Lee to get through now. Just Lee left. Lee folds, so Warren will take the pot. He doesn't show. Makes a lot of sense. So Karen now in seat 9. Looking like she's doing okay. So we'll have Lisa on the button, Lee on the small blind, and Tom in the big blind. One minute left of this level, so I imagine that this will be the last hand of this level, and the players will be going on to a dinner break, which is 45 minutes. So see how much carnage can be done in the last hand. Lisa has moved all in from the button, so there's just the blinds left to make the decisions. Lee and Tom have both said no, but I believe that will... Oh, she was caught, didn't see the action beforehand. So there's the ace, king of spades for Richard, and the king of clubs and the queen of spades for Lisa. So we're going to see a flop. Can you go and change the camera, please? Because Des has gone wobbly. So we've got the all-in in the call. We're just working out. I think it is Lisa who is at risk, and Lisa who has the king-queen and needs to improve. So we have the 2 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Lisa still needing the queen, or jack ace, or 9 of diamonds. No help, just a queen now, or a jack, or a jack. She says, just at the second I realised the jack would win it for her, the jack came down. And take that as a karma for folding the 6s. And that's it. The players are now on a 45-minute dinner break. I think we're probably going to take advantage and have a 45-minute dinner break as well. And we'll join you back here later, 45 minutes, when the players will come back to level 8, blinds at 3 and 600. And then there'll be small breaks, but they'll play straight through till 1:30, and then the remaining players will come back tomorrow. See you in a bit.
nothing changes with APAT.
That's what we hope happens anyway. I mean, it's a great turnout here. Obviously packed, absolutely packed to the rafters, and actually the side events just started now. They've had to run it self-dealt down to a final table just to get it going, but we're now back up to pretty much a full capacity in here again, aren't we, really?
A very full room, yeah. And aircon on, full whack.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Which can be quite cold if you're at the wrong table directly underneath those. I see a lot of people complaining about the cold. But that's the least of your worries.
Absolutely. Apart from it, I'm now having usual internet problems trying to get up the list of players. What I will quickly do is I will quickly run down the list of players on from the update area so you know who we've got on this feature table. So seat 1's currently empty. Seat 2 is Derek Moyen from LPPL Terry's team. His teammate and captain Terry Evans is in seat 3. Andrew Young from Lee Barrett Poker Knights A is in seat 4. Dan Carter from Gambling Network Forum is in seat 5. More about Dan later because we've got a bit of useful info on Dan. Curtis Ledger for Blonde Poker is in 6. 7 is Andy Duncan from the Midlands Ballbusters. Seat 8 is empty at the moment. Mark Porter from Team Gotham is in seat 9, and Colin Napier from the Scott Squad is in seat 10. We're going to do a bit of commentary on the hands. I'm going to try and work out why I'm not getting the information on my iPad anymore, and we'll get on with it. So we've got a hand straight away. I'll let Brendan update you on what we can see happening so far.
Well, we got Andy Duncan making a bet, which is Andy Duncan involved in a hand, which is unusual enough. Looks like on a flop, King 10-10, checked to Andy, who bets and finds a fold. We didn't see the action pre-flop there, but it didn't look to be too significant of a pot. Is Lee, I don't know, but it seems quite shallow at this table, is it? Apart from Andy and going seat 10.
Yeah, I mean, average stack now it's creeping up to 20,000, and you'd expect to see a few decent stacks showing the faces around now, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Seat 10 looks pretty much the biggest stack at the table.
So we've got a raise in late position from Andy Duncan. And folded round to, these are 2 LPPL guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Teammates sat together.
Captain and fellow player.
And Andy gets the raise through.
I did show 6 high the first time. I took rolling.
Look anywhere around the back. No problem at all. Although obviously you're a bit bright on the.
Yeah, it might act as a
yeah.
As a light, a strobe light.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you heard that comment when we were posing for the photos.
For anyone that doesn't know, the APAT chocolate lovers, which I'm still not even sure why you would call the chocolate lovers, but anyway, so John Murray has chosen the brightest yellow polo shirts, and I'm convinced he's hand embroidered APAT on them himself.
I think
they're
it's
quite
actually,
exceptional. Yeah.
I think it was actually felt tip pen, not embroidery at all. Cheapest chip, I think, is the phrase.
Yeah, is that what it is?
So for any APAT regs out there tuning in, it must be an unusual scene. Andy Duncan, the chip leader,
How much?
at
How
the
much?
feature at our feature
How much
table.
do we think Andy's got there now?
I suspect it's around 70k, is it? Close enough.
I'll be right there. Right then, so just having a look at it, whilst we're now looking at the table here, it gives us an idea of how many each of the guys have got left in. So Derek and Terry, they're playing for LPPL, have still got 6 of their players in. Andrew Young playing for Lee Barrett Poker Nights A have got 7 in. Dan Carter's Gambling Network Forum still got 7 in. Curtis Ledger playing for Blonde Poker, they've still got 6 in. Andy Duncan, the Midlands Ballbusters, still got 6 in. Team Gotham only lost 1 so far, so they've still got 7 in. Scott Squad, who I think won this event in the previous year, down to 5 at the moment.
But early days.
Oh, it's still early days, absolutely. 169 players left in. I've got a few probably to do updates on exits since I last went through the list for you. So we lost Rob Williams from Blue Blood, Scott Berridge from APAT Chocolate Lovers, Scott Marsh from Sutton Poker, Paul Rice from London Poker Meetup, Jonathan Reynolds from Crack Kings, APAT Fish and Chips captain, Carl Pilgrim busted in 179th. Claire Thornton's out, Duncan Howarth is out, the gentleman next to me out in 176th place. Unlucky Brendan. Stu Ward, who we just spoke to now, just went out ace against a better ace. Mick Doyle's gone, Steve Cairns has gone, Dave Burt, LPPL Chaz has gone, Jeffrey Catlin from Yorkshire Poker Club's gone, and the latest exit, 170th, is Wayne Tinian from the Geordie Poker, who have been probably the loudest team in the room so far.
Was that the loudest guy?
Yes, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, he had quite a ride, didn't he? Every time it seemed to turn around, which you would do when he was involved in the pub, because he was whooping and hollering most of the time. Every time it turned around, he was in a pot, and there was like commentary, live commentary from his table. Managed to survive quite a few of them.
So you've played a number of these tournaments, so it's about this time after the dinner break where the dynamic starts changing a little bit. Players have had plenty of chips to be able to play a little bit. It's now getting to the point where you're getting to that kind of push and fold time. You've really got to start making moves.
Pretty much. It's a good time to have a stack.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, with everyone reasonably tight. Strange actually to see Andy sort of being quite active at this table and using his stack to good effect so far. But particularly this feature table does seem to be quite shallow, bar 1 or 2 spots. So I'd expect to see some raises committing people to call and maybe where they wouldn't like to.
So we're going to see a flop anyway. So 6 of spades, 4 of diamonds, king of diamonds. Action is on over in seat 10, Colin, who bets out, what's that, 1,500?
Yeah, 1,500 when checked to,
check from Dan.
Dan Carter,
so Dan Carter. Now, Dan is a pretty big online player. Dan's made the raise there, and Colin's very quickly makes a
very
score.
quick call, yeah. So the flat bet with on King High.
Now, what are you expecting Dan to do here? Is he going to check again? He has checked again.
Yeah, well, I'd expect him to do that. I mean, he can have flush draws, he can have kings here, he could have
Interesting.
mid pairs.
Colin's bet and straight away down. So let's go back one there to Dan's check raise. Is that thinking he was, trying to play him there? The minute he's made the bet, then on the turn, he's pretty much insta fold.
Yeah, I mean it's like, I mean he's not not gonna just check give up on like a king two rag board. So I mean, and he can't like floating out position is not really on. So I guess he thinks he'll take it down with a raise often enough.
So a couple more exits whilst we've been chatting away. Alan McDonald from Joe Beaver's Poker Forum is out with 169th. Ian Brooking from Bristol Poker Meetup's gone, as has Michael Lee from the Hit Squad Ice Tigers in 167th. So Matt's keeping up to date with all the exits over in the update area. Means we get to know all the information pretty quick, and we can keep track of what's going on. To your screen, you'll see the player names and the teams they're playing for, and it also tells you there the number of players they've got left in their team, so you get an idea of how their dynamic's playing.
It's interesting that the updates are way ahead of the tournament clock.
Yeah, to be fair, I guess they are. They've got two tournaments on the go now. I'm assuming there's some cash tables going to be happening somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't seen a cash table just yet, but certainly every table in the room is taken up. Yeah. So we have an under the gun raise, which I expect to be pretty strong.
It's Colin again, who was fairly active in the last hand.
And I've seen Andy calling from the small blind in this situation before. And Mark also calls out of the big blind. We see a flop of 8-9 queen, rainbow. And an interesting move from Andy Duncan with the donk bet into the other two players, including the pre-flop raiser. 7 of diamonds on the turn. And he checks. So we have a bet of 2.5k. Which is quite a small bet relative to the pot. Andy makes the call. We see the river pair up the turn card. Andy comes out betting again for 3.5k. Maybe just a block and bet. Finds a call. Andy announces an 8 and loses to top pair with, an open pair, kings.
So interesting hand there. So I've just got Matt Dale with me, because Matt's just going to give us a few interesting facts about Dan Carter, who's at our feature table, because you and Dan go fairly way back.
That's right, yeah. Dan Carter was my first sponsored player when I ran our poker.co.uk poker room.
Okay, so tell us what you know about Dan.
Oh, he's a very good player. He's actually ranked 17th in the UK at online poker. He's got a career winnings of probably over $1 million, I think. He's won the Sunday Million on PokerStars a couple of times. Yeah, he won the World Heads Up Championship. Or came second, in fact, I believe. But, you know, that's almost as good as a win. And yeah, he's got a great string of results. If you go and check him on the Hendon Mob, you should see a lot.
And of course, and he's playing for one of the two-time winners.
He is, that's right. He's playing for Gambling Network Forum. We thought we'd bring out the big guns. Well, they thought they'd bring out the big guns this year. So yeah, it's good to see him. Good to see him here.
So, has he got much of a live game?
Yeah, he's got some great live results as well. World Series cashes. He's won a few events as well. Yeah, he's an all-round good player. One to watch.
Do you think that's enough now? That when he plays this back, it's something he'll cherish. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll probably kill me. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Matt. Much appreciated. So that's a bit of an insight into Dan on our feature table. I'm sure all of it was true. Well, we'll talk to Dan later on to find out, I reckon, how much of it actually is right. No, but very proficient online player. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's showed some style and some moves at this table so far. In a couple of spots, it's not like put in a raise, see bet the flop, and he's going away. So you're going to have your work cut out with him.
So we got an all-in.
They're all in on a quick fold from Dan.
That was Andrew Young that made the move all in there.
Interesting that it wasn't all in pre because it's quite a short stack.
What's he got? He's got about 6, 7. I can't tell. Is that two? That's not two 5,000s at the bottom. Is that just one? I can't tell with the light. It's very difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just one.
So that would put him on. He's got about 8k then, maybe 8 or 9k.
Yeah. 10 to 15 bigs, little bit over 10 bigs, which is like kind of strange. I actually didn't see the pre-flop action, so maybe he was the pre-flop raiser. But it's interesting that chose to just open raise rather than just get his 10 to maybe 13 bigs in pre.
It's one of those we can think, what are you hoping is going to happen?
Yeah, definitely. Then, of course, some will say, well, if you're going to do that with your really big hands, then what do you do when you have not such a big hand and you want to play it? Do you just get them in then? And that becomes a little bit transparent. I'm pretty sure Dan would pick up on that very.
So Andrew Duncan's opened up here from the hijack. And Mark Porter's making, well, no, it's a raise, isn't it? That's definitely a raise from Mark on the button.
So it's an all-in, isn't it?
Is that Mark all in? It might well be.
Yeah, the all-in raise from Mark. It's very short stacked, isn't it?
So it's round to the big blind.
5k is.
So Derek in seat 2 has got a decision here. And looks like he's reaching. And it's 9,600 is his bet. Is that now going to get Andrew out of the way?
Well,
does it look like it looks like an isolation bet to me?
Yeah, but it's small enough. It's just a min click back.
So Andrew's original raise was 2,200, I think there.
Yeah. And then an all in for almost 5k from Mark. Oh, actually, no, Mark's not all in at all. He's like, it was just a straight 3-bet.
He was hiding those chips, though, to be fair.
Well, it's quite dark up here around this table, isn't it?
Yeah, it was not much. Mark is. Oh, I thought he was. I'm not sure whether Andrew even realised he had chips. He just looked to ask how much have you got there. So.
Yeah, I think Andy might have suspected that it was.
Do you get that feeling is because? Oh, but actually both. Wow.
Yeah. to the cold four bet.
Wow.
Small blind.
I got the feeling Andrew was of the view. I think he was looking to see what Mark had. Oh, and Pocket Kings were shown.
Yeah.
I got the feeling Andrew was looking because I think he got the feeling if he made the call that Mark was kind of priced in, so it was working out well. What's there going to be if I? Because they actually sounds like for Andrew to make the call, I think he probably was just guaranteeing Mark was probably in as well.
Yeah, possibly, but yeah, like I mean, it looks in that situation that Mark should be pot committed once he makes the 3-bet on the button, but
he wasn't a lot thinking about it.
No, it was, which is always nice to see. None of this. I've got a big hand here. I kind of really lay this down.
You don't think he was getting slightly attached to the fact he's on the button and someone's raised anything? You're not doing that on my button.
Yeah, well, like it's maybe a result of Andy's been quite busy at this table, so it's a nice. I like it. It's a nice stab from Mark in that situation.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. He went for it, got given a fair bit of information back and said, oh well.
Yeah, I much prefer if the small blind turns over complete rags.
Absolutely.
For the cold 4-bet. Yeah.
So it looks like Andrew's reaching for chips again.
Undeterred, Andy Duncan coming in for a raise again.
I don't think that's a 5k chip. I don't think that's the raise. I'm assuming he's declared with change.
I thought I heard 2200.
Well, Terry in the big blind shows 8-4 off and decides, nah, not for me. So Andy wins a few back.
This is a key aspect to Andy's strategy here. If he's going to be busy in late position using his stack to pick up some chips, that when he gets played back at, not to necessarily play a big pot with the weaker hands, but also to keep making the raises, because the profitability in it is because you keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. So this hand we've got Terry in the small blind and Andrew Young in the big, which means it's going to be Dan Carter to act first.
It's always interesting to look at these top players playing, and you sort of expect them to be splashing the chips around.
Yeah, you expect to be absolutely bossing the table, but more often than not, that isn't how it works.
Yeah, I mean that's most of the time they just like as one pro used to call himself, getting it quietly.
Absolutely. And we're all in from the big blind after Dan had opened. Again, no messing.
Yeah, snap fold. Yeah, okay.
It's not even so much he's at it. It's just it's playing regular, and you'll get so many of them through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure, like it looks, it's a snap fold, but I'm pretty sure when he makes the raise in his head, he knows, well, I'm calling him, and I'm folding to everybody else.
So it's Dan's big blind this time, so we'll see whether anybody fancies dipping their toe in the water here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Andy's playing a lot of hands, but he's doing it in late position, which is a pretty decent strategy. I mean, maybe he's just had a rush of cards. There's a couple of spots at the table who, unfortunately are handcuffed, and
it's an interesting one, because I was just about to say Curtis has hardly, I don't think he's played a hand since we've been at this feature table, and in comes a bet under the gun.
Yeah. Which, I expect people to respect this, given, although, this group of players have obviously come here and they were together at the previous table. So
Dan's made at the big blind. The only one that hasn't respected it. And we're going to see a flop of 4 of clubs, 9 of spades, 8 of spades.
Yeah, I'll be pretty sure Dan, if he doesn't have a premium hand, he'll certainly have a plan for how the hand is going to play out.
So it's been checked to Curtis, who's bet 2,300.
And a quick call again from Dan. So
Queen of Diamonds on the turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it changes very much in the dynamic of the hand.
I mean, like that's a really good card for the open razor anyway.
Check to Kurtz again. He's flicked in a 5k chip. Well, I don't think it was a 5k. Maybe it was a 5k bet. Actually, yes, it probably will be looking at the pot. Yeah.
Yeah, we would expect it would be. This is interesting. This. It's hard to see what Dan is at here. Maybe just wants to call the c-bet and hope he gives up on the turn. So again, Dan defends and calls the c-bet. So not giving up too lightly.
Table giving the dealer a bit of banter. I think this dealer likes to be in charge. I think I get the feeling.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Actually, my first table he dealt. Yes, it was. We got Mark Porter making a raise to 1300 from mid position. Pretty small raise. And finds himself re-raised by Dan in the small blind and quickly folds. So those Mark's been a bit unlucky here, really, because the two occasions he's moved chips from his reasonably short stack, he's had to snap fold, hasn't even seen a flop. So
we've just been joined in seat 10 by Dean Steels, playing for the Coral Poker team. Thank you.
down to 157 now. So that was, I thought that was unusual that we were 8 here for such a long time.
I think after the last break, they were just trying to amalgamate, and obviously there was the side event going off as well, so they're trying to keep up to date with everything. And it is that time of the night where they do numbers start dropping.
Yeah, we're down to 158 players now, so from the original 240.
You can walk in front of that because we've switched to these two cameras.
So we've a raise from the hijack and a re-raise all in from the cutoff for not an enormous amount of chips. 10, 15k tops. Andy Duncan, 12 folds. And we got a call. We got an all in. Oh, actually, no, we got a fold. So that's pretty decent ROI for that re-steal. Was indeed 15k, 2 black chips in that reshove stack.
Brendan, I have my iPad is back connected to the world again, so we can do a quick update now of where we're at. So where are we? So update since we last updated exits. Where did we get? We got as far as Michael Lee. So we've lost Karen Mead, we've lost Dale Macarelli, we've lost Alan McSally, we've lost Neil Sheehan, Michael Hart, Wayne Parker, captaining the Yorkshire Poker Club, has gone in 161st. Darren Sutton is out. Dave Muscat is out. Lee Wyatt is out. Alan Curtin from Geordie Poker's out. Just lost the delightful Debbie Kim of playing for DJ's Rodders. And the captain of Bluebird, Di Farrell, has gone in 155th, so 154 remaining.
With the drop-off rate is quite,
it's
quite high at the moment.
We obviously it's points for the top 100, so we're starting to get edging towards the that point. And of course, those early points, they don't seem like very much, but actually, if you can get 5 or 6 or 7 even in that top 100, it's massive towards getting securing a top 3 place.
Yeah. So the points are 1 point for 100,
one for 100
and
yeah, that's
100
right.
for first.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so is that a change in the format? I didn't think it was like as flat as that. So the final table we're going 1 point for each place at the final table.
I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Most of these guys at the feature tables we've got here now have still got 6s and 7s left in their teams, so they're all still sitting in quite a comfortable position, really.
Yeah, Colin Napier, Scott Squad with 5.
Yeah, I mean
5 team members in.
So yeah, we're heading down to kind of average is probably now about 5 players, isn't it, roughly? So let's say a couple of these guys have still got 7 of their team in at the moment, which is very good. And unfortunately, the Black Country Poker Club have got 3 remaining at the moment. So has DJ's Rodders and Hit Squad Ice Tigers. They're down to 3 as well. Nobody's got the full complement, so everybody's lost at least 1 now.
It's quite the mystery, the BCPC performance in this event over the years.
Oh, yes, considering the pool of players.
Absolutely.
And for anyone that's watching, I mean, it's the Black Country Poker Club, originally set up by Brian Yates, who's a long-standing APAT member and community member. They've won numerous
APAT championships, medalists, final tables, cashes,
Online
great,
leagues,
great pool of players, yet never really have been able to master this one.
It's a strange one, but it does point to the variance being really high in an event like this.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of these tournaments, Brendan, come down to the captain of the team. I think you find if a winning team has normally got, has got a good captain. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Well, one that doesn't put you in like godly yellow t-shirt.
Well, exactly.
That sort of a captain.
You were on a loser with the yellow t-shirts, weren't you?
I mean, how are your raises going to be respected when you're dressed like this?
They're just not going to, are they? They're just not going to. Well, you really got to look at the team photos have all been uploaded. They're on the Picasso account, but I think they're also on the forum update. You won't miss.
It is. Is it late enough to look at those? You could print one off and keep your children away from the fire.
Absolutely. So Ray's coming in here from Terry in C3.
Yeah, Terry taking over from Andy to be the one of the busier players at the table, and looks like
Andrew, who's made a number of all-in moves.
Yeah, and like go for another re-steal against the same player he did, made the same move against just a couple of hands ago.
So Terry's initial bet was 2,200.
Yeah.
And the raise is up to 8,600.
8-6. Yeah.
And Terry
this
doesn't think about it very long, does he?
No, he doesn't. But Terry, much like Mark previously, has had to fold hands from raising positions where he's got snapped off, re-raised. So twice in the last 4 hands maybe, which can be quite costly at this stage for some sacks. So out in 154, Dave Green, another yellow wearing APAT chocolate lover team member. That's a win for the bar anyway.
Well, exactly, yeah.
And in 153rd, Warren Jones, also from the APAT Fish and Chips team. So not looking good for both APAT teams.
Warren was off each table earlier on today.
Yeah.
Played steady, but just didn't look like he was getting many cards and wasn't really kind of going his way. Good player though.
Very good player, yeah. And then when you get that combination of a good player running well, you really are in trouble.
Yeah. Warren's is actually ranked number 5 in the APAT All Stars, which was released over Christmas.
Yeah, which is it's not really an indication of anything. I mean, I was 50th.
Actually, Brendan, you were 60th.
Yeah, true. I was 60th. Yeah. Well, there we go.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
So we've got a open raise again in late position from Andy Duncan. Small blind finds a call and the big blind. So 3 ways. Flop of 4-4-4. Check. Action to Andy. Yeah, that's a really good spot for Andy to maybe throw in a c-bet. He elects to check back and we have an ace on the turn. Check again. Like
he's going to have a stab at this, surely.
Yeah, but you'd think I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. It's either you're betting some value here, or you're betting to just try and take. Either way, I can't see how you.
This isn't. Well, we don't want to say too much because we are quite near shot of the other 2 players. But
a long think about it then.
Yeah, because I mean, what does Andy's action represent here? So it's like you expect him to get called pretty light here.
He's been called.
And he showed. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense there. You know.
It now makes sense why
Yeah.
he slow played the
Why,
turn.
well, it makes sense why he checked the flop and turn and then come out with a bet on the river.
It's a horrible sort of thing where, especially when both the blinds are in the hand, it's one of them could so easily have a four.
If they have a four, they're getting paid, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's so unlikely, you know.
But it is that kind of blind
Yeah.
hands. Yeah.
I think Leo would prefer a bigger bet on the river from Andy there.
Really? Yeah.
Well, just simply because hands that are calling,
yeah.
that are likely to look them up. And in actual fact, the bigger the bet, the more weird it looks.
Yeah. Let's see what.
So, so we got a new player coming into seat one, Chris Tilbury from LBPN B team, who have 5 players still in the tournament. He's nursing and looks like 15, 16k.
It looks about starting stack to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that nursing still? I don't know. Are we at nursing stage yet?
15k. Well, it's like less than 20 bigs now at this stage. Blind's just gone up that level, this hand. So blinds are now 4-8 with a 100 ante. Got some dispute over where the new player should be and where the button should be. So we got a misdeal.
What?
Yeah.
I saw some aces and queens in there.
Yeah, well, which was kind of strange. We should have really picked up on it, to be honest with you, because the new player couldn't be on the button.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to explain that for anyone at home that doesn't understand how that works. Obviously, when a new player, the button's going around the table, a new player comes in and basically.
He can't come in on the button because he's actually, can he come in on the button? I don't think so.
No, he can't because the button's got to move around. So yes.
So somebody who's previously been the small blind has got to be the button next. So is that I don't know for sure. Is that a new ante level at 100?
We've just moved ante. Good spot.
No, but 4-8 is new. I know that much. But were we on 100 ante the previous level?
Yes, we were. So level up.
So we were on that level was 3-6 with a 100 ante.
Yeah,
so an ante was a third of a small blind, which makes it very profitable to be stealing.
Yeah. Well, they've slightly tweaked the structure to allow to get the 25 chips raced off at a sensible point in the tournament. So, I mean, I think most players would have said for a long time that a 75 ante is actually, it doesn't help the players, it doesn't help the dealers, it doesn't help anybody really.
Yeah, and get the 25 chips
exactly,
out of the way straight away.
Which is what they did at the dinner break. So.
Yeah.
I'm on a bit of a downer. We've just lost another Pokerariety player. Well, only our second one, so that's not too bad really. So a quick update where we are with some of the exits. So Richard Palser from Crack Kings has gone in 152nd. We've got Pat Costello from Blue Blood in 151st. John McMahon from Sutton Poker in 150th. Nick Kernick from Edgeworth Cricket Club in 149th. Alan Steer, our guy from down Brighton Way, has gone from Pokerariety in 148th. And Graham Thompson from LPPL Chaz team gone in 147th. 146 remaining.
So Blue Blood, how are they for players left?
Wait a minute.
4.
Yeah, which is a surprising
Again, another one which
return for, you know, to make the BCPC comparison and point stands there too.
Absolutely,
You know.
absolutely. So there's a few here nursing. So I get the very much feeling Mark Porter over the far side to us is really just waiting for a
Yeah,
spot.
Mark was unfortunate. He made a three bet on the button to an Andy Duncan raise and was cold 4-bet from the small blind. Lost a chunk in that he, you know, really couldn't afford to lose in that pot. Then came in for a raise, you know, a min plus raise, and got 3-bet by Dan Carter, which
Dan's been actually just got all stepped away from the table for a little while, by the looks of it.
Yeah, which.
Now the Team Gotham guys, they're all booked up in a house for the weekend, somewhere down near a river, they're like staying on next to a canal, all very
damp.
Yeah, yeah. So, the Team Gotham guys all got nicknames after basically kind of Batman characters. I'm not sure what Mark is. Is he? I think he's Bat Boy. I think.
Yeah, he's wearing the Batman logo there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Bat Boy. He's nodding at me. So Bat Boy is right. Yeah. So.
That obviously alluding to the baby face, right?
Yeah, obviously. I can't think of any other reason. Yeah. Oh, this is not getting any better for me as I'm seeing a good friend of mine, Paul Haycock, meeting us at the edge of the feature table here. Paul, are you Busto?
Ace King into Jacks, no help. Sad times.
That's not allowed, surely. Paul's playing for the Pokeriety team, so I think you still got 5 in because I think you're the third one to go.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think Laura's doing really well. She's got chunks, but yeah, disappointing. But what can you do?
You can join the commentary team. That's what you can do.
Join the commentary team. I would love to. Once I've got over this life tilt, I'll come and do a bit of commentary for you.
Excellent. We look forward to it.
Hard to feel sorry for you, Paul. I have to be honest.
Yeah, thanks for that. That means a lot.
And again, congratulations on the recent scores. Well, they're not quite so recent anymore, but it's
dim and distant past now.
Yeah, not definitely not forgotten. I'd imagine.
So I get the sad thing of waiting to watch your name appear on my exit list. Yeah, Alan.
So we've got under the gun +1 all-in shove from Dean. Folded to the big blind. Looks like close enough to 15 maybe. And gets it through. So Dean is it, and the Coral team player in that's what, seed 8.
Yep, Dean Steels. Yep.
Yeah. So he's like that's the second time getting them all in. It's like 15, 20k stack. Picking up some chips, but he really probably needs to find a call from somebody and turn it into 40k. And
yeah. What's he sat there? He's got a lot of the 1,000 chips, and so
yeah,
it's only about 12k, I think. I reckon.
Oh, I'd say closer to 15.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, maybe 16.
Okay.
But then again, like so 2 shoves. 2 shoves there. He's picking up a decent chunk of chips. He's picking up 2,200 chips.
Yeah. As I said, it's this point, and here we go again.
And here we go again under the gun, and people will.
Andy Duncan's already looking at what is the chips cost alignment. There's a conversation going on between them both.
Yeah. wait your turn, Andy.
Yeah, wait.
So,
folded all the way around.
yeah, but I expect them to be looked up a little bit lighter now, given this is 3 times. And
So Curtis in the small blind is first. Dan's already crossing his fingers.
yeah, so Andy Duncan is his only hope of a call here.
I mean, what's Andy got stack-wise now? Are we? He's got a decent chunk of 5Ks. So he's comfortably got the chips to make this call if he wanted to.
And he folds. But I suspect Andy is still on around 70k because... Oh, and...
red aces get shown.
Wow!
Red aces get shown. Isn't that what you want, though? So it's the third time you've made the move, and the third time you make the move, you get aces. You're thinking, oh, it doesn't get any better than this. They're never going to believe me.
Yeah. And then he gets it through, and it's like...
It through. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Gets it through, and it's FML.
You make the best laid plan in the world. Yeah, you've got the whole table believing. You've got to be at it.
Yeah. But in that spot there, would you be expecting Andy Duncan to seriously change his calling range?
Oh, massively.
In that spot,
massively. Well, you've got to, I think. I mean, I kind of know the way Andy plays quite well, but I still think in that position there, you've got to be looking at it. It's what was it? It was probably about. What's Andy got there? Andy's got 10, 20, 30, 40. Andy's got about 70.
I think around 70.
70k. So it was 12 into 7. I mean, it's still nearly. You know,
so calling for
15%,
16k.
Yeah, it's a fair bit to have to do. So, but it's a case of how wide. I mean, it's an under the gun movie. I mean, you've got to think he's got to be reasonably strong. He's got the rest of the table to get through.
So this is Mark.
This is Mark making
Mark
a move
making
under
a raise under the gun and gets finds a quick caller, one to his left, which to be fair, and he's been repopped again.
He's had 2 callers
and then the
squeeze. And then a squeeze play. I mean, Mark, it's not going well for Mark,
no,
is it?
It's not, and it looks like.
You'll know very quickly by what goes on here.
Yeah, he's getting it in.
He's oh well, good luck to him then. Good luck to him.
So good luck to Mark Porter, who is well, he's not all in, but you would expect him to be called by the squeezer here.
Yeah, he's completely pot committed.
Yeah,
Terry is, I think. There.
Yeah, I would definitely expect Terry to be calling here.
And then we'll.
And then. So 4k of dead money.
The call's been made, so let's
4K.
get it. Mark's got Black Kings.
Black Kings versus Ace King suited
Ace
in
King
hearts.
So.
Yeah.
So it's Mark's tournament life on the line here. Needs to avoid hearts.
So we've got
or
Queen,
an ace.
Queen 5, and a
There's 2
heart
aces,
on
2
the
hearts
turn,
there.
and he survives.
He gets
for 7,700.
Plus the extras in the middle, puts
yeah.
Mark up to about 20, 24, 25 maybe?
And 14, 6, yeah, just well, a little over 20, yeah.
A bit more in there, yeah.
Little over 2.2 in there, and then the 2 guys call the race. No, the 2 guys called for 1,600. Though they put like 2 green chips in.
Yeah, but it was 77 was the final all in. He'd already taken the rest of it away. So actually it's nearer, that's nearer. Mark must have had about about 9 to
7,
start with.
4, 13, 26. Yeah, actually closer to 30.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. That's Mark back in the game. We've only just been saying he's been hanging there, waiting for it. And,
yeah, well, his spots have like just not timed well for him. You know, which sometimes happens, and you're like, what do I need to do here? Like, you know, how do I, find situations and spots where I can find a hand to make a raise and then run into something.
So that's under the gun aces, under the gun kings. What's coming next?
Yeah, and interesting the different way both guys played them because it's pretty much the same stack.
Yeah.
But then again, Dean had previously, this is what I was saying earlier on, Dean had like previously open shoved
Yes.
twice.
He'd already laid the groundwork for it.
If you know, does it become a bit transparent then if he comes in for a raise like Mark did?
So Dan's raised up.
Yeah, to 1800. Small blind folds and Mark Porter folds.
I don't know if you'll play it.
So pretty easy, Lee, for me to pick out my teammates from this vantage point because they're all wearing the safety gear. Yeah.
We'll give him a quick name check of who you've got left in. You've still got Shirley Cole and Andy Overton. Your skipper's still in, John Murray.
Yeah.
And Jason Kemp and Belgian Tom Splitwell.
Yeah. Interesting that Andy Overton has now covered up the hideous T-shirt. I did say at our table earlier on today, I expect to be some legislation from APAT next year for this event about APAT representative teams and their uniforms.
There was a conversation earlier on about it between Des and myself. Des was just shocked, absolutely shocked.
But this is what happens when you give authority to somebody like John Murray.
So it's folded all the way round to Mark,
who completes.
Who just completes. So I think Colin's just going to say, let's see a flop.
Yeah, and he does. So what's happened here? The dealer hasn't taken in. So we've yet to have our flop bets. Is that what's happened here?
No, the flop bet was made. He just
okay. So he took in the pre-flop and the flop
bets at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, so
so Mark's bet 2, Colin's raised 5, and Colin's giving him a bit of verbals.
Mark's just like...
Mark can hold his owner, it's not a problem, so he'll decide what to do. Looks like Mark's reaching for another raise here.
4, 6, 7. You know, I mean, he seemed to be checking out a stack, and maybe to me it looked like, have I got any fold equity here?
Back, so he's raised 12,000 and
he has raised and gets it through.
Good work.
You have to say it's a kind of a break that you'd expect him. You know, every time he's moved the chip, it's gone bad for him, hasn't it? Well, except for the kings, obviously, but.
He won't show any, but I'd love him to just showing the bluff there, just to be like,
Yeah.
Fair play to Colin. Nice move by Colin. Yeah, put the pressure on.
Very nice. I suspect maybe it's interesting that Mark chose to just complete there in the small. Now, maybe there's some history between the two guys that he knows he'll get to see a flop cheaply. I don't know. I certainly prefer a raise. But then again, I suppose he's reluctant to put his feet in the water after being snapped off so many times lately. So.
So we've got a raise from the hijack here from Dean, who's back at it again, Brendan.
Yeah, but and again, interestingly now, having got the raise through with his aces, now just coming in for an open raise and not putting the lot in the middle.
And obviously, Mark's got chips now, so he's pondering on the button what to do.
Yeah. Dean, of course, is in late position. This is the first time we've really seen him in this late position, moving chips. So
Mark folds, Colin folds. So it's round to Chris in the big blind, who's had about 14k stack. He's having a think about it, but he's let them go as well. So Dean gets that through.
So it's been a nice move for Dean so far.
Yes, worked, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Twenty 25 minutes left at this level.
I was hoping you didn't make 25 minutes till Paul gets back from the bar.
I hope it's not that long. I'm slowly dehydrating here. Actually, not slowly. It's always great that these the team events. Everyone turns up. It's all a very social event, played in the right spirit. It's good fun.
Yeah, and a lot more liquid compared to your average poker tournament, yeah?
Yeah, just a little bit. I've just seen, oh dear, I've just seen a Facebook message come through because obviously I'm keeping up to date with the Pokerati team, my guys and girls this weekend, and I've just a good friend of yours has just busted our skipper. Stuart Oliver's gone out with Ace Jack versus Aces. What do you say to that, Brendan?
Well, I was on the same table with Stuart all day, which is, well, for a lot of the day, as long as I lasted, put it that way. He didn't really, find any hands or find any spots. I probably had the best seat at the table. I was like 2 to his left, so he did well to last as long as he did, pretty much.
But he does have a lot of history with Ace Jack, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has.
It's never good for. It's never good for him.
Yeah, but he does need to get a bit busier too, doesn't he?
Yeah. He might watch this back, so I'll be careful what I say. But he's a good guy. He'll be railing the rest of the team. So.
So usually signaling, will we go for food? No, can we have a drink? Hope you're listening, Amanda.
So Tom Brady's just walking past the update up tournament area. How's it going, Tom?
I only did it for a bet.
What do you think of the weekend so far, Tom?
It's been quietly. Yeah, you had a quiet night last night.
Very quiet.
Yeah, early to bed.
Tournament running smoothly?
Very smoothly at the minute.
Happy with it? I mean, it's a great card.
Oh, it's fantastic card room. I've done a great job. Extra 4 tables and there's still, a nice bit of room between them. Yeah, I've done really well.
Very, very good. So exits are flying in here. That was the words of Tom Brady. You don't get much out of him, but normally it's gold. So you can see latest exits on the right-hand side of the screen. You'll see those beautifully put up by Mr. Duffy. Give you the last 30 exits. We're starting to get close. We're creeping down to that magic 100. I don't know. Will it tighten? I'm never sure with these team events whether it tightens up as it gets close to the point. Whether it's a real true bubble or whether everyone is just is it they want to get a point for the team? I mean, you played quite a few of these, Brendan.
Yeah, imagine most team managers' instructions are, your tournament life is very important to us as a team.
Absolutely. So we're seeing a flop of Queen 7-9 here, and it's gone check. Chris and Derek in the hand. Derek's the one acting first. Cheers. Thanks, Paul. So bet from Derek gets that one through. He's been very quiet at the table.
Yeah. It probably doesn't help him that he's got his teammate directly on his.
And skipper.
Oh, and skipper too. Yeah. Must not misbehave in front of the skipper.
Absolutely. So we're in level 9. Blinds are 400, 800 with a running ante of 100. We've been rejoined by Paul Haycock, fresh from the bar.
Fresh is generous, by the way.
Fresh is generous.
Fresh is generous. Back from the bar for sure.
Right then, so we've got Terry in the small blind and Andrew in the big blind here, which means it'll be Dan to act first.
Short pause while Lee pours his water.
Never let this man tell you that he doesn't drink, by the way. He told me that for a long time, and then I went to Vegas with him, and that dispelled that myth categorically.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is a myth. He's one of these guys who, when he's drinking.
It's always the quiet ones, yeah.
Then, of course, he is good pals with Stuart Oliver, which it's hard not to be an alcoholic when you're his pal.
The lads of Scotsman, anything could happen.
Yeah, the only problem you have in that relationship is who goes to the bar, the Scotsman or the accountant.
Give me the bloody mic back, yeah. So Mark, getting a lot more active since he's got his chip stack there, Brendan. So
yeah, Dan's raised under the gun and Mark is flattered, and
which he does quite a lot.
So we're 3 ways, are we, to the flop here?
Yeah, big blinds in on this as well. They've both all checked the flop of 8 deuce jack, 6 on the turn, 2 spades out there now. 10 of diamonds on the river doesn't seem to change much.
Yeah, a lot of respect in position for Mark to check behind twice in this situation. Andrew coming in.
It's Andrew betting and gets it through.
So Andrew quietly chipping up here.
Yeah, that's a nice little pot.
Yeah, so that's like a considerable increase on his stack.
There's a few at this table that just been quietly nursing a sort of starting stack and waiting for their opportunity. We had a little while ago. We had aces under the gun, and then kings under the gun next hand. Aces didn't get paid at all, although it was his third time in a row of shoving.
It looks pretty cagey from what I've seen. Admittedly, that's a sample of about 4 hands, but
we've had
wanting to step too far out of line.
Yeah, we've had little bursts where like Andy Duncan came in and played a few hands in a row. Terry done similar. Mark tried for a little while and was like ran into stuff.
Just didn't work. It didn't work for Mark for a little while until he got the kings under the gun and played it very well. Actually, I thought played it very well indeed.
Yeah, interesting that he came in for a raise rather than an all in like Dean.
So Dan Carter in the big blind this time, Andrew in the small, and it's Dean raising up again. Another one who's got some chips now and is playing a few more hands.
Yeah, it looks like this is one of those situations where Dean gets moved to a new table and all of a sudden the deck starts.
Doesn't that happen quite a lot though? Well, it goes one way or the other, doesn't it?
Yeah, one way or the other. Yeah, moves can be fantastic or they can be absolutely awful.
And Dean gets that one through. So just to update you on a few exits. 144th, so we lost Andrew Walker from Gambling Network Forum. They're 2 times previous winners. Gary Phillips has gone from APAT Fish with chips. Edgeworth Cricket Club lost 2 in a row, including their skipper. So that's Ian Eyre and Brian Frew out of the equation now. Peter Winsper from Cracked Kings has gone. Simon Lawler, Blonde Poker, out in 139th. Keith Lindley from Sutton Poker gone in 138th. Yorkshire Poker lose Paul Wilson in 137th. And APAT stalwart JP Round for DJ's Rodders out in 100. I think it's DJ Rodders down to 2. I think it's 2 players left now. Blue Blood lose another one. Matt Ward, who we were talking about Bluebirds earlier on, Brendan.
Yeah, which is another sort of underperforming team. Well, I wouldn't say underperforming, but you would expect that they would have a lot of players going deep.
Pokerati skipper Stuart Oliver out with Ace Jack, 134th. And Coral Poker have lost another one. Suang Thong out in 133rd. So just having a look. Yeah, actually, Edgeworth Cricket Club have got 1 player left in now. Sutton Poker have got 2. DJ's Rodders have got 2. There's quite a bunch with 3. Still leading the way. We were talking about Mark over the far side. Bat Boy, Mark over there. Well, the rest of his team, Team Gotham, there's still 7 of them in the tournament at the moment. They've only lost 1 so far. And Lee Barrett's Poker Knights A have still got 7 as well. So they're the ones leading the way. Oh, Mark's heading over this way because he loves a good bit of commentary, does Mark? So we're doing well, Mark. So talk us through the King's hand.
I don't think there's too much to say about it, to be honest. I think I had 12 big blinds, or maybe 15 big blinds to start.
It wasn't a shove though. That's what we thought was interesting.
It was a raise on. I think I started off about 16 bigs actually. So, and with kings, I was reasonably happy to see some callers and get it.
Having seen the aces shove the previous hand under the gun, it was.
It's not my style to shove kings and aces. I want to try and eke some value from them.
You managed to get some chips there, so I hope you do make it good and carry on. Team's doing well.
Yeah, it sounds like we've still got 7 in, so.
All going good?
More importantly, Mark, you've managed to keep your cool when things went against you for a little bit.
Yeah, and also pick some cards out, which is nice.
Right, so good luck, buddy. Disappointing, really, because Mark's very good on commentary, and I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to grab him over and add him to the team, the dream team we're putting together here next to this feature table in Luton.
Andy Overton looks like he's fussed.
Oh, it's another yellow walk of shame.
Yeah.
And wow, we're just watching Andy on the feet. And how about this? It's already up on my iPad. Matt Dale is working overtime on updates over there. The guy's only got off his chair and it's already appeared on the list. So that's Andy Overton out in 130 seconds. So 1-3-1 to go, getting close to the points. So that's the chocolate lovers down to 4 players now, Brendan.
Doesn't look like I can piggyback my way to a win in this event, unfortunately.
Pokerati down to 4 as well, Paul.
But what a 4!
It is a good 4.
If we can stick with that 4 all the way to the final table, we'll be all right.
What are they like chip stack wise? Are they looking good?
No, but Laura's doing well. I think Simon's doing okay. I mean, at the break when we had 7 still in, everyone was like hovering around the 20k mark, so no one's really kind of surging ahead. But I don't know, if we can stick around for a little while, we'll still be in with a shout going into day 2.
So there's a king high flop here, or 3 hearts, and Andy checked it round to Dan. Dan's bet out 1500, which Andy's pretty quickly made the call there, Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah, and an all heart flop. So, I mean, Andy can pretty much have anything here from a king to an overpair to the 3.
So Andy's in the big blind. Andy's bet out on the queen turn, and Dan, that was pretty much snap fold. What do you make of that?
We've shown the ace of hearts face up there as well, so yeah, nice flop regardless of what that other card was there. Yeah, everyone's from what I've seen, everyone's playing pretty carefully. I mean, the average stack is still a what is it? About 40 bigs or so. So yeah, there's still plenty of play left. Stepping out of line too much.
34, yeah.
34.
So I've been quite impressed with Andy Duncan at this feature table. He does have the chips to flex his muscles with, but he's been busy but not too busy, and he's kept at it.
He seems very focused. I must admit, it's more. I'm seeing Andy play, and sometimes it's a little bit, yeah, it's not going as well. He seems very focused today.
Yeah, he does, but you know yourself, Andy he just lives for going deep in these APAT events. So it was interesting the way he played that all heart king high flop against Dan, check calling and then leading the turn.
So what we got here? We got a raise from Colin.
Yeah.
A call from Andrew, and it's round to. Yeah, so Andrew's made a call. Andy in the small.
Two Andrews have made the call.
And Dean in the big room. I mean, he's priced into that massively. Interesting. We see a flop.
Yeah, but he's not really. All right, initially he's like priced in to make the call, but he puts himself like out of position in a pot with probably
it's
something
check,
very ragged.
Check round to Andrew, who's bet 4,500. It's ace 10 10, two clubs.
It's interesting because well, maybe it's just the way the cards have fallen for Andy Duncan, who he's like defended against raises from Colin a lot.
Colin flipped in a 5k chip very quickly there, and has checked the deuce of hearts on the turn. I think that's Andrew reaching for chips.
Yeah,
saying I'm all in.
Andrew's all in, and a quick fold for Colin. That's a tidy little pot for Andrew again, isn't it?
That's about the third time we've said that.
Yeah.
It's an interesting topic about defending your big blind when you're priced in. So it's getting about 5 or 6 to 1 there, but the reverse implied odds can cause you a really big problem if you're calling off with something like a Jack 9 type of hand. Okay, it can flop well.
Just explain when you say reverse
implied odds. So
people know what you mean by that.
So the reverse implied odds is when you so you make a call with something like, I don't know, say Jack 9 or something, because you feel like you're getting good odds for it, and then you pick up top pair on the flop, but there's so many other hands that you're still losing to that actually even though you've hit, you still stand to just lose a bigger pot rather than winning one. So it's kind of the opposite of implied odds, which is, okay, if I hit, I'm going to win a chunky pot.
Yeah, and out of Dean's stack size too, it's going to be a hefty chunk of a stack to maybe, expensively find out that he shouldn't have been there in the first place. Yeah. It does show a certain amount of discipline on Dean's part to not make that call there. And actually, often, when I'm playing, if I see somebody doing something like that, it can mean either one or two things. They're, not very good, or quite the opposite.
I'm terrible for it. All I look at is, I'm calling with any two cards here because I'm priced into it. But actually, really, there is more to it.
But it really is a good indicator of quite a decent player if you think about it. And things like giving somebody a walk when, really, you're going to end up all in for 20 big blinds with.
So it's raised from Curtis to 2,100, and Dean in the small blind has done his usual thing, Brendan.
Yeah, so this is a nice re-steal move from Dean, but it's interesting. Yeah, because Curtis hasn't really been busy, but it is a late position raise.
But that's what I was saying. Curtis has played probably maybe, what do we think, maybe three, four hands as they moved up here in nearly 2 levels.
Pretty much, I would say he's been the quietest player at the table. Yeah.
So we've got 5 minutes left in this level, and then we'll be level 10. And then players will get another 15-minute break. Do you think that was Dean just seeing weakness, seeing if it was just a case of Curtis thinking, oh, well, it's finally come round to me. I'm going to put a late position raise in, because you would have thought there'd be respect there for it with a few hands he's played.
It's kind of hard to know. He has been quite busy. Like, he's got his chips in the middle. Probably that's the 4th time since he's arrived at this table. So you got to ask yourself which is more likely, that he has a hand or every time, or he certainly seems as though he knows how to spot a spot.
The stack sizes work well for him in that spot as well. He's got enough to fold out anything, but pretty narrow range. When I made that move, my range is pretty wide out. It's probably all pocket pairs, most aces, few suited connectors, probably. Just because there's so much dead money if you can fold him out.
A very customer-centric move, though, yeah. I mean, okay, you're talking about a range of hands there, but you got to pick your customer right too.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah. If that's his first race for 4 orbits, then obviously you can narrow him down a little bit. But no, it's a good spot with the positions and the stack sizes. It's a good jamming spot.
Yeah, but I strongly suspect in that situation that it was more a case of he had a hand. But then again, he's not at the table long enough to really know that Curtis has been super tight, and certainly the tightest player thus far at this feature table. So kudos to him if he did make that light reshove, albeit with a perfect stack size to do it.
Few more exits then. So Phil Hurtle from APAT Fish with Chips has gone, 131st. Phil Laws of Gambling Network 4 have lost a couple on the bounce there. Another one from Coral Poker's gone. Derek Rowland, Daniel Thursfield from FISO's gone, and Dave Allen, the captain of Midlands Poker Forum. So we're down to 1-2-6 now, guys. Starting to get close to the points.
Yeah, a bubble of sorts.
Yeah, well, it's a weird one, isn't it? It's, as we were saying, it's points. You want points for the team. It's obviously not cash, but it is a kind of bubble.
Yeah.
So it's folded all the way around to Dan in mid position, and he's reaching for some chips and bets out 1800. Curtis folds. Andrew Duncan does his same thing. It's like watching Johnny Wilkinson preparing to kick a conversion, isn't it? It's identical movement every single time.
A change of strategy from Dean. Just flatten the raise on this occasion.
So Dean's raised to 5,000, so it's back round to Dan.
Yeah, Dan's raised. And Dean flat. That's a 3-bet from Dean, is it?
Yeah, it is. But the trouble is he's pulled in the original raiser's chips, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think although he's doing that in position, which would sometimes suggest quite a wide range, I think this probably is a hand because you look at the short stack that's in the big blind. He knows there's a pretty good chance actually that he's going to have to show his hand face up here. So I think that's a decent hand that is 3-bet with especially with the original raise being in early position to. So his range is pretty narrow, I think.
And it's been a small sized 3-bet. Yeah. Compared to the resteals where he got the whole lot in the middle. So we've our blinds and antes gone up for this hand. Yeah, so we're now playing blinds of 500, 1,000 with a 100 ante. That's 3 or 4 levels now with that 100 ante, isn't it? Lee, 3 maybe?
Yeah, I think we've done 3. I think it's all of this session has been at 100 ante.
So you're gone from 1/3 of a small blind to 1/5 of a small blind. Yeah, so we got Chris, our latest member of this feature table, Chris in seat 1 all in. And we've got a call. Pocket 10s on the button, straight into queens. And Chris gets the much needed double up. That's a pretty sick spot, isn't it? Raised hands on the button into the short stack in the small blind.
It's the kind of thing that the phrase "plays itself" was made for.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely.
No, I didn't see it.
Well, Chris's all in was for 11-1. 11 big blinds.
I get the bad news today in the pokerati guys. So Johnny Duncan is out in 126. Husband Andy is on our feature table here, doing rather better. It's all starting to go horribly wrong.
It's going a bit south now, isn't it? But yeah, we cling to the vain hope that we'll have our 3 remaining players on the final table.
I think it's what we needed, yeah. But as we were saying earlier on, it's all about if you can get four in the top top 100 and a couple then go deep. That more than often is enough to secure a place in the top 3.
Yeah, like there's so many points up top. You get 2 pairs into the top 10.
Makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think obviously these guys that have got 6s and 7s that are going to possibly hit the top 100. Well, they're just giving themselves a better chance of riding the variance in this event for a couple of them to go deep.
Yeah, it's interesting. Would you know how many of the winning teams actually had the winning player? The player that finished fourth.
I don't think it's happened.
Well, it did.
Did it?
Did Wayne Parker finish first the year you captained the APAT team to the win?
Yeah, I think he might have gone in the top. He was certainly in the top few. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You might be right. Oh, Deb, do you want to talk about it?
I don't want to talk about it.
That's enough. That's all you need to know. Deb doesn't want to talk about it. It's had fun. Okay. Picked a spot and it was the wrong spot. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. So with Darrell Hall going in 125th, we're now down to 124 runners. Level 10, 15-minute break at the end of this level. But we are creeping closer and closer to the point. And then Matt Dale starts to sweat when he's got to start making sure all the exits are properly in order. So we've got to raise and a call. So it's Curtis back in park in hand against Derek. Curtis to act first. The flop's 8, 3, deuce, 2 diamonds. And the bet is 4,000. Very quickly called by Derek.
Yeah, and actually it's strange because these are definitely the two quietest players at this table.
So 8 of hearts and Curtis is all in. It looks to be about 14k. 15-1, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to see. It's hard to see what Derek can call the flop with and not call this turn all in.
I mean, it was an under the gun raise from Curtis.
Like if Derek's on a flush draw, you know, he hasn't really got the odds to make the call in the first place.
It's interesting because you're assuming Curtis has got to be fairly strong there. He can't be that strong, so I think my sense would be you're overplaying that turn shove. He wasn't quite set up right for the bet size. Am I making sense? It just didn't feel.
Well, it's a slide over bet on the. Yeah, but sometimes.
So you've got two ways of doing it. Either you make your post flop bet a little bit smaller on the basis that you can then bet to the turn and then shove the river, or you've got to go a little bit higher on your flop because you're planning on shoving the turn.
Yeah, and then of course it depends on how much protection his hand needs too. In that situation, his hand probably doesn't really need that much protection. They're two really tight players, and you know, if he bets, I think he bet 4k on the flop.
4k.
You know, in that situation with Derek, I suspect like 2k is enough.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Then again, obviously, if you want to, if your plan is just to get it all in on the turn, which is not the worst thing in the world, because it's a lower variance route.
So my mistake. So Curtis was under the gun +1, and he's just under the gun this time, and gets that one through. 2 in a row.
It's been really interesting that we've like seen little bursts of people coming out and playing. You know, like Mark did it, Andy Duncan did it. Even Andrew in C4 has done it a couple of times.
Yeah, and won some nice pots that way.
Yeah, absolutely. More in a passive sort of a way. He's won his pots in a kind of a passive. Actually, I'm quite surprised how Dan has been, you know.
Yeah, I'd agree. So it's going to be Andy Duncan first to act this time. Pause in the commentary there. Deb Duncan was just explaining to us about hot rocks. Brendan, Paul, and myself are now as educated as I think we're ever going to be. Yeah, exactly, as ever we want to be. But I am just thinking, how do you think hot rocks would impact on Brendan's yellow polo shirt?
Oh, anything would improve Brendan's yellow polo shirt, to be honest.
It's very true indeed.
I mean, I like wearing yellow. Yellow brings out, you know, the brown tones in my skin. But that's just... Am I allowed to swear on live feed?
Others have, but I'd prefer you didn't.
It's yellow in an unearthly kind of way, isn't it? It's not just...
In a previous life, it was a high vis.
Belt and two braces, I think they call it.
Absolutely. So under the gun again from Dean. He's loving Andy Duncan's big blind, isn't he? Really is.
Yeah, I'll have a piece of that again to see. Deb, what's the story with Andy? He's very chill and he's listening to music at the table, which you never noticed him doing before. Is this a new departure?
No, he's always done that sort of thing, but he's not been playing live much recently, so I think he's just trying to, you know, stay in the zone. And he wasn't enjoying live play for a while, and I think he's, you know, clearly if he's chipped up, he's getting into it. So I believe he's been playing very well, but I've not been able to concentrate given my own demise over the last hour or so.
Well, he's certainly been playing very well, and he's been very focused as well. He's looked really at ease and very focused. Yeah.
Am I allowed to say he's lovely?
No, you're not.
I've departed from my usual of putting lemonade in my beer. I was sat next to Chris Webber and he insisted I didn't have any lemonade in my beer.
Well, as an Irishman, I have to stand with that one. Yeah.
It's not Guinness. I mean, if it was Guinness, it would be like criminal, wouldn't it, to put lemonade? Do people even attempt to put lemonade in Guinness?
No, they don't. Blackcurrant.
And that is lovely with a bit of soup and soda bread.
It's still sacrilege, Deb.
Is it?
Yeah. Still sacrilege. So we're going to see you back in Ireland soon, right?
It's making me actually miss at Dublin at the moment, because the first time I had with soda bread and Guinness and blackcurrant was in Dublin, and it was very good. But I miss, you know, watching Buddy run along the beach. We'll have to come over.
You know, you're more than welcome, Deb.
And Buddy does like him.
He very much likes Andy Duncan. So we need is Andy to make a big score here. Book the weekend. So we've got some flop action here. Dan check calling on a flop of Jack Queen 2 to Curtis's bet of 3k. Goes check on the turn. Second Jack on the river Canton. I expect Dan to bet this out now. So Dan checks again, and Curtis bets for, looks like 5.5k. Very weird spot for Dan here, with the with Curtis's check on the turn, on the board pair on the river. Pretty sure we wouldn't expect Curtis to bet anyway thinly there. And he makes the call with ace high, and his hand is good. Well played, Dan.
I don't think it was a soul read. I think it was just some chips and hope for the best.
So we did interesting spot there, Paul. Yeah, so so it's like check call the flop, Jack Queen 2, second 2 on the turn,
It wasn't really the best run up for a
and
bluff,
so
was
it
it?
goes check check, and it's the second jack on the river, and Dan checks again
That would definitely
into
work.
Curtis, who
The turn bet would
as one of the tighter players on the table, makes a strange
just
5.5k bet on the river. Dan thinks for a while and makes the call.
Yeah, it's it doesn't make a huge amount of sense just from the way that you've described the hand. It's pretty hard for him to represent really anything that doesn't then continue on the turn. Which is why Dan's found the call, I guess. How much was the river bet in relation to the bet?
The river bet was 5.5k, I think. It was relatively small in relation to the pot at that stage.
Yeah, so he was pricing him in a little bit as well. So
But it was a decent. It was a decent amount of Dan's stack, which probably was more important than the size of it in relation to the pot.
yeah, I mean, most legitimate hands would seek to protect their hand on the turn, wouldn't they?
But an interesting line, would you expect a decent player to take in being comfortable enough to check call, let him bluff, and be confident enough to follow on with that and actually make the call on both the flop and the river?
Did he show his hand or not? Did he show his hand?
Did Curtis show his hand? No, he just no, I think he just auto surrendered.
It's definitely not happening now, I don't think.
Okay. We haven't got any new players.
Maybe May.
So new buddy.
Gets another paint.
He's bringing.
So we've got some action between the two Andrews here.
Calls 3,000.
Raise and seat 4 from Andrew, and flat call on the button from Andy Duncan.
482.
Flop of 8-4-2. Andrew reaches for some chips. Makes a bet of 6,000. Just Andy Duncan dwells over his decision as Deb tentatively creaks a look. Go on, my Andy. And he sort of looks like he's in, oh, I just hate to just fold to this one bet on the flop, but I'm probably going to do it anyway. And he does. That's what we call Irish position, get the bet in first. At the other fellow end, because this is yeah, it's a,
Cheers, gents. Been
yeah.
a pleasure. Thank you very much. Good luck. Let's see if I can get you the valley back.
So a guy I used to play a lot with had a nice strategy for situations like that, where do I see bet or do I not see bet, and how much do I see bet, and it basically was am I firing 1 street or 2 streets of a C bet. So and if it was firing 2, it would be a smaller C bet.
Yeah.
Knowing that then he was going to follow up again on the turn.
It's important to be clear in your own mind as to why you're c-betting as well. Is it for protection? Is it for value? Is it to try and fold your opponent's range out?
And texture's a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, on there most of the time he gets through. It was 8-4 deuce or whatever it was, rainbow flop. So any hands that were ahead pre are usually still ahead post.
I'm pretty sure Dan in that situation, in Andy Duncan's situation, would maybe float that
Yeah,
c-bet.
maybe, and see if the c-better slows down, maybe he can take it away with a bet on the turn. But again, it comes down to stack sizes then, because if he calls that, then there's the stack to pot ratios are pretty low.
Which makes it even a better spot to float him there, because you threaten his whole stack.
Yeah.
Which means when he does fire again on the turn, you can be pretty sure that you're behind.
Yeah, and as long as you have the conviction to follow through and bet the turn, having floated the flop.
Yeah.
If the guy checks.
Absolutely. Yeah. So pretty easy for any of these guys to put some chips in the middle and not get any back on one or two occasions and be dragged into the mire chip stack wise.
All in and a call checks against those.
They want it over the logo.
Yeah, they've got to go over the sponsors for the camera.
Over the logo.
So we've got an all-in and a call here on our feature table. Jacks versus 10s and Jacks versus Ace 10. 10 on the flop. And a 5 on the river.
Nice play with you, mate.
And we lose Colin. I didn't really see how that played out. Was that like a but Derek was under the gun, wasn't he? Yeah, Derek was under the gun in that situation. Yeah. So, yeah, Derek obviously came in for a raise under the gun, and Colin got it in with Ace 10 on the in the small. Very short, but like we got like Derek, one of the tighter players at the table, comes in for a raise in first position.
We lost 5 like that, didn't we? First 5 levels, it was like bang, 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 bang. Slow down a bit, that's the first elimination.
But he demolished the table, didn't he?
Why he did, yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
When he was up to 40k in, I think, the first level.
Just big him.
Yeah, absolutely demolished.
Just big guy.
And that chap there was up to about 40k in the first level.
Couldn't go wrong.
Unbelievable. The thing is, he was like, every time he like smashed money in the pot, everyone just ended up being scared. We've already seen like set after set after set.
His luck had to run out in the end. He had so much of it early on. He had it all early on. He just could not go wrong.
Well, actually, the opening hand, he flopped top 2 in a 3-bet pot. And the second, the very next hand, the second hand, he flopped top set in a 3-bet pot. He was already up to like 22k after 2 hands, you know.
But he kept getting paid. I never played any hands early on, thank God, but he was getting paid.
Well, he wouldn't have got paid then.
He was getting paid over in the corner over there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It's a respectful fold, that's his thing, mate. Only because it's your big one. Yeah, exactly.
How many left in your team then? Wow.
Yeah. And he lost 1 set. Sorry. I've not seen 5 of my team since like the first break. They might still be in, I haven't seen them.
What's going on? Are they staying sober today?
Well, they were hosting last night.
Sorry?
Just
DNF. The team. Champions 2011, 2012.
Change every time.
And 2016. Of course. No, there's only 5 of us left.
Well, I don't know if there's anyone out now. I don't know anyone. Don't mean prison.
It was a local forum back in the day. Matt, you know Matt Dale?
Yeah.
He used to run a poker site called Poker.UK. That's right. And it was affiliated with this forum, which changed names actually about 6-7 years ago, but it's now GNF, Gambling Network Forum. And it was very popular. It was kind of unknown as well. Like you ask any kind of UK guys, they didn't know it, but it was doing alright. But now it's
most of them are.
Sorry?
Most of them are. They're like.
Well, I mean, the problem is you have things like Skype and WhatsApp, which can have groups of people talking. People love sharing stuff, but when you take away, when you introduce things like Skype and WhatsApp or any kind of group chat, it completely ruins the idea of a forum. It's a shame because
it's like everything's evolved. I mean, I've got at least 100 poker books at home. I used to start collecting all the different ones, and it's like learning from a poker book. Maybe. It's like, oh what?
Sorry.
I'll still buy them just as. I'd love to get hold of the original. I mean, it costs a fortune now, but the original Super System before it was named Super System, when it was how I won $1 million playing poker.
Really? I didn't know it was it's called something else. I have a box in my mum's attic of poker books I bought. It would have been 12 years ago. I bought a ton of them. And they're all sat in a box. Probably like a lot of other people actually. Boxes of poker books in their mum's attic. No, they were very good back in the day because the game had progressed so slowly, and people like forums weren't popular back then, and there was the only kind of instant messaging around was things like MSN and AIM. So information was passed along a lot slowly. So yeah, buying a poker book was fantastic back then. You were ahead of the game if you read a poker book. But as of about 5 years ago, buying a poker book was kind of like a bit old-fashioned, but you could still certainly learn a few things. But the last 3 years definitely don't. There's no point buying a poker book. There's so much information out there anyway, and by the time a book's published, it's 6 months old anyway.
I mean, the one that's probably got value that's been recent is Jared Tendler, just when they're on about mental rather than the actual like all the mental games.
He actually he does coaching for our group. Yeah, he does mental coaching for our group, and whenever he coaches today, we all get like $20 knocked onto makeup. I haven't watched any of his videos, which I should do, but I actually haven't spoken to her in over a year, but I have a mental coach of my own. Which, if someone
so, Mark betting out here on the ace, deuce, ace flop.
I don't use it anymore because like my head used to be all over the place, and I was trying to sort myself out. But now, I'm sure it'd be beneficial, but I'm not really looking for a mental coach at the moment.
I just think as long as you're constantly, if you're doing it professionally, as long as you're constantly looking for opportunities to think, regardless of what it is, and you chop and change. So it might be a mental coach one year, it might be like you're doing the coaching and stuff this time, but it's that transfer. I would imagine the biggest.
And Chris on the button in seat 1 has raised it up.
You need to always, you always need to be hungry.
Decisions back on Mark.
I think that's a problem. If I'd had a big score and I did it full time, I'd just been like, not do it for 6 months.
I've been there. I've been playing for 11 years, and I've had many big drinks in my time.
And Mark mucks the cards.
I've now got to a point where
And Derek will take that one down.
Unless it got to a point where I want
Sorry, not Derek. Chris will take that down.
Would actually mean I could take a year off, and it would make a difference. The problem is, the only way I could ever take much time off the game if I won money is if I quit playing for a living forever. Because the moment you take time off the game, you have to catch up again, and that takes a lot of time to get back in.
That's why, because I've been doing it as a hobby. And I used to play 4 hours a night. I was like, after work every night all the time. That's how I build my bankroll. But so then we have family, got married, have family, and you just don't have the time to do that stuff now. And now, the games have also I've almost got to go back and relearn it. It's like if I was going to play it seriously again, I'd literally relearn the entire.
You had the ace.
Thing is as well,
I had a net flush draw.
I built my bankroll playing limit cash games because that was everything.
I played them on Party back in the day. Party Poker and Paradise Poker. I bet you played on Paradise, didn't you? Yeah.
So, entering the commentary booth is Stu Ward, previous APAT champion.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Tournament not good for you today?
Nah, just couldn't hit a pair, so these things happen.
He's going to join us on this feature table. So I'll run down the feature table again, partly for Stu's benefit, so we can see who we've got. So Chris Tilbury in seat 1, Derek Moyen seat 2, Terry Evans seat 3, both in the same team. Andrew Young seat 4, Dan Carter, very experienced online player, seat 5, Curtis Ledger of Blonde in seat 6, Andy Duncan, you may have heard of him, seat 7, yeah. Dean Steele's Coral Poker in 8, and Mark Batboy Porter over for Team Gotham in seat 9 at the moment.
I never played it, but I know it was popular.
He's still got a decent number of chips too, yeah, so he's doing alright.
It will pay off next one. I mean, yeah,
I don't have.
Has there been much action at the table then?
Yeah, it's been quite lively actually. So we've got a single flop here, 3 diamonds, 3 queen, 4 of diamonds, and it's Andy to act. It's Andy and Chris in the hand here. So Andy's betting out 2,500.
I try and play 5 times a week, and I'm pretty good with that. I'm pretty disciplined. But no, it's more like I just want to be the best, you know. And
so decision on Chris. Just won a hand previously, so
raise together.
He is, and raises up to 6,200.
It's got your diamonds about that, hasn't it?
It's one of those scary flops, Stu, isn't it? Really?
It's horrible. Obviously, you've got no clue of the top boards. Unless you've got a high diamond, you can't really continue on the flop.
No, it's a difficult one. So we'll see what Andy wants to do.
I'll never say never.
He's obviously committed 2,500 into the pot already.
It's so difficult to be number 1. You have to be playing a lot of the high stake stuff that has like low edge, so a lot of the big turbos and stuff.
I mean, it's a scary ball, but at the same time, not. You know, it's one of those.
Yeah, there's some raggy cards out there, but it depends if you've got the aces. The diamonds.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day.
And the $82 hypers in your schedule, like all the time.
So Andy's still making his decision here. We're blind to 500, 1,000 with a running Antino.
It adds so much variance to your schedule that you need to have a lot of money to be able to take that on. And I'm not prepared, certainly not prepared for that right now.
We've got 12 minutes left of this level, and the players. What we're going to do. Apparently, we are going to play on. Because we're down to heading close to the 100, and I think the plan is that they're going to play on to get to 100 players, and then put the players on a break, and then just make sure everything's all tickety boo before we start the. Never thought I'd use tickety boo on a poker commentary, but there you go. Andy's folded, and Chris shows the queen.
Yeah.
Nice spot. I mean, you've got the queen there, so you've hit top pair, but the diamonds don't scare you. You're happy to put the raise in?
You can put the raise. It wasn't a particularly big raise. You can put the raise in and then just see what comes from there.
So you're doing it for information.
Yeah, if Andy comes back over the top, then you know that you're probably going to be behind the most turn cards. So you can muck it from there, I suppose. So yeah. Go back.
So like quite possibly Andy was on a diamond draw. So basically, it kind of explains itself quite nicely. He's put the bet out there to see whether it's scared up. Obviously, he wasn't scared up of the queen, top pair, and takes it down.
If you've got top pair, you can pretty much represent a bigger diamond if you put the bet anyways. Put the raise in. So
that's fair enough. So next hand is going to be Curtis under the gun first here. Really not played that many hands on this table. Been very, very, very quiet.
Folded again.
And so we're folding round. Heading back round to Chris again. And he's having a think about it. And reaching.
When it falls around there, it's probably worth just putting a bet in just to see if you can get through. I mean, he's limped in, I suppose.
So it looks. It looks like so. Derek's taken that opportunity and has raised. What's he raised that up to there, Stu?
3.5. Yeah, 3.5. it's kind of inviting,
So
inviting a race.
Terry's at the way now. What does Chris do here? I'm not sure whether he meant to. I'm not quite sure what he meant to do because I get the feeling it was. I'm not sure whether he meant to live.
Yeah. Well, he's called again, so.
So we're going to see two players. So it's Chris and Derek, seats 1 and 2, and we're going to see a flop of Queen of Hearts, Deuce of Clubs, Ace of Spades, and Chris checks.
Yeah, C-bet in a call is pretty standard. I mean, you can't limp fold like twice. So you've got to call the first bet and then see where. Check, and then the queen of diamonds on the river.
I think they're checking it down, aren't they?
Yes, pocket sixes for Derek and
good.
Chris Brooks. Yeah.
I mean, what are you putting Chris on there?
Honest, well, I don't know because the queen should have been pretty much in his range if he's limping in and wanting to go. We got a king queen or something, but from there I don't know. I don't know how he played that. We got king jack or something, I suppose. Pretty much in the same kind of ballpark.
Yeah, similar thing, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, there you go. You said nailed that one.
Excellent. Good. That's good work. Yeah. Confirmation from the table. Confirmation from the table. Stu Ward has the hand spot on. Next hand we've got, and it's Andy Duncan under the gun. Just folds. Gone very quiet, Andy. The past couple of orbits. Was playing quite a lot.
I think at this stage, if he's got, I mean, I don't know what he's got, but he's got a fair bit. You can get through day two.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a new player to the table. I know who it is, but I'm just going to have to go and get his player number. So I'll leave Stuart.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. They said Dwayne Stacey's turned up in seat 10. Say if Andy has got a decent size stack, then you can pretty much sit there and you don't need to get involved in massive pots at this point in time.
It's always nice when technology works, Stu. You type in the player number and the right name comes
up.
Oh,
yeah.
It's always
a bonus, isn't it?
So for anyone that doesn't know, joining in seat, which is a bit interesting now, team strategy-wise here, you can.
So we've got Dwayne Stacey, like I say, has turned up in seat 10, so he's sat right next to his Team Gotham teammate, Mark Porter.
So Mark is Bat Boy.
Yeah, and Dwayne is...
What do you think Dwayne is?
He's Bane, I believe.
He is Bane, yes, he is Bane.
You can see why. He's a big lad. I say, so we've got a couple of teammates in the same turn, haven't we? We've got LPPL Terry and Team Gotham have both got 2 players on the table, so you can use that.
Now, Team Gotham are, I think, the only team left still with 7.
Wow, that's a cracking effort.
I think you know the guys, yeah. So you know the Team Gotham guys. I mean, 7 in at this stage.
That's it. With the players they've got some serious players. Yeah. I mean, like Chris and Dan, they've got some very, very good players. So if they've still got that many people left in, they're going to be a...
I'm not even sure which one it is of them that's out. I'll find out for you now. Work it out as to which one of them's gone. It's Mike Perry went.
Yeah.
I mean, he's their Omaha specialist.
Yeah.
So,
I'll probably explain to a bit.
I think he came along for the weekend.
Yeah.
So,
I said they've got some very good players, and if they've still got 7 people, I mean Simon. I played with Simon today, and he's.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
rattle down the team just so the guys know who it is that.
Yeah, so the teams are Mark Porter, Dwayne Stacey, Dan Williams, Simon Brook, who I'll tell you I played with today, and he's played just very, very well. He's making life ridiculously difficult on that table. Ian Witt, Michael Perry obviously is busted. Chris Webber and Dave Howard, who's captain. Yeah, Simon's he was active early doors, then he's rocked up a bit, but he's still just whenever he gets in a hand, he pretty much has it under control. He's been a right pain in the backside.
Absolutely. So what are we 5 minutes to the end of this level?
Yeah. They got down 11 tables left, so it's getting towards the business end of the day. I mean, I say the blinds are going up to what 612 with a 200 ante, so it's getting fairly heavy.
Yeah.
Like to play a hand.
Absolutely, yeah.
It gets to the point where it's worth winning the pot like pre-flop. The average at 32.7 now, there's going to be a few people starting to feel the pinch because you have a few big stacks in that which will kind of distort it a bit. So
yeah,
we'll probably start seeing a few more exits, I think.
Still every team has got at least one
Yeah.
in, but APAT Fish and Chips are down to 1. Edgeworth Cricket Club are down to 1.
Yeah, we're down to 2.
Yeah.
Captain Rodders, though, he's apparently got about 90,000 chips. He's
always has chips.
Yeah, he is just a phenomenal player, though, isn't he? I mean,
yeah, he seems to have such a good record. Obviously,
Yeah.
and he's
number one in the rankings. Yeah,
APAT All Stars.
The greatest of all time, as we like to call him. He is the GOAT. Like, he just knows where he is.
You're kidding me.
Oh dear.
I'm here all week. Yeah.
Try the veal. No, I say he's just a phenomenal player. He just knows where he is in hands like I've never seen.
Very thoughtful about the game.
Yeah,
isn't he?
yeah. Oh, he definitely he loves to talk about it. And unfortunately, the rest of us are kind of left him a bit high and dry. Still got Susie in as well, I can see. So hopefully them two will get through a day too.
Right, so the screen's telling us 109 left. I think Matt's got a couple of exits to catch up on, but we're getting close to that point where we're going to be. The plan is we're going to put the players on a break when we get to 100.
Yeah.
So we've got a hand going on here though with 7 Jack 4 flop. Jack on the turn. It's Curtis and Andy Duncan in the hand.
Andy first. No, Curtis check.
Curtis has checked the turn. Yeah.
Andy bets 3,800.
Oh, actually, Chris is in there as
yeah,
well.
Chris is snuck in there as well. Yeah.
Seat 1.
Looks like he's having a think. And folds. And Curtis calls.
Interesting call from Curtis because I mean his stack. Oh, mind you, is that 3 5k chips or 2?
Yeah, it looks like he's probably got 50, probably about
25.
Yeah, about 25 left. Yeah.
The 3 of spades on the.
Yeah, it's a bit of a brick, isn't it?
Not really going to.
But he's checked again though.
They both checked.
Andy shows
7 5 of hearts and pocket 10s for Curtis.
Yeah. Okay. No. No, I like the way he's played that.
I mean, what do you not fancying a bet on the river with the 10s?
I think it's probably worth just taking just getting a showdown with it. I mean, there's no point if you do get re-raised, then you just all of a sudden you've turned down a good showdown value just somewhere you've got to fold.
Yeah.
And I say it's probably just a good check. I'll probably check call on the river, but I wouldn't be like betting them wanted to see a re-raise from Andy.
Okay. Yeah.
So I do still think that people do sometimes just try and get too many chips in the pot. So it's still like half of the time. There's no point trying to win it in whatever level we're in now, level 10. You might as well just, let's say, if you can just get the showdown cheaply, you get your chips in. Then.
So we lost John Murray.
Oh.
A few more exits gone. Graham Gortner's gone. Colin Napier's gone. Mark Almond, Simon Lyles, Matthew Dohe, John Murray, captain of the APAT Chocolate Lovers, Paul Thompson, Shirley Cole,
New England captain,
another Chocolate Lovers, New England captain Stuart Pillinger, Bristol Pokermere, Jimmy Charlton, Geordie Poker's gone, and the latest one out is Andy Stokes from LPPL Chaz.
Yeah, 111, so we're getting down there now.
We're getting there. That's the right number.
Yeah, you can never trust it, can you? You've got no clue what's going on with it.
So we think we've possibly got a couple of people that have possibly left the table either with their cards or whatever. So what the plan is going to be is they've done a head count round to make sure how many numbers of players are left. So once we get to that 100, we'll stop, work out which couple of cards are missing, whilst the players have a 15-minute break, and then get on with the points.
The players appreciate a break as well, because it is a long time. You sit down and play for 3 hours. It does actually kind of like get you
It's
a bit.
training,
So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've gone well, not just deep in one of these, these style tournaments. You've won one. How do you feel at the end of it?
Knackered, absolutely shattered. It's like your brain kind of just switches off as soon as it's over. It's like so tiring. Saying it's been a long old day so far. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we're 9 hours of playing, obviously with a few breaks in between, but and we've got at least another 3 levels to go. So
I'm saying it's a late night. It's a long one. I mean, and that's why people start dropping off towards the end of the day, because you do get tired.
I think you make some poor judgments, or you get fed up or bored, or.
So it's just the fact that you're trying to think, but your brain just can't process information anymore. It is hard.
So here we've got a raise from Terry to 2.5, and Dan has literally min re-raised it, and back to Terry, and he's let it go.
Oh. It's probably just a standard kind of just trying to get a few blinds antes in, and then Dan Williams does not look pleased.
There is a horrible hand, I think, has just gone on one of the other tables. An absolute.
There's PC celebrations going on.
Absolute horrible. I'm not sure quite what's gone on there, but
there's lots of head shaking going about.
I think there was a flop straight and a backdoor flush takes it, or is what I gathered listening to Dan. So I think there might have been pocket kings in there as well.
Wow.
In the mix.
I think you play for all this. You play for 9 hours, and that kind of stuff goes on. It's bonkers.
And there's somebody putting their coat on, and that's
yeah. At least he's
with a smile on. Yeah, you saw that as well, with a smile on his face. So.
I've seen people take things a lot worse. Do you think it makes much of a difference in playing at one of these feature tables, like to people's play, or?
I think so. I mean, for the guys here, they're always asking, where's it going to be, what's going to be on, and they're letting people, when they know they're going to be on the feature, they're letting people know that they're going to be on. So I think it does make a difference to their play a little bit. Obviously, we have the difference here that we don't worry about the whole cards.
Yeah.
So you can hide things a little bit, but their play is being shown, and you're seeing exactly, you're documenting exactly what they've done.
Yeah. I think it'd probably tighten me up a bit if I was playing them. You wouldn't want to make a big mistake. And
I mean, it's funny. I'm going to get ripped for this, but I'll say it anyway. Here we go. I played in a tournament that's been on
really?
TV. Yeah, I have, Stu. Yeah, and I don't know how, but it kind of zoned it out for me. I just pretended it wasn't there, and it just became natural, and I wasn't worried about. I think you can worry too much. You start worrying about someone's going to see. I've tried a bluff and it hasn't worked, or I've done it. And you've got to put that to one side and just play your game. Play your game, and you'll get ribbed for a few hands, and you want you to do that for why did that happen? But you just got to not worry about it.
Everyone's an expert, aren't
they? Exactly. We just stand here with the microphone talking about them.
Yeah. I got a hand earlier against Sam where I've raised ace king in the other position, and he's re-raised me pre-flop, and I've just basically check called him and ace high all the way down, and people are like, well, why have you not push the action? I'm like, well, you don't win the tournament like on day one. It's like I do think people sometimes do get carried away and try and get massive stacks like day one. Yeah, you can help.
You just win tournaments, winning hands, ace king versus ace king.
Oh,
don't you,
God,
Stu?
you can't be bitter about it.
No, I've got over it. It was this very venue, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Until today, I had a 100% record in here, and then it all got ruined. Anyway, you were behind that. I was suing.
You were suited. You had the 2% on me.
I did just run like God that whole weekend. You've got to though, I think, to go deep in these times.
It's funny. I actually said that it's probably that tournament was probably it was Europeans back in season.
No, it was 2009, so
season 3 or 4. 3. And I still say that was my best ever APAT tournament for the way I played.
Yeah.
Yeah. didn't. You know, I
Yeah.
just made them in cash.
Oh, too,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But I just it just everything
Yeah.
I wanted to do was thinking about the game. It
Yeah.
just really fell
Yeah.
into place. Yeah.
So, I mean, that was like, it was our first season of playing APATs, and it was just, like I say, I cashed my first 3 and then won that one. It was just, like I say, I got the hands when I needed to, and run into big good hands when I needed to.
I think on that point, it's interesting how players get so focused on, was it a good tournament? Well, did you cash? And actually, no, if you can come away from a tournament and go, do you know what? I didn't make any mistakes. You know, I thought about everything and I played my best game. Whatever. Actually, that's a win.
Yeah. I played
You
APAT Manchester.
You can't do anything about the luck side of it. You know, it's.
So I played APAT in Manchester, and I literally, it's been the first one I played in a long while, and I felt like I played like pretty much my A game, but I ended up busting out like at the end of day one. But like you say, there's nothing you can do about it, is there really? I mean, we're seeing a flop. Moving. We have Curtis and Dwayne.
So Dwayne's checked, I think.
Yeah, Curtis put
Curtis is reaching for chips. So
33. Yeah.
33. So it's ace 4 10, and Dwayne gets it quite quickly. That was just a raise and Dwayne making up the blinds. We were talking about actually the making up the big blinds and feeling priced in.
That's the exchange, isn't it?
Explaining reverse implied odds.
Oh Christ! Oh, that makes me. I try not to get attached to the blind. Just think of it as the big blind. I was preaching over there. It's the big blind, not mine.
I thought I'd try and put him on the spot and went, well, do you want to explain that to the people listening? And to be fair, he did.
He did. He nailed it. Yeah. I try not to get married to my blind, because I know fine well that if I do get involved, I'm going to start calling people down the streets and get owned.
Wow.
Simon Brook gone. 110. That's a shock. Like I say, he's had a really good day. Dwayne's definitely the more chatty of these two, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't go see Mark say a word since we got you.
No, Mark's been quiet. He came over and had a chat with us after he played Kings very well under the gun.
He's a very good player, isn't he? He thinks a lot about the game, and he's like, you can tell you can tell he's always like assessing the situation.
So we think, although on the screen you're watching, it might say we've got a few more in. We think we're down to about 103 now. Lucy's flying around the table doing checks.
Come on, Lucy.
Can
you count that high?
To see where we're at. So, because the plan is that we're going to stop at 100.
Yeah, the break's going to be at 100. So we're just trying to.
So
make
we
sure
think we're 103. So we think we're 3 exits away. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so
that's why we're keeping an eye on.
We'll then catch up on the ones. I think we're showing about 107, 108, something like that. So we'll catch up on the ones we're missing, and we'll go from there. Excellent. So we're not going to be far away, folks, and then it'll be a 15-minute break because we will stop the clock as soon as we get to 100. Yeah. I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Oh, exactly. how hard can it be? I had a dealer sit down on the table today who dealt my one hand in the event that I played in last night.
So
giving me absolute ribbing. It was brilliant. He said, "Oh, you played one hand last night." I was like, yeah, thank you very much.
It was a good hand, though, yeah.
Oh, I've flopped a pair of flush draw and a straight draw in Omaha. I mean, I can't lose, can I?
It's harder to lose than it is to win now.
Oh, I managed it. Give it a good go.
So it's folding all the way around. Chris in the big blind here. So Dan was reaching for chips. How much did he bet there?
2-6.
2-6 is the bet.
Curtis folds. Oh, Andy looks interested. No, he's not. Andy folds. What's on to Mark?
Just carry on.
Jim, just put your hand for hand.
Mark's having a think. And Mark moves all in. So Mark has shoved what looks to be probably about 30,000, I'd imagine. Dwayne's now thinking. Obviously, it's very hard for him to call when his teammates all in. He's having a chat. I don't think he shouldn't be calling. No, he folds. Chris in seat 1. We have a look now, and he is not interested. And Dan folds. So Mark gets it through. That's a nice little pot as well, I mean. We're worth a good 5,000 chips to him. So that's a good increase in his stack. Just having a break in play while we find out how many players are left, I think. Like I say, we get our 100 players to be a break, so just trying to figure out if there's actually is 100 players left or still 101. The players are all having a bit of a walk around and trying to see what's going on. Oh god.
This is the same scenario as it's going to be all the way up to the final. It's a point every one. So it makes no difference. Basically, we will take the cards in as and when they come in.
I think we're actually on the points ball now as well, so 100 players gets 1 point. So we're just trying to figure out how many people are left, I believe. I think there's 101, but...
All the tickets are in, I think, that's right.
There will be a break at 100 players left, so we'll see where we go from here. Okay, looks like we're going to play another hand. So we still got 101 left then, or? Yes, we've still got 101 players left, so we're 1 player away from our break. Dwayne's on the button, Chris in the small blind, and Derek's in the big blind. Falls to Dan, who reaches for chips and bets 2,500. Ball from Curtis. Fold from Andy. Mark folds. Dwayne has a chat and then looks at his cards. And Dwayne re-raises to 17,100. That's all in. It's the second hand in a row that Dan's been shoved on when he's raised by one of the team Gotham. That's and he's called. So we've got an all in. We've got pocket queens for Dan against pocket sixes for Dwayne. So Dwayne's going to need a fair bit of help on this one. Yeah, so this is for the points bubble. So everyone after this makes points for their team. Flop comes Jack, 7, Jack, with 2 diamonds. It turns a 9 of diamonds. Dwayne's got a 6 of diamonds, and the river is the 7 of clubs, and we lose Dwayne in 101st place. There we go, yeah.
Done. Job sorted. Good work, Stu.
Yeah, I'll see you in the morning, mate. Did I just hear that right? No, it's an awful.
You have to go like, oh.
That's right.
Right.
Right. This is it then. Let's get this thing won.
We're in the money.
Oh, dear, I can't.
I feel like we have just made the money. It's so far from the money. Pure excitement.
12 to go. 9, 6 to go.
All about the points. Over excitement.
Raise 4,000. 4,000. We've got just this level left, have we? Or?
No, we're playing to the end of level 13.
True. GG sleep. Didn't want to ask. I just have to accumulate a lot of chips and go to sleep bed early then. That is pretty late, isn't it? Considering the start. Well, considering a lot of people probably got up early. I wasn't up early, but I was up at 8. That's pretty early for a Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty early.
Still middle of the night.
And then a quarter to 11. Doing shit at 11.
It's for the team. They want to know how many chips I want. I'm too lazy to count, so just take a picture, someone else can. There you go. You can count them. 12 to go. Raise to 2,500.
Chips, sorry. Oh, okay. Check.
So. $5,600. Patricia, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Alright, 12.
You gonna take one?
32.
32. Raise.
$32, yeah?
Yep. Two more. Owen.
Oh. I thought you had.
See time.
Supposed to have carried all into the wall.
I said, I shot.
Did it?
Yeah, I did.
Nobody turned up. Can't see it.
I did. Owen.
You did.
You said you have to shout.
We need you to have a megaphone.
Small blind, big blind, you are this piece. Oh, yes. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I'd love to be back.
Thank you.
Cheers. I'm gonna leave it.
I was happy with the result.
Happy with the result.
Well done.
First time back here, please. You saw?
I think that card's got to go in over here.
Suck a bit of him, so.
Oh, Jack.
The size of that bet just screams out of the Jack.
He wasn't loving the ace on the river though.
It wasn't really a delightful
River was
river.
a horrible
My hand wasn't so disguised anymore, was it?
No.
Style.
It was disguised enough to get a peg.
It was once I bet like 15% pot on the river. Can I get a
I had bluff catch,
Sorry.
didn't you? So.
Can I get a Heineken, please?
Even though
Havana rum and
the
Coke.
bet was exactly what the bet was. It's just like.
Doesn't matter getting like you're getting 8 to 1. It doesn't matter.
8 to 1 on the Stone Cold.
If you've got Havana spiced, run a spice. If it's not, just dark.
They might have Havana, but they definitely do have Captain Morgan's dark rum.
Yeah. No, they've got Havana. Yeah, they've got Havana. Can I order Foster's for table 7 as well? Name of Ross. 3-2. Okay, thank you. You want one, Andy, or not?
All right, thank you. I'll get a pint of cloudy Strongbow cider. Great taste for it, actually. Very nice.
Yeah, it's nice, is it?
It's alright, I've
I've never tried it.
surprisingly nice.
Okay.
Especially after it's been a 32. Red hot car room all day.
Okay.
It's a taste sensation.
My favourite cider is Thatcher's Gold. I love Thatcher's Gold so much.
We used to get something called Gamer's Spice.
Yeah, I know Gamers. Yeah. It's strong.
Knobber Spice cider. A lot of years ago, and that cloudy is very, very like.
I only really started drinking cider about 3 or 4 years ago.
There you go.
And it's kind of coincided with Thatcher's being incredibly popular in the last 3 or 4 years. Fantastic drink.
Cider's went mad, hasn't it? Huh? Cider's went mad over the last few years. Well, there's all sorts of different
Well,
flavours.
it's different kind of ciders.
You should be able to get Woodpecker, Strongbow. Maybe
I did drink Woodpecker as a teen.
Jack, if you are
What a
lucky.
foul drink that is. Would you like some cider with that sugar? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Really sweet, isn't it? I can't believe I liked it. I was 18. White Lightning. You were 18 once. That's alright, you probably drank it as well.
It's a drink for down the park, isn't it?
It was,
When I was probably 16, I was going to nightclub every weekend without fail.
I never got served below the age of 18 in my life. That was something to do with the fact that I got the babiest of baby faces you can imagine, yeah? I mean, I'm 28. I look no different to my primary school photos.
It wasn't quite the baby face, it was the fact that I had my brother's provisional driving license.
Yeah? That helps.
Right? And it was a paper one with no photo on it.
Yeah?
And if they said, what's his date of birth? Where does he live? Where do you live? I knew all this shit about him. What's his maiden name? No, that was why I fucking shit up. It was cheap to go out, then you could go out like 6 or 7 quid in that pocket. Well, at 16, then it was $7.
Yeah, you can.
Less than a quid a pint. Less than a quid a pint. So it worked when it was cold.
I remember when you put it up to a pound a pint, the uproar.
Now there's almost no standard that people won't complain anymore.
No,
There's
whatever,
if there's beer on tap, you pay it. I mean, it's £4.10 here, and I mean, I don't live here anymore, but I just know that's quite a lot.
She's just gone hit the lever. Yeah. So you're going to go back to town.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I don't feel so guilty anymore.
It was the live stream that did it.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Nice table.
Keeps in form.
Well, I've been doing right now. Just.
All right, we can do that.
So there's still a fair way apart from the class in about 40 minutes.
So much value. So shit.
Sorry?
So much value and still can't bring myself to do it.
Oh yeah, that'll be on by half 2:43.
King 310. German bad check. Dus.
I'll let you know. I'll be back in for a go.
Okay, but.
Right then, so after all that craziness of the kind of false bubble with 100 players remaining, quick bit of checking to make sure we'd found the 2 or 3 where cards had gone missing. So we made sure that the 100 we had left in the room were the right 100, and they'd start earning points for their team. So we're watching the feature table here, where Dean's called with Queen 10, and it's good enough to beat the 10-8 of Dan. So Dean picks up that hand. So just giving you a rundown of who we've got on this feature table now. And in seat 1 is Chris Tilbury, representing Lee Barrett Poker Network B. Derek Moyan as representing LPPL Terry's team in seat 2. Seat 3 is currently empty. Seat 4 is Andrew Young of Lee Barrett Poker Network A. Seat 5 is Dan Carter, representing the Gambling Network Forum. Seat 6 is Curtis Ledger, Blonde Poker. Seat 7 is Andy Duncan, representing Midlands Ballbusters. Dean Steels is in Seat 8, representing Coral Poker. Seat 9 is Mark Porter, representing Team Gotham. And in Seat 10 is Sue Pearson, representing the DGens Rodders team.
How many get paid individually? Does anyone know?
So we've done a quick tally on where we are with players that are left, and it's Lee Barrett's Poker Network A that are the ones standing out at the moment. They've got the potential maximum score of 585 if their remaining 6 players were to finish in the top 6. Not likely to happen, but at the moment they're leading the kind of table as we go, the ready reckoner of what's going. You can see that on the right hand side of your screen, a little bit small, but we've got all 30 teams up at the moment. What we will do for tomorrow, for day 2, is we'll cut that down just to those that are in contention, so you get a good idea of what's going on. But they're closely followed. There's a bunch of teams with 5 players left in. LPPL Terry, Midlands Ballbusters, Blonde Poker. Both Midlands Ballbusters and LPPL Terry's team have both already got 1 player that scored points, and they've still got 5 remaining. Team Gotham have got 5. They lost a couple just at the end, just before the points started. Black Belt, Bristol Poker Meetup and Coral Poker all got 4 players left, very much in the mix, because you only need a couple to go final table, and it's likely to be enough for your team. So that's what you've got to focus on. So even those right at the bottom have still got a couple of players. If they can final table, they're going to put the team in a good chance of picking up some extra cash. 50% of the prize pool goes to the team event, with the other 50% paid out to the individuals. Some of the teams tend to do a deal where they chop it all up between the whole team. Others just let the individuals play for their individual money. The choice is theirs. So Gambling Network Forum have already lost 2 players, but both in the points, but they're down to 3. Dan's there on this feature table starting to grimace a little bit with it's all going horribly wrong. Yeah. Hang on, let me see what Dan's going to say. What are you going to say, Dan?
I can't share. Actually, I can't say anything.
Oh, team tactics. He's gone quiet on me. He was going to tell me, and then I put a microphone in front of his voice. Well, go on then.
If another person from GNF Bus, I will follow shortly.
It will be all or nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. It becomes a different game at that point, doesn't it? Yeah, a very different game.
Long way to go yet, though. Oh. Oh.
Give me some browns if you want, I don't mind.
Well, I wouldn't say that my eyesight's perfect, but there's nothing brown about that shit, mate. That's pretty red.
It's red and yellow. You're not an electrician, eh? That looks like an egg to me.
Yeah, really?
Because I am and you're in fucking trouble.
Not a million miles away from brown. That's what you said.
There's a tinge of brown in there, but there's
Well, I'll tell you what, I looked at my last card, a lot of brown red.
It's closer to red than it is to maroon, which makes it red. Yeah. Definitely red.
Maroon?
I'm saying it's closer to red than it is to maroon, which means it's pretty red.
Sorry.
If there was something that was brown and someone called it maroon or vice versa, then I'd say okay, you know.
I'm still saying it's brown.
So we're already nine players down. Matt is typing frantically to make sure that these points stay up to date for you guys, so you can see what's going on. You'll still see on the feature table that the number of players left in each guy's or player's team is at the bottom there for you, so you can see the number they've got left in. Give you an idea of how many of them and their comrades are still fighting it out for this for the title of UK Amateur Team Poker Champions. All words in that sort of order that might not be completely in that order. Des will put them in the right order for me.
Sorry, Lee, I gotta take this off. You've got a pro at the feature table there, just a point.
Yeah, but okay. So it's what are we calling it then?
UK Team Championship.
We'll call it the UK Team Championship. Stu's laughing at me now. What would you have called it?
I haven't got the first clue.
Let's ask Joe Beavers.
Is he still in?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
They've Joe Beavers' forum has still got 3 in, 1 in the points, earned 3 points, but they've still got 3 players in, so they're very much in the mix. Because I think anybody that's still got 3, and I'm joined back by Stu Ward here at this feature. Wouldn't you say, Stu, anyone that's still got, even 2 in? I mean, they've still got a shot.
You've got 2, you need to go, then they both need to go very, very deep. But yeah, 3 or 4 is probably going to be right.
6 is just greedy.
Yeah, who's that?
Lee Barrett, Poker Network 8.
No, that's just cheating.
Yeah, and they're all still in.
Yeah, well, that's a cracking effort.
Just an update from the data room, Lee.
The data room.
The data room. Big data here. Joe Beaver's still in.
Joe Beavers, everybody's still in.
Obviously, as an amateur tournament, we're going to have a troubled period if he wins.
And I think Pokerite, I think we've just lost Laura. We've lost Laura. She looks distraught, to be honest. You wouldn't want to see. She genuinely looks distraught. I might try and have a chat with her. I don't know whether she's going to want to talk to me. She doesn't want to talk to me. So anyway, so all in the flop here on this feature table, and it's Ace 10 against Pocket Queens. Queen on the flop, and it's going to be a double up for Mark Porter playing for Team Gotham. Double up for Mark through Dan. And Mark gets paid off again.
Chips, he's a good player. You can't double him up.
It looked like what it wasn't.
So joining the table in seat 3 is Coral Poker's team captain with a monster stack of... How much have you got there, Dan?
About 15.
Starting stack, 14, pretty much start.
Yeah.
So been playing very steady then, yeah?
Solid, mate. I'm solid. Very solid.
Absolutely. So he's joined his teammates. So they're either end of the table here now, yeah? You got to watch this now. This is this is probably the worst table to try and do chip dumping on across just by throwing them across the table. Yeah. Just a few cameras to keep an eye on you. So Coral have still got 4 in though. I mean they're in good shape with the numbers in. If Dan there can do something with that stack, then certainly they can go far. I'm not sure whether Dean will have given him any advice on the table as he passed through. But from what we've seen of Dean is very much the rules are it's all in.
There's worse things to do. I say, if he gets a double up now, he'll be up to pushing around the average stack. So.
Absolutely. We're say 90 players left, so average stack's now 40,000. So we're running at about 34 big blinds average stack.
It's still plenty. I mean, that's a good thing about the top.
Actually, that's normally a little bit higher than you get in most tournaments, isn't it? I know. Do you think that's because it's APAT, it's a team event, it means a bit more, so people are just being a little bit tighter in the way they play?
Yeah, you've got to be, because you've got your teammates to think about. You can't just kind of throw your chips about. And I mean, we've got obviously our team's got 2 left. So if you are left by yourself, you can start playing a bit more selfishly. But you generally got to try and grind your way up the positions to get your points. So.
Absolutely. Now we've got, I think we're playing to the end of level 13 today. I originally said I thought we'd bring back somewhere between the 45 and 50 mark. So we're going to have 2 levels to pretty much half the field if my prediction is going to come true. What's your gut feeling about that now, Stu?
I'd probably say about 50. I'd think from here. It has tightened up a bit. There's not that. I thought after the points bubble would be a big drop off, but there's not been that quick. So hopefully. A few people might start doing the pinch and get the chips in, but I'll probably say about 50.
So this is folded around to Andrew Duncan, who's going to make a raise to 3,100. I'm sure he said 31. Did you think I thought he said 31, but I don't know why he's put in a... Oh, right, I thought he was putting 5 with the change, but that makes more sense. So 3,100 raise, 3,100 to Andrew, and Mark's made the call, and it's folded around to the blinds, and it's fold. So it's going to be 2 players to the flop, Andrew Duncan and Mark Porter. Let's have a look. Let's have an act. Yeah, could have been worse. So ace of clubs, 10 of diamonds, 4 of clubs. Actions on Andrew, and he's checked. Over to Mark. Usual pose from Mark.
It's the same one
every time. And Mark bets out. 3.5. 3,500. Long old ponder here from Andrew this time.
No, does he? Does not want to let go of it. You got to be thinking what he's like flat.
And there they go, yeah, and there they go. So let's just give you a quick update on those that are in the points and have earned some points from 100. So we lost Alan Curtin in 100th for playing for Geordie Poker. Ant Williams next to go, Midland Ballbusters. Richard Latham for Joe Beaver's Forum in 98. Then a couple of captains in a row. Terry Evans for LPPL Terry team, obviously, in 97th. And then Phil Collis from FISO. Phil's teammate David Nutty went in 95th. Mark Witham from Gambling Network Forum went in 94th. Then following straight after Mark was his skipper, Tom Fielding, who went in 93rd. Gary Lippman for Black Belt Poker in 92nd. Dave Griffiths for Midland Poker Forum in 91st. Then we lost Laura Roden. Roden. Playing for the Pokerati in 90th. Steve Healy playing for Midlands Ballbusters in 89th. And the latest to exit is Roddy Farmer playing for Scott Squad in 88th. So 87 players left at the moment. So the points are already starting to be stacked then. We calculate minimum and maxes as well. Everyone loves a good min and max, don't they?
Yeah, too, right. It helps, though. It really does. When we play the World Championships, you have people running around later on, like trying to figure out who needs to do what and how many places they need to go up and all sorts. It's fantastic.
And the way it basically works for anyone at the end with the mins and maxes is when your min is higher than anybody else's max, you can't lose.
Yeah, exactly. You've won. That's always a good feeling.
So Dean's all in, which is funny of what I said earlier on, is likely to be his tactics. He's all in. He's all into his skipper's small blind. Yeah. Dan's giving a bit of a shake of the head in. What's this all about? This wasn't discussed in the team meeting before we started the tournament. I think Dan wants to. I really think Dan is calling. The chips are going in. We are teammate against teammate. So what we've got is so Dean's all in with Ace Jack and Pocket Kings, the red kings for his skipper Dan. So Dan's tournament life on the line here, needs to avoid an ace. Looking good with the 10 deuce 7. Diamonds aren't a problem for him. There's the ace. Only a king's going to save him. And Dean knocks his skipper out. Yeah, what was that in the plan, Dan?
No, that wasn't in the plan. But when you short stacks and you get kings, I think you've got to put
like it looked painful.
It was painful. I didn't want to call, to be honest. But
No, I wanted to call.
yeah, he wanted that.
He's going for the win, isn't he? So.
He doesn't look too sorry, does he? Really? Well, that was the plan to double him up.
Or double him up.
Do you want to give me that? I'll give it to Ryan if you want. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the game.
Time at the feature table was short and sweet. Knocked out by his teammate. That's brutal. That is absolutely brutal. The trouble is though when Dean's made the shove all in with Ace Jack. I mean, there's nothing you can do when you wake up at Kings. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So it makes sense, really. Unfortunate in a way for the team. Unfortunate for the Ace to come because that would have put them both, leveled them out a bit and possibly given them both a chance of getting further. But points for Team Coral with 3 players left in, so all good.
Yeah, they've still got a good chance if the running person go deep. They'll do well. So.
Yeah, so that's 16 points. Dan's picked up for that because we're flying. I mean, this is where it gets quite frightening actually, see, because you think the points are starting low now, but already he's already picked up 16 points.
Exactly, yeah. And the old counter thing.
And then, of course, every bust out is worth. If you've still got a number of players left in the tournament, every bust out is. I mean, the guys at the top they still with 6 at the moment is, of course, every bust out is 6 more to their possible, the possible scores.
Yeah, the top teams now just. I think if I was, I'd be sitting in now and just trying to grind the way through the end of the day, and then go at the end of the day, see how many chips you've got, and then go from there.
Absolutely.
If they can get through without losing any more players, and they're absolutely laughing in a minute.
Yeah, nothing's ever quite locked up, but that does put it pretty close.
Looks like Tony's building a bit of a stack over there.
Yeah, they're there with a couple of teammates next door to each other.
And Gareth, yeah, and they both look like they've got nice stacks starting to build there as well. So I mean, Tony's a good player.
Adam Sharple's still in as well. Blonde have got a few players still in.
Adam's been clinging on by his fingernails all day, or so it felt like, but he's still there.
Blonde have quietly still got 5 in. Now, they're notoriously known for not doing very well in this tournament, even though they've got such a pool of players that frequent their forum. They're really, really good quality players. But they've still got 5 and they're all still in, so... Tighty went out earlier on.
Oh, I didn't say that. Yeah, but say Adam's like he's just been clinging on getting his doubles up when he needs to, and he's still in. So
They're gonna need a couple of them to go very deep. But in saying that, to have 5 in at this point is good.
Got a really big chance at this point in time. The Midland ball buster have got 4 left in, have they?
Yeah, done 2 already in the points, but only 14 points between them. But still, it could make the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So Dean's all in again, and it's a call. So all in a call. So it's Dan with the pocket aces, and it's Dean with the ace queen. I would suggest it's probably Dan's tournament life on the line here, but 10-4-4, it's gonna struggle to not be good here. It is, and Dan is going to win that hand. Really? I think you need a count there, just to make sure. They seem happy with it. So that's another coral player gone. So Coral lose 2 on the feature table in quick succession. I got the feeling, Dean was. I mean, he shoved with ace jack and ran into kings and got there, and then shoves ace queen into aces. But that seemed to be his way of playing. So it's yeah.
It's getting a lot easier, isn't it?
How do you think the conversation's going to go when he probably finds a skipper in the bar to go, "What are you doing here?" Well,
remember them chips you gave me? Not so much mine anymore.
The thing is, he's probably just given a decent stack of chips to arguably the best player at the time. Yeah. Well, certainly on the table.
Yeah, well, definitely is. I can't imagine it being very easy to get him back off him again.
I can't compliment Dan too much. He doesn't like it really, so you got.
Oh well, let's do a bit more.
There's a few good players still in, but Dan is very much up there. So we're joined at the feature table by Dwayne Stacey, part of Team Gotham. You've still got a few bunch of guys in, looking in healthy position.
We've got 5 in. I think we've only got 2 in good position now, though. But 5 in, never know.
It can change quite quickly. And as I was just saying to Stu now, I mean, we're losing players quite quickly. So even going out now is you're picking up a reasonable number of points to add to the kit. If you can get a few in the final table, then very much in the mix.
Well, I think you need a final table and the top 20 to have a chance of winning. Say 5 in, 86 left. Yeah, 14 points each at the moment. But what was it, 100 points per first? So, yeah, I think we've got a good chance. We've got
a bit short and sweet at the feature table for you, though.
Well, I wouldn't say sweet. Wouldn't say sweet at all. It was definitely short. Yeah, it didn't last long. I probably should have gone a hand, two hands earlier. I should have probably played. But against a teammate, difficult decision.
Well, we just had one then. I don't know whether you saw it with the Coral guys. The skipper got moved to this side and over the far side, it shoved all in, and the skipper's got pocket kings against his teammate who's already all in. The skipper's covered, and he obviously made the call, and he's pinged an ace to knock his skipper out. 3 hands later, he's shoved with ace queen and has ran into Dan's pocket aces, and he's now out there, and so they've lost 2 in quick succession.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that.
No, it's pretty. Pretty brutal game, isn't it?
I think you do have to weigh up whether do you double your teammate up and one of you go really, really deep, or two of you get so far.
It is a unique dynamic when we play these team events each year. Different players, different teams choose to do different ways, and I know most of them do have a chat about it beforehand. I'm sure you guys have certainly discussed strategy.
Yeah, we've discussed a little bit of strategy, but as we've proved in the past, we knock each other out more than anyone else does. That's the funny thing. It's Team Gotham v Team Gotham all the time. We don't hold punches. It's we don't slow play against each other. Unfortunately, I know it can be done legally, but hopefully nobody will do it.
No.
Obvious. Not too obvious anyway.
Somebody asked me earlier on. One of the dealers said, "How do you stop collusion in this?" Well, there's a distinct difference between collusion and soft play. There is soft play, and that you're not going to try and knock your teammates out, unless you think it makes sense. But yeah, there is a distinction between the two, and we're all aware it's a team game, and there's an element of that in the play.
Yeah, there's a big difference between slow playing or soft playing against your teammate or chip dumping.
Yeah, huge.
So hard to prove it unless it's like, oh, I raised 20,000, I raised 21,000, fold.
So Sue's raised 5,000 here on a flop of Jack 4 after a check from Andy Duncan, and Chris in seat one has gone all in for it's about 16.5, 16.4. Andy gets out of the way. His decision's back on Sue. She's got a reasonable stack there, so she could afford quite comfortably to make this. It's going to be 11,400 to her. So the flop is Jack 4 Rainbow. Decision on Sue. And she folds. I was going to ask her, I say, Sue, what did you think she was going to do? And you tell me she.
She's got about 40,000. She's quite a solid player. She's not gonna put it on the line unless you know she's going to get there. So I think she. Yeah, it's good for
Yeah, I mean the Jack 4 flops, and it's not. It's one you can have a stab at, isn't it?
Yeah, it's either they've got it or they haven't. That's the problem. It is. It's that polarized. They've either got it or they haven't. So take a stab.
Oh, see, I can't believe it's taken us this long for somebody in the commentary to mention polarized.
Well,
I was nearly going to use it earlier on. I went, no, it's so cliche. I won't do it. Yeah. Congratulations.
Well, very well. You are welcome. Full of cliches. What else can we come up with?
The trouble is, I then think, well, should I now have to explain what polarized is for anybody that actually who's watching at home who doesn't really understand it? It's basically a situation where there's no kind of grey area with it. It's either one way or the other. It's either right or wrong. They've either got it or they haven't got it. It's just then trying to work out which one it is. Yeah. Often when you're playing poker, you're dealing with ranges and you're dealing with probabilities and the likelihood of the situation, and you make your decisions based on that. But yeah, when you have a polarized set, it's very simple. It's either they've either got the nuts or they're completely bluffing air, and you've got to work out what it is.
That's the hard bit, is working it out.
It's a 50-50, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a 50-50, but that's where you go back. How have they played over the last few hours, days, whatever, and you go from reads. You get a gist of how people play, so you should be able to work out which.
It is that little thing where it really is that. It is just that gut instinct, isn't it?
It can be a gut instinct, but that usually goes back on the actually paying attention at the table.
I suppose it's you think it's a gut instinct, but actually it's just you using the information you've got.
Yeah, it's just that falling back on your instinct, and it's in there somewhere. You know, all right, I remember them doing it 3 hours ago, and yeah, it's very similar, right? I know they're bluffing, or I know they've got it.
And whether poker players, they do the damnedest to try not to do it, but actually they do tend to repeat a lot of things that they do at tables. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I usually adopt the runaway tactic though when people do that kind of thing about it. I just kind of fold and.
I kind of wish I had.
So players are slowly still dropping. We're hearing calls of all in. What the dealers have been asked to make it clear when there's an all in and a call at the table. So
both Lucy and Tom can make sure that we get the cards into Matt, so we get players finishing in the right order. And we're down to 81 players left now. Roman from Pfizer's gone, and David Scothern from LBPN-B has gone as well. Which means LBPN, Lee Barrett Poker Network A, have still got 6 players in. That's starting to feel a little bit like a dominating situation.
You don't know their chip stacks. We had a situation last year where I think we had 6 in with 110 left. When we hit the points, we had 2.
There you go. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All drop out quick. Yeah, they've all gained points, but there's still a lot of points out there to get.
And comes down to, if you can get a couple in the top 20 where they're picking up that 80, 90 points, massive difference.
It does. That's what's going to win it. 2 in the top, 1 final table, 1 top 20, and a couple others with 30, 40 points. Yeah, that'll win it comfortably, I think.
Absolutely. Like I say, it is just getting that one person in the final table at the start, and then you see from there, don't you, really? I mean...
So the hand we're watching here sees Sue in the small blind and Chris in the big blind, which means action is going to fall first on Derek in seat 2. It folds round to Dan again, who has pretty much, I think, made the decision that if it folds round to me, I'm betting. Yeah. Chris is now making the point that that's my big blind for the last 3 times you've done this with. So it's a 4,000 there, Stu, do you think?
Pretty sure I didn't have chips the first time I raised on you.
Looks 4.5.
Yeah.
4.5. So Curtis folds, so it's round to Andy Duncan.
Stand, that's the thing. His stack seems to have dwindled.
All in.
Yeah, so you needed to.
Exactly. There you say. Well, yeah, it has dwindled there. Not he's got into a few, but he's all in. I've got a feeling. Oh no, Dan straight out of the way. It was. Andy doesn't look overly happy about that.
No, I don't know. He's I think it's his usual look, though, isn't he? He doesn't change.
The music's come off.
Yeah, he's saying. Well, I think he's realised he does need to start getting a bit more active with his stack. He looks to be down to probably about 25,000, 30,000 now, so he needs to start pushing it a bit. Otherwise, he will get down very short very quickly.
We are at that another one of those pinch points in the tournament. I think we're playing 13.
Hello? You cannot use your phone if it's slow down the game.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
You're right.
I know.
How very modest of you. That's confidence, mate.
All action should be completed in 5 seconds. Boom, 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 boom.
Wow, super fast. Sit up on table 1. 32. Raise 32.
Enough to come along.
So we're playing to level 13 today. So we've got 25 minutes left of level 12, and one more to go after that. So Mark has raised to 3.5 from the cut-off. Sue's called, and in the big blind is Derek, and he's raised it up to 7.5. Mark's asked how many chips he's got behind, and is having a lot to do. He's got to be a little bit worried in the fact that Sue's also made a call.
I think, yeah, clearly. From what you've already said about her being a tight player, she's not going to be trying to induce a raise. Yeah, she's not inducing. So
we both think Sue's folding was relevant to what Mark. Not going to make the call.
You see, now she might call because she's got position. But if Mark obviously had raised, then she was folding. Oh, there we go. She's called in position, then getting a very good price to call again and folded.
So I see Skipper Dave there having a chat to Mark.
And that's our skipper probably out. Yeah, he just got crippled with Ace King versus Aces for a 100k pot with the average at 45. So big pot to lose. Left him with 8,000, which is 4 big blinds. So probably got them in with whatever. We are thinking he's gone in, well, 80th, 79th place, 21 points.
Just waiting for it to appear on my list to see whether that's the case. Matt's busy typing away behind us in the update area. Yeah. We might drag Dave over and have a chance to have a chat to Dave about it before we find out from Matt. So I've managed to coax Dave over to the to the feature table commentary team. just gone?
Yeah, just gone. Yeah.
How was it?
Lost a big crawler, Ace King against Aces, left me with 5 bigs, and the rest went. Somehow 8-9 didn't get there.
Shocking. Obviously, you're captain of Team Gotham and in a good position.
We were in a good position. With about 20 players, we had 7 left with 107 players left. I think we're now down to 3 with 80 left.
You might want to play back the bit Dwayne's talked about 10 minutes ago about how it can all go horribly wrong, because it has done in the past.
Yeah, I blame Dwayne for starting it.
Yeah, big shoulders, I can handle that. I'm used to taking the blame.
Who have you got left in?
Chris is still in, Ian's still in, I think, and Mark. That's it. Oh, Dan's gone as well, I think.
Oh,
Dan gone?
Yes, he has.
Oh, Dan's coming. This is becoming a Team Gotham reunion. Dan's here now. What's happened, Dan?
I gave Paul Pitchford all my chips.
Oh dear.
At least our graveyard is in the points this year.
Yes.
So at the feature table, Chris and Dan are seeing. Oh, Chris, Dan, and Derek are seeing a flop of 737 rainbow, and it's Derek who's first act and is betting out 4,000. Decision on Dan. So the 3 recent exits from Team Gotham have come to rail Mark on the feature table. I wouldn't listen to them, Mark.
We've not come to round, Mark. We're going home.
So decisions on Dan. Dan decides to make the call, and Chris goes all in from the button for it's about 32, Stu?
Around there, yeah.
32 sounds a good number. Derek says no thank you, and so does Dan. Nice move from Chris. Very nice move from Chris. Smelt weakness and got his chips in the middle. And
yeah, it's good when that actually works. It's very good. It's very good when that actually works. Yes.
I always commend that play. It's good. It's good play.
Paul Pitchford did me in the speech play, I must say, when he asked me, "What would you do if I had the straight here and I've just jammed on him with 2 pair on a 4 straighting board
To be
and
fair,
a flushing board?"
to be fair, it makes a difference from you doing yourself with your own speech play.
Well, I might have. He said, what would you do with the straight? And I said, how many team members do you have left? He said, none. I went, oh, that's interesting. He went, how many do you have? I said, 5. He said, cool. He wins.
Do you think that does make a difference at this point in the tournament, knowing how many other guys have got team players left, and whether it makes a difference to them for their team, or whether they're just effectively playing for themselves now?
I think you should direct that to Dave in his Rodder's hand, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I folded to Rodders, and Rodders now has chunks. Just because I have teammates. And
Really? So you'd have played that differently if you weren't in a team event?
Yes, I would have done.
Wow.
And then ask Dwayne about the points bubble, how you play things differently.
Dwayne's been giving good insight into the feature table, so it's been he's been throwing all sorts of good terminology in. Yeah.
Like an angry...
No. He's been the first of the day to use polarized. Yeah. So we've been joined by another player. Stu, will you do me the honours, Nit Ranning, find out what that gentleman's number is? So it's Ross Hibbert from Lee Barrett Poker Network A, who are currently the guys who've still got 6 players in. Now sat in C8. Welcome to the table, Ross. Gets a thumbs up from him. He's happy to be here, and he's got a few teammates still at other tables, so it's all going well for them. Yes, he has, yes. In Andrew Young in seat 4, so that's 2 of them now on the feature table. Looks like Dan's decided he's got a stack, I'll go and have a chat. Yeah. So yes, Ross's team and Ross and Andrew's team there, LBPN, still got 6 players in. As more and more exit, as I was saying earlier on to you, it starts to becoming, not kind of nailed on for a top 3.
It's looking that way, isn't it? There's got to be something spectacular go wrong for them not to get a medal at the minute.
So we've got a bit of a rail here. Obviously, Paul Haycock's back. How you doing, Paul?
Very well. How are you?
Very good. And the man behind the yellow polo shirts, John Murray, has arrived. How you doing, John?
I'm doing okay. I used to be in this tournament, you know.
Oh, really? How's your team doing?
One of them is doing very well because he's still in. He's probably going to win the cashes, because then I'll win the last longers.
Right. Okay. There's a lot of kind of side action on last longers within teams against teams that go on in this event. Makes it good fun across the weekend. Andy all in there, shows an ace and gets it through.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Gosh, another day was really nowhere. I hope it's the return of the man.
I can
Who's the guy with the glasses on? Team captain? Yeah, he's the B team captain. Where's he from? Well, I know some of them. Extremely late. That's what I'm saying. He's not clever, is he? Is he Barnes, right? Andy? Chris Waddy? It's Barnes, isn't it? Yeah, I think I worked with a guy who's just spit the double. Yeah, double belly. Not pissed either.
How many more levels? How many more levels do we have? One more. One more. One more after this. So another hour's play. Another round. You? 500. Yep. Sorry, that's merciless. Sorry, can I? No, I didn't know it. No, I put the change. I give you a change. I don't. Sorry.
Bloody hell, Mark.
2,200 is so cool. Heads up.
What I found, before you switch off thing on,
check.
What I found funny was she said, oh, I think she's looking a hole there.
So Ross bets out on a board of 4-5 Jack 9, and Sue makes the call. So we're going to see a river, which is the Jack of Diamond.
Check.
Not the Jack of Diamond.
Check. Showdown. Pair of 6. Pair of 6 win. Nice one, Ross.
Make sure we community cards across there for us. Okay.
I think it's a big hand.
So Sue's first to fold, and actions on Chris. He's out of the way, as is Derek. As does Andrew. Dan's away from the table, so we're around to Curtis, playing for Blonde. Perfect spot for him. He's hardly played any hands. And he folds. I'm pretty sure Curtis is very much playing the team game. Blonde have still got 4 players in, one of them and another one that was in the points. So Andy is gone all in, which means small blind gets in the way. Mark's going to have a monster to make the call here, which he doesn't. And Andy takes it down, and he's smirking.
It
hurts to tell you the face. Great job.
Yeah, I mean average stack's now about 50k. it's 31 bigs. That's probably about the lowest it's been so far in the tournament. It's been tracking about 35 to 40 for the past few levels. That's as low as it's got. Yeah. I can show you a graph, Dan, if you want to see one. Yeah. So we're down to 72 runners now. We've had an absolute spate of captains going. We spoke to Dave Howard, captain of Team Gotham. He went in 79th. Lee Barrett of with a top team with 6 still in. He's gone in 77th, along with his teammate Kenny Stewart in 73rd. So that's going to change the top of the table a little bit, or where we think it's going to end up. Other captains that have gone: Lee Barrett's Poker Network B team have lost their captain in Chris Waddington, and Stuart Greenan of Froome Poker Club have lost their skipper, so he's gone as well. So Andrew's raised this up to 3,600, and it's round to Andy Duncan to make a decision, and he's calling that. Ross on the button seems to be reaching for chips. Or is it, the record is everyone's. We're all talking squeeze. We're all talking squeeze. From the far end of the table, we're all thinking it is, and the raise has come in. He's raised it to 9,500. It's nice. It's nice. So it's back round to Andrew, who is the initial raiser. Let's see what he's going to do. It's his teammate, and he's all in. So he's all in over his teammates. They've just lost 2 players. They were 6 in the points. They've lost 2, and they've got 2 of them at the feature table now battling it out. Decisions back with Andy Duncan. What to do? Andy's folding, and Ross has got a decision. First of all, decision what he would be in the hand. He's asking the skipper to come over. I can understand that. Ross is asking the skipper. Lee's on the. Lee's on. Hang on. I've got to get away through here to Lee. Lee was just about to skipper. What was that, Lee?
I didn't repeat it, if I'm being totally honest with you. I think he's got confused because he's got a hoodie. And oh shit.
So he's called it. So we're going to see it. It's aces against kings. So Andrew's got the aces. Ross has got the kings. So we're going to see it flop. It's a king first colour. King Jack Jack. This is Andrew's tournament life on the line. It's a 6, needs an ace. Is gone. I think we'll get a count. They're looking at each other saying, "What do you do?" Lee, what's your opinion, Lee? I mean, not a lot they can do with that, really.
Not to each other's way, let's be honest, which was the team talk prior to, but somebody's obviously not realised that because he's got a hoodie on.
Dealers on the count. I think we've lost Andrew. Unlucky, sir. Let me grab your card from you. So we're going to lose Andrew. Teammate busting teammate. Horrible aces versus kings. Wow.
Sick. 2 teammates, yeah? Mind you, I've been in team events where teammates have folded on. But usually when there's a big difference in stats, so
So they're on the same team.
how many are your team? There was still 6.
6 big. Yeah.
Probably the good of the team.
So I'm going to ask Dan and Paul, what did you make of that?
I think it's pretty standard. Again, it's different. How many players did they have left in it? How many? In the
Well, they
team?
did have 6 in the going into the points. They lost 2 very recently.
I mean, it's a fine line. I mean, how else can you play the hand unless there's an open, an appeal, and then a check,
Yeah.
and then we point the finger at collusion. I mean, sadly, it's a cooler. These hands do play themselves.
Any other cliche you want to throw in?
I just wish that the guy with aces would have taken it a bit worse.
Yeah,
we're disappointed.
We were hoping for a much
Because
better
I can guarantee you, if that was Team Gotham Aces versus Kings, there would be some effing and blinding going on.
And maybe some actual violence.
And probably some actual violence. I also like the fact that we're deconstructing their ranges pre-flop. They happen to have aces and kings. Oh, perfect spot to squeeze.
Yeah. What would you do with 7-8 suited here? Oh, they've got 8.
Back in seat 3, we've been rejoined on the feature table by Lisa North, which means Derek in seat 2 has got another one of his teammates to his left, where he had his skipper there for quite a while, and Lisa, who was over in seat 10 earlier on the feature table, is now back with us in seat 3, and I will just find out who the gentleman is we have joining us in seat.
What I want to know is how have you had a lot of beer when you're in this casino?
Yeah, because you can't get served for a bloody week, can you?
So joining in seat 4 is the skipper from Sutton Poker, Gary Colclough. They've got 2 players remaining. Still all to play for.
Who's favourites at the moment then, Lee?
Right, the top max now at the moment is LPPL Terry's team with 427, closely followed by Blonde Poker, Midlands Ballbusters, Bristol Poker Meter are still up in there as well. Lots to play for still, but I reckon I'm kind of saying we're down to maybe eight teams.
Anyone with 3 or 4 players left can still do really well. It depends on what happens the rest of the night, I suppose, isn't it?
But I would suggest we're down to. There's probably going to be down to about eight or so that are probably going to be in contention tomorrow. Who's gone?
No, he's definitely Mohammed Ali for being cheating.
I haven't done anything. What the hell was that, mate? Okay.
Are you done taking a card?
I've done anything. My cards were there. That's right. You shouldn't do that though. I mean, I haven't. Okay. My cards are just there.
Okay. Sorry.
Annoyed me a little bit actually, but it's alright. Dealers make mistakes. Sorry.
So Curtis is all in.
What's the story behind the sheriff back?
He is he's Sheriff Batman on the Blonde Poker Forum, which we all know is a song by
I'm gonna
Sheriff Batman.
Cut to the unstoppable section.
Very good, Mr. Haycon.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Every day of the week.
I'm pretty sure it was girls allowed, but okay.
I can see how it could have happened, so I can't completely blame you.
And it folds round, and I think Curtis has got that one through. I mean, Blonde are in a nice enough position. They are one in the points, picking up 20 points. There's still 4 remaining. So I mean, they really this could be their year where they finish top 3,
So
win a
what you're
medal.
telling me is we need top 3, pretty much, by the looks of it.
Well, you're still in the mix. You've had 2 in the points, and you've still got 3 going. So 340 is your max now. But the trouble is some of these mins from some of these other teams start creeping up very quickly. Before you know it, you're in that position.
Did you have any kind of?
Go for my fifth prediction as well.
70 players left. Yeah, we've got a minute to go of this level, and then we're going to have one more level to play. So I'm not sure we're going to get to my 45 prediction. I don't think we're going to quite get there. We're not going to lose 25 players in the last level of the night, I don't think.
please note that the dealer gave Danny's card this time. We saw that. T-Rex arms, T-Rex arms.
Enough rubbish. A nice amount.
Dan raises it up to 4,000.
It's definitely half my fault. Yeah, it's half my fault.
Dan's now taking half the responsibility for the previous hand. That's because that's the type of guy he is. Yeah.
I can see where my fault was. I didn't do anything wrong, but I can see my fault. You know, that makes sense. That was definitely like.
Words.
Yeah.
Words. Words. Give us actual words. Yeah, I can see my fault. I did nothing wrong.
And the dealer mucks Dan's cards again. Due to courtesies all in. So we're into level 13, last level of the night. So blinds are now 1,000, 2,000 with a running ante of 300. Last level of the night.
Is there an Android charger over there?
I've got my phone on. Do you want to fetch my phone? You can my charger. There's Brian. Over here. No, on the table there. Samsung Note 4 on charge everything. If you want to take my phone off, you nick my charger. I'll do that. It's the same thing actually. Unfortunately, isn't it? Thing is, it's supposed your laptop. It might not be a good charge, but
doesn't matter. If it fits in the phone, it's alright. My phone's dead now.
Yeah, the micro USB.
Well, that's. I'll fold this quite strong hand. Okay. That's you.
Big one. Regular one.
That's one you've got to ask. Should ask him honestly.
Right then, so last level of the night. 69 players remaining. Average stack is 52,000. Big blinds, that's 26 of your big blinds. It's now, that's dropping.
So I think you might lose a few players this level because there's going to be a lot of people who are quite short.
I think we'll get down to the 50s, but I don't think we'll go much more than that.
Oh, 54. I'm going to say 54.
You've reevaluated up for.
Yeah.
49. Paul thinks we're going to break the 40s.
I think there'll be some violence last level of the day. People won't want to come back for a short stack tomorrow morning.
I pressed the button to see if that was the phone.
My message says to me, don't let your phone go flat, so I bought two.
I'll take the overs on 40 runners in the PLO tomorrow.
What time do we know? Oh, do we know what time that starts tomorrow? 3 o'clock start. I'm getting either three. That's 3 fingers from Mr. Duffy, which means it's a 3 o'clock start. So it's a PLO high-low, I believe. Yeah. My favourite game. I give chips away for fun in that.
You can't lose, can you?
No.
2 ways to win the pot.
Absolutely not. So it's all tightened up at the top of the table, which is interesting.
I'm going to take 3 o'clock. I think
30.
No, 6. I think 60. 60's got to be the line.
So I'll have the overs on 40 with you.
So Andy Duncan's team, Midlands Ballbusters, are looking in good shape. 4 players left in, 2 already in the money for them. When I say money, I mean points, but you know, we all know what I mean.
In addition to the 4 that they've still got in, they've already got 2 that have bust in the points.
Yeah.
Very good.
They've already picked up 14 points, so
That's considerably better than that.
How many have you got?
Okay, so
I noticed that Ross Hibbert has not returned to the table since the Aces versus Kings hand.
Maybe in the car park, face down. We don't know.
There's a post-mortem somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah, I get the feeling, yeah. So we've got Dan and Mark of seeing a flop of 7-9-3.
Dan's peeled the small, peeled the big blind. Pretty standard. Checking a C bet from Mr. Porter. Looks like 4.5 possibly.
Because it's black, I can't.
Ah. Dan asking for his stack, but I think that might just be more.
Said 35
because he's inebriated. Let's see what happens. Problem is this flop smashes the peeler's range.
So Dan's effectively put Mark all in.
Yep. I mean, it's difficult for Mark to continue here because this is a flop that you'd expect to connect with a big blind peeling range a lot better than a sort of mid-position open, especially from the stack sizes. So you expect Mark to have kind of sort of your big aces, sort of ace king, ace queen.
Any team orders here, Dan?
No, we've already screwed it up, so he can do what he wants. That's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's one of those flops that I expect Dan to possibly have a piece of, but also at the same time, I don't know what hands he check raises here.
So Mark was the initial raiser. Dan was in the big blind.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, he's just peeled, which is pretty standard from his stack size, and I think it's such a dry board. It doesn't really rep a lot check raising here, but it's a very good move, especially in a team event, just to put pressure on players because it's really hard for Mark to continue with hands like ace king, ace queen. He's really looking at just overs and possibly backdoors. I definitely think we've had a quicker decision from Mark if he'd had some sort of pocket pair or even a piece of this flop.
Mark's asking whether we can see a turn of the river before he makes his decision, but it's nice play by Dan.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, it's great with that stack size to put the pressure on him. And that's
hit that flop though, isn't it? Like Mark can't really looks like an ace king, ace queen kind of hand. So.
Like the play, Paul?
It's easy for us to stand here and say, we'd snap him off with ace king or better. But the reality is that Dan knows that he's going to fold out a hell of a lot of better hands than what he's actually got, ruling out the possibility of Dan actually having a hand there, which might also be wrong.
So with a couple more X's, it means poker are now top of the maxes at the moment. Still 4 players left in. Midland Ballbusters just closely behind them. Bristol Poker Meetup sitting just behind them. Bristol Poker Meetup won the first ever one of these way back in the day. Yeah, Bristol and Southwest Poker Meetup with those bright orange, yes, the bright orange shirts. Season 2, Des is reckoning. I'd go with that. See, I believe it was here. Or was it? Blackpool. Very Blackpool and Luton. Easy to make. That was, wasn't it? First time we ran one of these.
That's right. First time we had a lady win a main event. Mary Martin at the time.
Yes. I'm going to need to take a slight technical break for a second, so I'm going to hand the microphone to somebody who fancies holding it for a second and talking for a bit.
Fair enough. We have a flop of King 7-3 Rainbow. Checked around to the opener. Got a 2/3 pot bet. It's going to get called by Dan, and we're going to be heads up to the turn.
Looks like you've done this before.
Which is the 8 of diamonds. Much smaller turn bets, much less than half pot, 5,000. Usually gets called with the action that's gone before it, and so it does. We have a 3rd diamond and a 2nd 3 on the river. Stack to pot ratio for, I'm sorry, I'm not with people's names, but seat 1, it's pretty low now. And we've gone with 15,000 on the river. Looks like value to me. But let's see what happens.
I think this board run out definitely suits Dan in seat 5 for his hand range here. So much equity's been picked up in the bet sizing into the pots. We've been so small that it's pretty easy for him to pick a big field. He doesn't overly please, so I wouldn't surprise me if maybe he's got like a pair 7 here, which he's thinking about clearing.
He's not got any more scared of this board as it's gone on, really, has he?
So he's either playing the fool and trying to find how he can get value, or he's contemplating making maybe a slightly thin call.
Yeah, there were no draws for him to pick up on the flop, and he called a 2/3 pot bet.
Absolutely not.
So he's got some part of this, and if he's got some part of this, then it's going to be quite difficult to lay it down here.
You're absolutely right. If you're not folding with 7 on the flop, I don't think you're ever folding with 7 by the river. It's very hard for seat 1 to have any sort of hand that has an 8 in it that's going to sort of jump ahead in a 3, even though it's a diamond. It's kind of a nothing card because it pairs the board.
Yeah, as we thought we were going to get a call. No, we've got the king. Yeah, and a nice pass.
When he got called, it looked like he was trying to muck his up. He obviously didn't think that the king was good there. But
Doesn't call a jam, does he?
Absolutely not.
So you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen now, Des has just put up the current kind of mins and maxes. Blonde Poker currently at the top of that list.
Yeah, that's a shame. The thing is, we can look at these numbers over and over again.
Oh, it'll change. It's going to change.
It's so
one exit can change the whole thing.
Dan looks disappointed now because the guy's just got 3 streets of value out of him with 1 pair queen kicker. He's thinking about, could I have exploited this situation at any point, come over the top and scared him off?
Absolutely.
Which is what good players do.
Yeah. I think the other interesting thing, when you get a player like Dan Carter in an amateur field at his APAT, it's interesting to see how they adapt their game, because this is a guy that's used to playing 12 to 24 tables online.
Yeah.
It's no secret that the guy plays for a living, has some very big scores, and has played against some of the best players in the world. So when you have to kind of adapt your style and also the way a hand breaks down and actually figure out what's going on when you're playing against amateurs that are coming here for a good time, that just enjoy a game of poker. Sometimes you can almost level yourself, and it wouldn't surprise me if maybe that's what we saw in that last hand.
And these are the kind of players you want to play against if you want to improve your own game. It's easy to think about poker in terms of, I want to play against weaker players because that increases my chances of winning, but then how do you learn?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I've known Dan for a long time. He's from the same town as me. So I met him when I was about 18, all those years ago, and he was kind of up and coming. And you're absolutely right. It's great to find the soft games when you want to make money, but I know Dan's a coach at the same time. He has a stable that he coaches, and I've had some lessons with him, and he's guy knows his stuff, and he breaks it down. But in this sort of field, with the stack size that he's got, I'd expect to see him continue to make a deep run, but we all know what these APAT wily players can do to us. And we're both stood here.
Absolutely, yeah. We've both been out for several hours.
Yeah.
And
I've been out for an hour, please. Let's not tar me with the same brush.
Several hours. So Ross is in the big blind, the butcher of his own teammate. I'm only saying that because he bust me about 3 or 4 hours ago.
I think he was showing us how many outs he had.
Yeah.
Okay, some folds round to the button, the sheriff. Just chooses to open fold his button. So Andy Duncan seems to be ticking along okay. Andy's got a 30, about a 40k stack, just under average possibly. Makes it 6k. See, I quite like this sizing. 3x blindy blind is something I've actually reintroduced into my game recently.
Yep.
A lot of people got super wild over clicking in every which spot. Obviously, when you're blindy blind, opposed to giving a walk, I think 3x works really well because you just get peeled so much less. You know, you're actually putting the pressure on, because otherwise you have to play the whole hand out of position. Sounds super obvious, but in the age of the internet, kid, there was a lot of clicking on small blinds and you know, just giving such value to the big blind to play hands and have all the information.
With the anti-sin, it's pretty much a mandatory defend to a min-raise blind non-blind.
But you still see people doing it. It's interesting how the adjustments have changed sort of in the game of poker. Because it wasn't that long ago, you think about it, everybody started just clicking in every which spot to try and risk the least to win the most, like with antis, etc.
Yep.
Obviously, you wouldn't do that, Paul. You're a 4.5xer right here.
It's exploitable, isn't it?
That's definitely one thing I've been called.
I like the fact that he showed the ace as well, confirming for everybody that it was ace 3 off.
Yes, absolutely. At least he had 2 flush draws. So if you were to sit down at this table now and sort of look around, so you say, as a hypothetical situation, you've just been moved into an empty seat, what would you be looking for in the first instance to try and help define the players that you're playing against here, do you think? Is there any sort of telltale signs that you would look for?
First thing you look out for is who is sitting there desperate to double up. I mean, in any given situation, you're up against maybe 1 or 2 individuals. We're not having limited spots. But playing it 6 ways in each case. So, it's a case of understanding who you're up against and understanding who you can isolate and what situations you can exploit.
What about the way people stack their chips?
Oh, you're looking for physical tells. You're talking about.
This offends me quite greatly. I will be honest.
Oh, seat.
Slug stacking is offensive.
Seat 4.
And any stacks of 10 really. Any stacks of 10.
Yeah, it can suggest that the person isn't necessarily a live player. Maybe they play exclusively online, or maybe they just don't play at all. They just want to be really in control of how much they've got at any one time.
For me, the thing where Gary's got his chips out is massively tilted.
See, the reason I look for it is because I think if I see someone stacking in 10s, I completely agree with you. Maybe they're inexperienced live, but then I know that I can start to look for other physical tells as hands progress with them. Whereas if I was to sit down and not know Dan, for example, but see the way his stack was stacked, stacked to 20, I would be less inclined to focus a lot of attention on looking for obvious physical tells, because I will have a generic assumption that that's probably not something he's going to give because he's experienced in playing live. Same as the way people riffle chips and things. Sometimes you see people that aren't that experienced, they'll just bounce their chips, whereas others that know, that have obviously played a lot, or maybe just have a chip set at home that they got for Christmas from their gran. I don't know. But they'll riffle their chips, and again, it's something else just to kind of give me a very brief. But, Dan's getting abused again.
How much of an effect do you think it being a team event has? So this is my, I think, only 4th experience of team poker live.
Okay.
And I have found that people are very nervous about letting down the side and play a little bit more nitty than maybe they're used to. Do you find that's common or not so much?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the 4th time I've played this event. I've been fortunate enough to win it twice with the Gambling Network Forum, who Dan's playing for this time.
Whole conversation is just a setup for that Brad comment.
I thought it might be. But in all honesty, I mean, in the one event that we won, when you make day 2 and you're getting sort of deeper into the points, I think your decisions definitely get affected by who's left in, who the hand's against, what team they're in. You'll find tomorrow there'll be a lot of team captains running around frantically, checking chip stacks, checking possible max and mins. just to make sure. And I'll be completely honest, there was instances in the one time where we had 3 players in day 2, and I saw one of my teammates open fold kings, just because that one extra point was much more valuable than the chips that we could possibly get. No, we have a
So we have a cold 3-bet shove from the small blind.
So it looks like Sheriff's opened, and our teammate Killer has peeled the button.
Yeah.
And my teammate, Mark Backboy Porter, looks and shoves. It's difficult to see in this light with the chips, but I would say that's about 35k maybe.
I think it is.
So, we're looking at about sort of 17 to 18 bigs.
Yeah.
Perfect sizing. I mean, it's a great spot here.
It is. It is. The original racer is a careful player. We've only got a call on the button. It's when you look up ideal squeeze spot, look, it describes exactly what we're seeing here.
Oh, absolutely. We can see the original racer's already folded.
Yep.
And the button folds, and
nicely done.
And he gets it through.
Nicely done.
What range do you think you'd be squeezing in that spot from 17 bigs?
Oh, this is me, so...
Yeah. That's why I'm not going to tell you what I do, because we haven't got that long.
All pocket pairs, most 80s, decent suited connectors.
Just won the bacon and blue Uno card.
I'm quite fond of Jack 9.
Yeah.
No, pretty well. I don't know, 30-40% range there.
Yeah, I think that's somewhere right. I think you're looking at sort of all your broadways.
Yeah.
And even hands like King 9 suited, King 8 suited, we can start to go down that range. People underestimate the power of a blocker now and again.
Yep.
As long as you're not doing it with hands like 5-6 off and stuff, that spot's not too bad. But again, in a team event, I think you could probably add an extra 10% to your squeeze hand ratio, because you're right, people are going to be folding that 10% tighter.
Exactly. Yeah, it's raises the level of carefulness, and even you're absolutely right about when you're in the points, and when every exit makes a difference to the number of points that you get. But even in the early stages, I mean, in level 1 in this tournament, I 3-bet on the button with 9s, and a guy folds 10s face up.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's all right. Yeah. This could be fun. Okay, so we've got a decent pot here. Dan's opened and has been called out of the big blind. So a flop of king, 6, 7, 2 hearts.
You're always going to see a c-bet.
Mandatory c-bet there.
It's one of those flops that definitely hits the opener's range.
We also have to be a little bit careful, just for the people listening. We are very, very close to the table itself. So when we say things like mandatory c-bet, we don't want to influence anyone's thinking if they can actually hear us talking. So we might have to be a little bit careful.
Just means we have to get a bit closer.
Yeah, we've got. Well, that's okay. But if you could remove your hand from there, that'd be ideal. The c-bet gets through. It's it's a and it's a good flop to c-bet on. There are still people who c-bet 100% of the time, and there's a lot to be said for it. But I mean, if you've
long term, it's always exploitable, though. That's that's the thing you've got to remember.
Yeah. And if after a while you learn to understand your opponent's range and what kind of board textures really smash your opponent's range, will just not allow them to fold. If you raise it up with ace 9 suited and the flops come jack queen king or something, then maybe it isn't, because you just know that you're not going to get that through that very much. But
we still try.
Everything's situational, isn't it? 22 minutes of play left in the day.
We have an open shove from the lady in seat 3. It looks as though it's about
35.
35k and change.
Yeah, so we're looking at it's a good shove. So you're looking at 17, 18 big blinds.
Good size.
Often gets through, although she's obviously got the whole table to get through. We can actually see the hand of the big blind, who will snap fold 8 deuce off.
She shows us kings.
There you go. Are you faced with a stack of 17 bigs under the gun with kings, are you open shoving, or are you trying to get a customer?
I would definitely want a customer in that situation. We know we have an aggressive table in some spots, and those spots do have chips, which is very beneficial. They're going to like to put pressure on. We also have other stack sizes around the table that are slightly shorter that are looking to get their chips in. I think we can quite happily make it, 2.5x there. If we are peeled, it's okay because we can appreciate a peeler's range from sort of where they're sat, their stack sizes, and other bits of information. But I think by open shoving there, a lot of the time we pretty much fold out everything that we beat.
Yep.
And keeping everything that beats us.
Yep.
But it is a team game, and the most important thing is to still be in. So it's not the worst play. Oh, okay. So there's a gun to 52. Yeah, it's okay. Sort of just over 2.5x. Dan's pondering. I can't quite see what stack size this gentleman's open from.
That's a good stack. It's a good stack.
It's about 100.
Yeah, we're knocking on
120k stack. This guy has lots of chips.
It's a double average stack in the tournament. We haven't seen a lot of action from him, so we're attaching quite a lot of strength to this, aren't we? I think.
Yeah, I think we're looking at sort of Broadway aces, pocket pairs, sort of 8 plus. Maybe add a little more in.
A few more exits. Where are we up to? Updating people on exits. So we've lost another one of my team, unfortunately. Chris Kelly has gone out in 65th place for the Poker Riot. I think that just leaves one of us in play now, which is Simon Allen. We've lost Judy Edwards from Bristol Poker Meter. We've lost Nick Mazur from Black Belt. Nicholas Howard from Scott Squad. Donna Tattersall from Yorkshire Poker Club.
That was the last of the Scott Squad.
Right. Well, we've got a bit of a hand developing here.
Okay, so we've 3-bet out of position here, have we?
No, in position. Under the guns opened from about 120k stack to 5.2. Dan, who's playing a similar stack, has made it 13. It was interesting to see whether Dan was going to try and utilise position and apply the pressure, which he obviously seems happy to do so, and it's now folded down to the small, to the big blind. He's folded.
I just went out of position in the sense that he's got 8 players still to act behind him.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Okay. So he's peeled, and he's peeled out of position, so we already have quite a tight range on him. But it's also difficult because when you open under the gun, and you get peeled by the next biggest stack on the table. Sorry, you get 3-bet from the next biggest stack under the +1. Always lends to a car crash. So try and check on the King 3 Jack 2 club board. Queen of Hearts on the turn, and instantly the gentleman is falling down his chips. Expecting to make it a large, a fairly decent size C-bet there. It's 15,500. So if we work the action back, Dan made it 13 free, so it'll be 26 plus the blinds in the ante. So you're looking at about a 30k, so it's about half the top bet. But actually, that's still quite large in the way these games play. You tend to see a lot of C-bets, delayed C-bets are kind of more of a third pot nowadays. Even sometimes slightly smaller than the 3-bet. And it's also interesting, this gentleman's decided to take the aggressive action away from Dan. It'll be interesting to see how Dan reacts here. What Dan's trying to do is construct the range. This gentleman with an open under the gun, peel, out of position, check flop, and then decide to take
and then delayed C-bet on that.
I mean, obviously the nuts in this situation would raise 10, but...
And the sizing is such that he's not protecting his hand against anything. Dan might smell a weakness here and repop this.
I think there's a lot to be said about this, especially with stack sizes. If Dan has any kind of equity here, he's in a much better situation to raise and see how his opponent reacts, as opposed to just calling and then having to decide what to do on the river, because then you just put yourself into a tougher spot with less information in, and the pot is also bigger.
There's very few hands that are not vulnerable that would take this line. Don't fold, and a nice pot for seat 3. Already had a good stack as well, so that's probably taking him up to 130, 140, is that?
I'd say, yeah, he's put him close, somebody close to 2.5 times average, which is great for his team.
Yeah, with 16 minutes to go, might as well go and put his feet up and look forward to a day 2.
Yeah, what's the day 2 like? I've forgotten. It's been a while. Have you been playing much of the Worlds in Stratford, do you think?
I can't be there for the main, but I'll definitely be down for something. I got my eye on the high roller, which is a £200 tournament, which would be fun. Yeah, I'll be down for a few days of it, but yeah, can't be there the Easter weekend. How about yourself?
I'm doing the 2 weekends. Sadly, with work, it's going to be a bit of a struggle, but it is my birthday on the Monday, so.
Many happy returns.
I'm just getting older and uglier. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Well, I'm on the countdown now. It was my birthday on Tuesday just gone, so
oh, no.
all roads lead to the 40th now.
Uh-oh.
But that's okay because the 40th means Vegas. So
I'll tell you. Sadly, I can't. I should not start this sentence with sadly, but me and the other guys from Team Gotham had arranged to go to Vegas this summer. However, expecting my first child in May. We now found out, which is great news, but it does mean I've had to cancel the trip. So
how selfish.
I know, it's disgusting.
Not even born, and he or she is already.
Oh, it's definitely a she. Had to be a
okay.
She, but yeah. So my last poker venture for a while will be the Worlds. I'll be going up for the first weekend. We'll be playing the high roller, so I'll probably see you in that. And the £110 8-game 50k starting stack.
Okay, so this is interesting. So we've got a limp on the button. Small blind makes it up, and then a raise from the big blind, which is going to be called by the button.
I think this raise on the big blinds, it can be very wide. It senses weakness, and the button just limps. Often you see, when it's folded to the button, they're just it's an obligatory open with quite a large percentage of hands.
Yeah.
But when the guy just limp calls, I mean, what sort of, if you were in the big blind now, what range would you put this button on?
Well, it's something thinking about the guy on the button. So the only circumstance in which I would elect to limp call is when I've got a hand that flops reasonably well, and I'm worried that if I open there, I'm going to be forced off it by a decent chunky raise in the big blind.
The board was pretty dry. We looked at 10-10-3.
Yeah.
Bristol Poker Meetup seemed to have a bit of a blow up. Straight after Judy's exit, they lost the skipper.
I'm guessing Judy was the driver and they all needed to get home.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So we're kind of winding it down now, 13 minutes left. Still 62 players, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, my 49's looking a little bit sick here, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're not going to lose 13 players. We need to lose 1 player a minute for my prediction to be right, which I don't think is going to be the case.
Not in a team event. You've played APAT team events before. You've even played for England before.
I've played more international events than I have club events like this.
Even tighter than these.
Yeah.
Were you victorious?
No.
Okay.
I in my first England appearance, I was the top scorer on my team, so I felt good about my contribution to the team. Only slight disappointment was that the team came last.
Okay, yeah, that's not so.
And then the second time was the other way around. We did really well, became 4th as a team, but I did not contribute enough to that. So yeah, I have a bit of a mixed relationship with team poker, it's fair to say. We've folded all the way around to the blinds here. Not so much a bit of speech play as a little bit of sing play from Dan there to counterpart. A little bit of blind on blind violence. Once we've made sure we've got the part right.
Fully expect Dan to be dealing with quite a large range.
Everything.
Yeah, pretty much everything. If you can make a straight, even if it's only 1 card. If Dan's not losing his cards, he's losing his chips. Nobody knows what's going on. But under tours, we see a lead of 7 on the 9, Queen 4, 2 diamond. So Dan just peels here. Now, I fully expect Dan to, when he just peels, to have a pretty good hand on this board. I expect anything with a bit of equity but isn't too strong would probably raise, because as we know, the C better is going to be. Okay, so a lead and a call again. Yeah, the board's getting. The 6 is a bit of a nothing card. It's interesting that the guy's now checked. And he checks behind. So we see King Queen and a fold. And
maybe one street of value lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think the 6 changes anything on that board. I mean, if it's a 6 of diamonds, I can understand a check. Maybe just elect a check call.
It gets into your head, doesn't it? When you're up against a strong player and you know that he's a strong player and he's got a big stack as well. I've got top pair king kicker there. Against most players, I would value bet the river. But what I don't want is to lead out and get repopped.
Absolutely.
Because suddenly I'm worried about all sorts of combinations of 2 pair.
Whereas it's quite easy there just to check call.
Yeah.
When you're in that spot, because you fully expect a good player to recognise the weakness and try and take the pot away from you.
Yeah.
And B, it's a good way of not losing value. But, I mean, no damage lost.
Yeah, no. Well done. Nice pot. Move on.
Oh, the 9 of diamonds is exposed.
Short stack in the big blind, which influences anyone considering it.
Looks like. I don't know if that's us that's being told that stop dealing after this hand. Ah, okay. So all these players are very close to making a day 2. Oh, so C3 is limped. C4 is raised to 5-2. We're very active since we said we haven't done a lot when he first joined the table, but he's picked up some momentum.
And that's certainly a raise that doesn't mind a call. 5,200 into a limper plus the blinds and antes. Every unopened pot is worth 6,000 chips before we even start.
So with the additional limper and only making it 5, yeah, it definitely suggests.
Yeah.
Was it cool? It looks like Dan is reaching for betting chips. Okay, so Dan has now 3 bets for the small blind.
14,000?
14,000. Again, that's actually quite on the small side, I think.
Yeah, less than 3x.
Because we're going to be playing a hand out of position. We have an unknown entity in the limp. $36K possibly, give or take. When we started the hand with 15 bids, I'm thinking she didn't really meant to be limp folding there. But,
So if C3 jams here, 2 schools of thought. One is that she's limped to trap with the intention of coming over the top with an absolute monster.
Yep, absolutely.
And the other is, oh my word, there's a lot of money in that pot.
Yeah.
Let's get it in and try and get our hands on that money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those spots where you're right. You know, if you're limping with aces or kings and you want to be getting in, that's absolutely fine. But, you know, you could also be having hands there like suited connectors where you think, you know, I have so much equity with the dead money in there that actually maybe it's our time for a spin. But we also have to go back to our original point. It's a team event. People don't want to be giving away their chips willy-nilly. Maybe she's hoping...
Dan gets the squeeze through. The original raiser folded the ace of diamonds face up.
Anything to do with the 9 of diamonds?
Don't mind the fold. Less keen on the show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of.
All we're really saying there is I will raise, fold, and ace. So by all means, do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. You open yourself up. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some occasions where I'm quite happy to show a card, but
Yeah.
I will only ever do it if I think it will benefit my image or the action I can get in later hands.
Yeah.
Just showing for the sake of showing, I think is okay. You know, this is an amateur tour, so it's very friendly, and you see a lot of that. But information is one of the most important parts of poker, and I think any information you give away for free,
Yeah.
if it doesn't benefit you, you don't need to do it.
No, I think it's only reinforcing an image he's probably already got in this case.
Because you shouldn't be surprised that he's raising an ace when there's a limper in front of him and not many, and one player to act behind. And yes, a lot of the aces he may raise, he's probably going to raise fold, unless they're good ones. So just a slight delay in play at the moment. They're just drawing cards to see how many hands there will be before the end of the day. I didn't hear how many.
So this and 3 more?
5 hands.
5.
So this will be hand 1 of 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the button will end in seat 9.
Lee is trying to state the obvious there of bagging chips up in a bag.
Lee's holding court about the importance of putting chips in a bag and making sure it's the right
Remember,
bag.
gentlemen and ladies, when you bag up chips, they must be in a bag.
Yeah.
Vitally important. Vital.
Yeah.
Not in your sock.
Hence the name.
Okay, so it's folded round, and we have an open to 7k.
It's just a nice feeling, isn't it, bagging up chips at the end of the day?
Can't remember.
Yeah. Is it?
You've done it, man. Don't give me that.
Oh, I can. Very rarely.
You won a big tournament in Coventry one.
It wasn't very big. It wasn't very big, but we did win it. You're right. Lee's just being nice to me because I made him money once. That's all. Not enough though. Not enough that he's really nice to me.
59 left then, guys.
Yes, 59 left indeed.
4 hands to go. Will we get to Stu's 54? Need to lose 4 in the next 4 hands.
No.
For my prediction to be right, we need to lose 2 a hand. Which is not impossible. I mean, this is a table where teammates knock each other out, so it's possible.
Let's hope they're not sharing a room.
I mean, we've not lost anybody here for a little while, so.
Okay, so it's followed around to seat number 4, who is open to 56. Looks like everybody just wants to make day 2. Oh, yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Again, no need to go too crazy at the moment. People are tired. There's been 12 hours of poker.
3 hands to go.
Don't want to be making mistakes that can cost the team vital points.
Yeah, even with nothing at all, a bet of 6,000 or less, and it needs to get through 1 in 2 times, which it probably is at this stage. So it probably is a good time to build your stack a little bit at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. I would not be surprised. I'll preempt this now, but the big
What I
blind
would say
will get
is
it in.
slightly different with this event is that everybody's here and has planned to be here for the weekend because it's a team event. You know, they've all booked up, they're night out, whatever it is. So there is an element of, well, actually, I can come back tomorrow with whatever because I'm going to be here. Others are sometimes thinking, well, maybe I could just go home at the end of the night, or if it's, not as worried about it.
You know, I think it's key to recognise and try to recognise which players will have that attitude because, I mean, I'll preempt this now. Obviously, hands are relatively dependent, but it wouldn't surprise me if a player like Mark Porter with 3 teammates, he's one of my teammates, left in the comp, in the big blind here, will be shoving over and open quite wide, just because it's going to add such a large percentage to his stack, and he knows there are a lot of players that want to make open.
So we've got an open jam of about 12 bigs.
So my prediction is probably up the Swanee now.
This might be related to hands as you as per your caveat before you
Always good to have.
said that. Andy Duncan's thinking about it and folding. Ross in the small blind is thinking about it and I think also folding.
You think he's folding?
He's definitely interested, but I think discretion might be the better part of valor. There it is. There it is. And there you go. When you've got 22k.
Oh no, he's got the opener to the side.
It's quite hard to fold in this spot for that bet sizing.
So what have we got for
You've only got to be live.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's basically,
Yep.
it's basically 15k more.
Yep.
Oh, we have ace
We've got ace eight.
7-9.
7-9.
Oh, wow. So typical kind of 60-40 here.
Again, it's easy to be a critical study, but I'm waiting for better spots than that. I don't think I'm folding anything out there.
Okay. That's not an out. There we go. We lose the sheriff.
We have the nut flush. And we lose the sheriff in seat 6.
Interesting, the sheriff's last words on the table. It means I can drive home now, which is literally what we were just discussing. Not sure I'd want to be driving around Luton at this time of night.
I'm not sure I'd want to be anywhere in Luton at this time of night. But, and that's an empirical fact, by the way. That's not my subjective comment about Luton. It is proven to be the crappiest town in the UK.
Yes, very much so. I'm amazed.
I'm just going from the survey evidence.
It does have a lot of chicken shops, though.
Which is the mark of a great town.
Or the worst town. So there's 2 more hands.
Apologies to anyone listening who's from Luton, although I imagine anyone who's listening from Luton would probably be here anyway.
And up to his usual tricks, we see an open.
Here we are again.
This guy is running over the table. The thing is now, we do know that he will call off. It sounds like ace-8 suited. So, you know...
When priced in to do so, I'm still not a huge fan of the previous shove.
There we go.
Oh, and a snap call as well. Wow.
The reason we mentioned that is the blinds both...
Oh, we've got suited ace of clubs again, and we're up against... Oh, Lord.
My point refers to the blinds, they're both had shoving stacks, so, you know...
Yeah.
It's one of those spots where you have ace-9, ace-10, where maybe before you wouldn't want to be getting... You know that he can call off with worse aces.
And we've got live cards, which we'll take, having been snap called.
Yeah. Okay, he flops really well. Well, I'm not saying anything interesting anyway. Duffy's telling me I need to speak into the mic, but I've said nothing interesting for the last hour, so you've really not missed anything. Silence was probably a better option.
And we lose another player on the penultimate hand of the day.
So, the Terminator in seat 4 does it again. Stacking up now. I mean, his stack's a little messy to count, but
you're not a fan, are you?
I'm not a fan, no. I really want to go and make it into towers of 40s.
Yes.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be one of our chip leaders. I'm looking probably like 200k possibly.
Well,
which is
if this wasn't the last hand of the day, we'd start calling him Johnny KGB, I think. And
I would splash
any time I like.
So this is the last hand of the night. Will he? Oh, and
4-way all in. Come on.
Here he goes again. The good old, good old Bon Jovi song. Here I go again on my own. Mark wants to show. There it is. Mark.
That's not Bon Jovi, by the way.
No, it's not. It's White Snake.
Yeah.
And he's called
And
Rita,
we're
it's
doing it
green
again.
against Ace 4.
Again, it's more ace rag action. Okay. There's anyone who's familiar with positive tilt may recognise that call, because the shoves were a little bit more than the last couple, and there's a good chance that we've got 3 outs there against a player who's been pretty careful in the hands that he's played. I think he's got a little bit excited about the fact that he's won the last couple of these and made a decision that turned out brilliantly for him. Doesn't make it right in the first place. But there we are, an unlucky exit to end the day.
Sorry.
And the rich get richer. So that is the final hand of the day. Bags are being distributed. Subject to any other exits on the final hand of the day, we've got 59 players. There may be a little less than that. From the starting 240, of course, with 30 teams of 8. I don't think actually that captures the 2 that we lost here. So that's a maximum of 57 and probably a little bit less than that.
This is home time.
Nice little rush at the end for our friend in seat 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Got somebody else counting his chips for him. That's always a good sign. I wish I had someone to count my chips for me. I just did it. 0.
I wish I had chips to count.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there we are. That is the final hand.
That was the final hand of the day. So we're just working out exactly how many players we've got left. I think we're going to be somewhere around 51, 52 maybe by the time we put a few more exits through before the end. There's a couple of, I think it looks like all the tables pretty much are backing up for the night. We're back here tomorrow for day 2 with the 50 or so players we've got left. Midday start for us, and we'll be playing through to find out who wins the team and the individual element. Yeah. Of the tournament. So hope you've enjoyed the stream today. You can get all of the photos, updates on the APAT forum. Just go to www.apat.com/forum, look for the live updates, and you'll find out everything you need to know there as who's left in. We'll get the chip counts posted up at the end of the day, last thing we do, but we'll see you all tomorrow.
How much?